Ich halte dich in meinem Arm umfangen. Wie ein Saatkorn ist die Hoffnung aufgegangen. Wird sich nun der Traum erfüllen, derer, die ihr Leben gaben, für das kaum erträumte Glück? Leben ohne Angst zu haben, Leben ohne Angst zu haben.
The New Administration of Depression. On the connection between bar dying, cannabis legalization, and public Shariaization. By Arend Heinlein. Alcohol consumption among young people reaches all-time low. Intoxication on the retreat. Binge drinking is becoming increasingly unpopular among young people. Germany, a traditional drinking nation, could complain about the decline in alcoholic customs caused by sober teenagers. But of course nobody complains. Today, everyone recognizes such headlines as success stories on the occasion of the current federal alcohol survey. For years, the statistics have shown a reduction in alcohol consumption, particularly among young people. Problem cases with risky drinking behavior are still most frequently found in older sections of the population and in the economic wastelands in the east of the Republic, according to the German Cancer Research Center's Alcohol Atlas. For example, anyone who cannot do without their daily after-work beer or the evening glass of wine can already fall into the risk consumer category, especially if the even lower limits are applied, which the federal authorities have adopted on the recommendation of the German Center for Addiction Issues. And even this maximum amount is still too high according to a new study from the USA. The weekly newspaper Die Zeit warned accordingly, even one beer is unhealthy. Alcohol is harmful from the first drop. However, anyone who believes that they can at least enjoy their right to self-harm unchallenged has done the math without the state. Harmful alcohol consumption, the Alcohol Atlas informs us, causes total costs to society of around 39 billion euros every year. Reason enough, therefore, not to be stingy with prevention measures, which often take on the character of punitive measures. In recent years, alcohol ban zones have been created or demanded in numerous German cities, but indulging in alcohol at home could soon become a problem. Following the Scottish model, a statutory minimum price for alcohol should be introduced, demanded the former Federal Drug Commissioner Marlene Mortler last year. This would increase the price depending on the alcohol content and turn the bottle of schnapps at the discount store checkout into a luxury item. In rare unity with the CSU politician, even the otherwise anti-prohibitionist authors of the Alternative Drug and Addiction Report agreed with this demand. And even the German beer industry thinks that its drinks are still too cheap. Sales figures have been falling to record lows for years. Brewers are increasingly only able to sell their product to consumers by adding lemonades and fruit juices to it or offering it as an isotonic sports drink in a non-alcoholic version. Price increases are intended to compensate for the fact that sales are nevertheless falling. Our goal is value growth and not volume growth, a Bitburger manager recently explained by way of example. The brands ought to be stripped of their mass-produced image. Craft beer, made with love and bearing the signature of the master brewer as a sign of quality, is being positioned against industrially produced cheap canned beer. The customer will pay at least 1.5 times the price for the distinctive taste. Moderate rather than mass consumption is the motto. There has been a certain discomfort with alcohol intoxication since the early days of bourgeois society, which established the habitual and health ideal of sobriety based on effect control and self-control. Instead of alcohol, caffeinated coffee and tea were considered appropriate stimulants, colonial goods whose stimulating, mind-clearing effect was intended to unfold in the spheres of business and conversation. Alcohol consumption, on the other hand, was increasingly frowned upon as archaic or at least domesticated. The tavern, still a meeting place for the general public in the Middle Ages, was henceforth regarded as a rather disreputable place. Alcohol consumption, which was still common until the 17th century, was not compatible with the Enlightenment ideal of the sane and predictable subject. Nevertheless, the success of education in sobriety remained largely limited to bourgeois circles. The proletarians did not allow themselves to be deprived of alcohol as a means of breaking their worries. In the industrial age, schnapps was served at pub counters after the end of the shift, as if on an assembly line. Spirits, wrote Friedrich Engels in his study The Condition of the Working Class in England, are almost the only source of peace for the workers, and everything unites to bring them closer to it. The laborer comes weary and exhausted from his work. He finds a dwelling without any comfort, damp, unfriendly and dirty. He urgently needs cheering up. He must have something to make his work worth the toil, the prospect of the next sour day bearable. His enfeebled body, weakened by bad air and bad food, demands with violence a stimulus from without. his social needs can only be satisfied in an inn, he has absolutely no other place where he could meet his friends. A growing temperance movement soon formed against the widespread vice of drunkenness, which advocated moral austerity and social hygiene with puritanical zeal.
Social Hygiene.
At the height of the 19th century alcohol debate, the German social democrat Karl Kautsky recognized a danger to the class struggle in its sectarian fanaticism. Quote, "For the proletarian in Germany, the renunciation of alcohol means the renunciation of any social gathering at all. He has no drawing room at his disposal, he cannot receive his friends and comrades in his parlor. If he wants to get together with them, if he wants to discuss with them the matters that affect them in common, then he must go to the tavern. The politics of the bourgeoisie can do without it, but not the politics of the proletariat. The only bulwark of the proletariat's political freedom that cannot so easily be confiscated from it is the pub."
End quote.
While Kautsky, like Engels, was of the opinion that the rampant sales of the historically new brandy were impoverishing and paralyzing the working class, he also defended wine taverns and beer houses as places of proletarian public life. However, the lively conviviality that had characterized the pub meetings of the organized labor movement from the very beginning was a thorn in the side of other socialists who were oriented towards an ascetic ideal of productivity. In 1902, the complete teetotaler and founder of Austrian social democracy Victor Adler proclaimed under the heading "Down with Conviviality." "We don't want to cover ourselves up, we want to see clearly, we want to make ourselves more capable of work, more efficient, and if the frontline service for the others can use alcoholized brains, the work on the liberation of the working class requires clear-sighted, cold-blooded people, requires healthy brains."
End quote.
What was hinted at here as life-reforming authoritarianism eventually became a folkish program under the National Socialists. As part of their anti-drug campaign, not only was smoking demonized, but alcoholism was also declared a danger to the genetic makeup of the people. Numerous drinkers were sterilized under National Socialism and interned as imbeciles or asocials. Beer advertising was banned. The pub is a place of egalitarian conviviality, in which every guest is in principle approachable by everyone else. No taboos restrict the topics of conversation and rigorous exchange. Justice is sublimated into reciprocal gift-giving, and the generous and reciprocal serving of drinks is now dying out as a relic of the life world of the industrial workforce. Since the beginning of the new century, more than 1 in 4 pubs in Germany has closed. On this occasion, the Frankfurt Online Gazette Mercurist recently echoed the spirit of Victor Adler, who called for a willingness to make sacrifices in anticipation of the coming new man. Under the title "Let the Pubs Finally Die," the author Marcel Richters exulted, "No more cozy retreats for drinking pints and staring at each other, no more smoky and dimly lit taprooms behind bullseye windows. And that's a good thing. For too long, pubs have been a refuge from ourselves. It takes courage to let go of this idealized past. The world around us is changing, so there's no point in holding on to your beer glass. What's so nice about inhaling more particulate matter in a few hours in a smoker's pub than the amount that swirls through the air on the Hanauer Landstrasse in an entire year?"
End of quote.
The author senses dangerous escapism and nostalgic glorification of a familiar past, while the new era has long since dawned. The future doesn't promise anything good, so people prefer to sit in the pub. It's so wonderfully comfortable to indulge in beer bliss, sink into a blue haze, push your lungs and liver to their limits and then declare it culture.
End quote.
On the other hand, when the world changes, it doesn't help to hold on to the old. Then it only helps to think something new. Corner pubs won't help us with that.
End quote.
The author does not reveal what the future will look like, which does not promise anything good, but is to be accepted as fate and forces us to think the new. The only thing that is certain is that it will not take place behind yellowed lace curtains, that the comfortable beer bliss must come to an end, and that we can already look back with scorn at those who have not come along. A signpost to this future is provided elsewhere by pop journalist Jens Balzer, who has very similar problems with Gemütlichkeit, in this case in its Bavarian form. Referring to the Munich Oktoberfest, he writes in Die Zeit, "So Gemütlichkeit in the sense of the leading German culture obviously includes the unrestricted right to get drunk, regardless of the consequences for the alcohol user, his fellow human beings and his environment." Compare the atmosphere at the Oktoberfest, dominated by drunken men, with the relaxed vibes in a Berlin techno club, where the audience has mainly consumed synthetic drugs that increase individual happiness, sociability and the desire for communal experience. Drugs can be good for us. They can help us to become the person we are not yet and therefore to experiment with our subjectivity, as long as we use them in a self-determined and responsible way. What right do the same politicians who glorify this as social excess, the Oktoberfest, as part of the German light culture, have to ban me and other people from taking drugs that make us more open-minded, softer, more social and more willing to change?
End quote.
With the right mixture of drugs, it should therefore be possible to become a person we are not yet. The old socio-technocratic dream of using pharmacological substances to shape human material should be fulfilled. A form that in the opposite direction, however, should not take the form of character armor, but rather make people open-minded, soft and more accessible to change of whatever kind. In contrast to today, drug-assisted mobilization was once primarily used to discipline and optimize the body. Amphetamine and methamphetamine, known today as speed and crystal meth, have been common drugs since the 1930s, used to pump up Wehrmacht soldiers for the Blitzkrieg and to keep shift workers artificially awake. They helped actresses to lose weight, while women in ruins and top athletes were transformed into energetic powerhouses under their influence. In combination with dampening Valium, which the Rolling Stones sang about as Mother's Little Helper, such stimulants eventually became the everyday drugs of the busy economic miracle era. The first popular misuse of amphetamine was by the writers of the Beat Generation. It helped them to break out of the monotonous rhythm of work, leisure, and sleep. Jack Kerouac's On the Road from 1957 was the document of a boundary-breaking speed rush on the verge of psychosis and at the same time the avant-garde of the American sense of freedom associated with a broad horizon and individual mobility that was elegiacally evoked just a decade later in the film Easy Rider. The hippie generation of the 1960s regarded amphetamine as a conformist work drug for the white middle class. Californian drug guru Timothy Leary even regarded it as a weapon of chemical warfare against psychedelics like himself. Only alcohol was considered even more dangerous. In the wake of the New Age cult of mind-expanding substances, resentment against drinkers was expressed in a way that could have been copied directly from the temperance societies of the turn of the century. Leary's handbook Politics of Ecstasy states, "Alcohol is the drug of the middle-aged white criminal, of thieves and violent criminals, bank robbers and ruffians."
End quote.
In contrast, LSD and other psychedelic drugs were supposed to help people transform themselves into guaranteed peace-loving and socially acceptable esoterics. The liberation of the authentic, true self was pathetically proclaimed. It did not take capital long to recognize the free will generation of new human resources in this mass awakening of previously hidden potential. Self-realization and creativity used to have their place in political groups, at handicraft tables or in the hobby cellar. Today, the willingness to creatively unfold the self is a prerequisite for employment, and not just in hip startups and advertising agencies, whose agile workforces are a model for the required employee profiles, so that even the dullest office jobs are now only given to people who promise to unfold their potential. What is often misunderstood as a friendly offer from the employer to combine earning a living and self-fulfillment turns out in practice to be the compulsion to constantly reinvent oneself in a precarious job market and within a discontinuous professional biography and to produce original ideas nonstop. As it is demonstrably difficult to convince yourself and your fellow human beings that nonsense work is happiness on earth, while at the same time this is exactly what is demanded, cases of depression and burnout are on the increase. An apparent way out has been found in Silicon Valley, where the practice of consuming LSD in microdoses has been spreading for some time in order to boost creativity in everyday working life and make people forget the pressure to perform. While the effectiveness of LSD in the single-digit microgram range is not yet a foregone conclusion for scientists, another psychedelic is celebrating a surprising success as a drug that is compatible with the demands of the postmodern working subject. Cannabis, which in Baudelaire's time was still surrounded by the flair of an immoral, asocial and destructive intoxicant, with which one could illicitly flee to artificial paradises, is today advancing to become a commonplace drug that can be functionalized at will. While Arab and other rackets make a lucrative business out of it, the average employee uses cannabis to regulate their brainstorming, chat with colleagues or get a healthy dose of sleep. The Cannabis Legalization campaign, which has been gaining momentum for several years now, therefore refrains from simply reminding the state that it has no business how someone obtains pleasure, but instead praises the stoner as a first-class citizen who is happy to fill the tax coffers if he only gets his substance legally in return, which is sometimes advertised as a miracle cure, sometimes as a creativity booster. But in any case, this reference must never be missing, is healthier than the popular drugs alcohol and tobacco. Although the social case slumped on the sofa, hunched over the bong, is now an anachronism, cannabis users, at least among some members of the older generation, still have a reputation for being comfortable and therefore socially destructive laziness. Things are unquestionably more uncomfortable at Berlin techno parties, where people prove their stamina on cocaine, where their own communication skills are trained in endless amphetamine-induced babble flashes, or where the sense of community is strengthened in asexual cuddling sessions on ecstasy. This is where Jens Balzer finds people who are willing to change, who are more open-minded, softer and more social than their drunken counterparts at the cozy Oktoberfest, people who confuse their pushiness with sociability, consider monotonous side-by-side dancing to be a communal experience, and declare themselves to be self-determined and responsible while partying all night long, i.e., who lack the very skills that can make a roaring party a pleasure, namely, the willingness to momentarily suspend convulsive self-determination and not to take responsibility for the course of events, but to surrender to them. It is no coincidence that this avant-garde of the new man is attached to a subculture that began in Detroit, in the scrapped factory halls of the automotive industry. Just as the industrial worker is being replaced by the robotized machine, the robot sound, according to the conviction of this scene, must take the place of the music industry. However, techno only achieved worldwide fame as a German cultural product, when the Love Parade provided the soundtrack to the fall of the Berlin Wall, when the orphan GDR factories were transformed into hip clubs, and not to be forgotten, the former Jewish quarter in Berlin Mitte was spruced up into a multicultural scene neighborhood after it had been declared an inexplicably deserted, masterless Bermuda Triangle by historically blind pop leftists, a field of experimentation for a new subjectivity. The ruins of the industrial age and the former business premises of the murdered Jews thus became identity-forming exercise zones for a rising, culturally savvy intellectual workforce, which expressed its sublimity over physical labor by feeding the mechanical rhythms into a leisure purpose that increasingly resembled the new forms of work. The club, as a mixture of fitness studio and informal soft skills seminar, is prototypical of postmodern office architecture, in which meeting spaces for spontaneous communication are just as firmly planned as playgrounds for adults to let off steam. There are now consequent pre-work parties in almost all celebration metropolises, where you can dance into the working day with your colleagues over fruit juice and vegan snacks. This blurring of the boundaries between working hours and leisure time, between the workplace and the feel-good zone, takes place first and foremost in professions labeled as creative, communicative, or intellectual. And it is precisely here that stimulants, which until the second half of the 20th century were primarily intended for physical conditioning, are celebrating their comeback as drugs that are now conducive to mental activity. Amphetamine, Ritalin, or more recently, modafinil promise to generate interest, increase attention, promote concentration, or arouse enthusiasm in any work situation. In the context of independent work scheduling under the imperative of deadlines, as is common for students, academics, creative professionals, journalists, and project workers of all kinds, these substances allow the start of work to be set at will and plowed through in workflow mode. Although the prevalence of so-called brain doping for work purposes is probably still comparatively low in Germany, there are no reliable figures. It can be assumed that such techniques of self-manipulation, including the corresponding repertoire of drugs, will become increasingly important in the future. The obstacles to this in Germany are currently limited anyway, while the practice is criticized in America for providing an illegitimate competitive advantage that would gradually leave people who cannot afford the relevant substances behind. In Germany, the unease about brain doping or neuroenhancement, as the technical term goes, is articulated the fear of consumers losing their authenticity, whose work would then no longer be their intellectual property but that of the drugs, as it were. As if there were more than just a stylistic difference between the supposedly authentic, sober self, which bases its resilience on superfood or a diet of grains, and the pill popper. What they both have in common is that they put their consumer behavior at the service of the cause. The normal consumer betrays his denied kinship with the drug-savvy psychotechnician through phrases such as recharging the battery, or filling up on energy, when he has a snack or even just breathes in fresh air. What is an intoxicant and what is a remedy, what is a stimulant and what is food, is in any case difficult to distinguish when abstracted from their respective social purpose. Under the conditions of the current health imperative, such differences tend even more obviously towards pseudo-opposition. This can be seen simply from the fact that everything that could run counter to the morally required moderation is now suspected of being addictive, first and foremost of course sugar or meat, apart from the so-called non-substance-related addictions, such as gambling addiction, pornography addiction, cell phone addiction, and so on. Under these conditions, drug prohibition policy is first and foremost only the decision, roughly based on the respective requirements of the working subject, but ultimately always arbitrary, as to which metabolism is permitted and which is not, i.e., what is necessary, beneficial, or at least not obstructive for the generation or regeneration of labor power, which is expended in qualitatively different ways depending on the state of the productive forces. As a result of the extensive outsourcing of heavy physical labor and the replacement of the disciplinary regime of the factories by the compulsion to train oneself, we can therefore expect the lifting of cannabis prohibition and the expansion of the medical availability of so-called neuroenhancers sooner or later. The flexible and autonomous knowledge worker will make convenient use of them. However, the functionality ranking to which drugs are subject does not in itself explain the successive campaigns against smoking and the increasing unpopularity of alcohol intoxication. Even the constantly repeated reference to the fact that the costs caused by smokers and drinkers exceed the tax revenues that are owed to them is more the rationalization of a resentment that postmodern cultural capitalism has firmly anchored in the souls of its subjects. The personality ideal of the creative autonomous self-marketer necessarily favors the development of a narcissistic social character. When it is no longer merely professional qualifications that count on the job market, but rather the willingness for creative self-realization, a sense of grandiosity is demanded of the individual, which, although it repeatedly comes into conflict with their real interchangeability, hardens into a narcissistic type precisely in the necessary defense against such experiences of powerlessness. Completely fixated on himself, the narcissist is primarily interested in the objective world as an accessory to his identity. For this reason alone, his capacity for pleasure is impaired from the outset. Fine food, stylish furniture, or beautiful travel destinations are not valued for object qualities that can provide sensual pleasure, but for their symbolic function of representing a certain lifestyle or experience. For example, by buying an opera ticket, the narcissistic pleasure seeker buys into the milieu of the culturally aware educated citizen and then feels it is an onerous obligation to sit still for 3 hours during the performance. The same goes for people who consider it a creative act to prepare a dish for themselves, which is an authentic, individual, and therefore healthy product in itself, but which is strangely less enjoyable to eat than the likes the food porn photo gets on Instagram. The ideal objects of enjoyment should therefore be such that everything annoyingly objective can be stripped away and they are only there for the subject, who can use them to elevate themselves to a sublime personality worthy of recognition. His morality is nothing other than this subjectivist hubris, the commitment to renounce the despised objects. Objects that actually have a seductive power, because as harmful, dangerous, or unruly objects they are capable of throwing the subject off its precarious balance, must be demonized as a threat to the grand and at the same time empty ego ideal. In order to be able to enjoy them, albeit in a distorted way, they are either spiced up, like the craft-brewed regional beer, to become representatives of an authentic culture, or their offensive content is reduced, like non-alcoholic gin or low-fat milk. Enjoying the forbidden, the unhealthy, the bad after all, making the unpalatable edible, is the ability that the narcissistic unculture has lost, sublimation. For example, the refinement of the harsh, bitter taste of coffee and the refinement of the bitter taste of coffee and the cultivation of its consumption in decorated coffeehouses, in which a distinct habitus and even a distinct literature developed, are achievements of the 19th century bourgeoisie, compared to which the soy latte macchiato in the to-go cup appears to be merely the scalding hot version of the sugar-free energy drink. The current aversion to drinkers and smokers is therefore not simply an expression of a concern for public health that can somehow be rationally justified, but rather a reckoning with a civilization that has long been frowned upon as materialistic, which still understood how to transform toxins into stimulants, and which has developed its own ritual forms of happy self-indulgence with coffee parties, cigarette breaks, and pub evenings. The contempt of the postmodern subject does not only affect homeless drinkers, the majority of whom already know very well that they have to keep the bottle hidden in their rucksack so that the wallets of their benefactors will open. All those who cheekily drink a beer comfortably behind yellowed lace curtains, or who flock from the suburbs to the big city to celebrate their hen parties here, are just as much resented as governors of forbidden indulgence. With their behavior, these people remind us that there is a world of objects beyond the inflated self, be it a cause for joy or torment. The narcissist, on the other hand, who is equally incapable of happy devotion and painful experience, indulges in demonstrative contempt for the world and tends to renounce prey. As Robert Fowler puts it, he wants to prove to himself and others that he is not dependent on simple material stimuli. And like him, he wants everyone else to be modest with lofty ideals instead of undeserved material pleasures. There is no contradiction in the fact that these bitter ascetics include not only those who swear by raw food and smoothies, but also those who reach for a pillbox or a pipe. After all, as much as they consider themselves hedonists, they are not interested in banalities such as their own sense of well-being, but in a higher mission. They want to become a person that we are not yet, more open-minded, softer, more social, and more willing to change. However, Jens Balzer was probably not thinking of one substance when he pitted the synthetic drugs widely used in Berlin techno clubs against the beer mugs at the Oktoberfest, namely ketamine, which has been hyped up as the new drug of the century by publications such as Vice magazine for years, even though its use as a recreational drug is in fact largely restricted to the milieu of avant-garde hipsters. In the medical field, for example in trauma surgery, ketamine has long been used as an anesthetic. As a pharmacological agent, it falls into the class of dissociative anesthetics. Unlike heroin or other analgesics, it does not simply dull physical or even mental pain, and unlike hypnotics such as barbiturates, it does not put you to sleep, but acts in such a way that it blocks the perceptions of both the sensory organs and the inner sense to the point of complete tactile insensitivity, blindness, numbness, and amnesia. In smaller doses, the effects can be experienced without becoming completely unconscious. In this form of use, ketamine is consumed as a party drug that produces a feeling of palpable derealization and alienation. Psychedelic hallucinogens such as LSD, mescaline, or psilocybin once stood for the promise of a biochemically available utopia. However, even before the ideologies of the hippie era put them to use for the purpose of exploring and developing the self, their consumption also produced other results. Aldous Huxley expected a mystical experience from his drug experiments in the 1950s, but was surprised to have an aesthetic one instead. The gates of perception opened up to him, as he put it in the words of William Blake. It seemed to Huxley that hallucinogenic drugs could open the barriers and remove the filters that structure sensory experience under normal circumstances. Ketamine, as an anesthetic rather than an aesthetic drug, has the exact opposite effect. Where only some gates are closed, it closes others. Where only certain perceptual filters are intact in everyday life, everything is filtered under the influence of ketamine, to the point of total obscuration, until the ego is no more than a spaceless and timeless point with no memory of the outside world. While the old psychedelic utopia of self-determination has become the required everyday setting of self-developing narcissists, ketamine fulfills the new pipe dream. At the peak of the trip, the consumer is completely freed from all stimuli of the outside world, an atom resting only in itself without past or future. It promises a return not to the blissful womb, but to the unicellular stage. The departure of the narcissistic monad from the object world, which is still accompanied by ambivalences and imponderables, is followed by the salutary ultimate of absolute freedom from tension, the realization of the nirvana principle, the satisfaction of the death instinct. Consequently, ketamine is now also used in psychiatric practice as a universally celebrated miracle cure for depression. The extent to which the anesthetic need that ketamine appeals to is spread beyond technofans and suicidal depression patients may be illustrated by one last look into the hell of Silicon Valley, where self-proclaimed biohackers are practicing total stimulus defense as a regular horse cure without having to rely on medical prescriptions or drug dealers. Quote, biohackers from Silicon Valley are taking asceticism to the next level. They fast the neurotransmitter dopamine and expose themselves to as few stimuli as possible. Dopamine is released in the brain when the body experiences positive feelings. Music, good food, and sex, for example, stimulate the hormone. The founding team of the sleep coach app Sleepwell.ai, for example, often take a whole day for their fasting cure, writes the BBC. The entrepreneurs from the Y Combinator do not eat anything, but only drink water. They do not use cell phones, laptops, or other technical devices. This means that listening to music, social media, and emails are an absolute taboo. Just like books. They also limit their social contacts to a few seconds and avoid eye and physical contact. People should be more motivated, be able to focus better, and work more productively. On top of that, biohackers have enough time to think about their lives or an upcoming project.
End quote.
After all, as long as there are still cozy pubs, they are refuges where you are safe from such egomaniacal despisers of the world. The more reality and the world of objects are perceived as a mere extension of one's own subjective arbitrariness, and the less they are perceived in their resistance, their objectivity, which always eludes the subject, the more the willingness to smell conspiracies increases. Because everything that lives and resists voluntaristic power appears to be a danger, regardless of its actual power or powerlessness, the effort to gain knowledge, previously inseparable from the spontaneity of the individual, is transformed into a recognition apparatus that serves only to control individuals seamlessly over and through their heads. In Germany, where every citizen who takes themselves seriously as a citizen tends to be suspected of being hostile to the state because of this self-loyalty since the state-enforced corona pandemic, which is shared by large parts of the population, atomized individuals have been considered dangerous subjects ever since, not despite, but because they have no collective power. Such administrative paranoia has become an involuntary self-parody with the strategy against solitude, which the Federal Ministry for Family Affairs, Senior Citizens, Women and Youth (BMFSFJ) presented on May 30th this year, and which, after the Kujanization of old Reich citizens and free-time terrorist pensioners, now also discovers people affected by solitude as right-wing, and therefore threatening. More brazenly than ever before in the history of the Federal Republic of Germany, the strategy against solitude aims to identify supposedly state-destroying subjects under the pretext of solidarity and care. Its defenders point out that this is not a German invention, as a Ministry for Sport, Civil Society and Solitude was created in the UK in November 2018, even before the COVID-19 pandemic, under the aegis of Miriam Jane Alice Davies of the Conservative Party. However, in the self-image of this institution, which is based on the idea of the loneliness charity propagated by the founder of the Marmalade Trust, Amy Perrin, established in 2013, and is linked to care for the elderly and sick, the moment of care dominates over the intention of political control. In contrast, the BMFSFJ makes it clear in its praise of the ministerial fight against loneliness that it sees this as a kind of psychosocial internal secret service. While the British model is an attempt to delegate some of the tasks of doctors and nurses that cannot or can no longer be financed, above all the exchange with older patients that goes beyond medical treatment to volunteers, the BMFSF announces, solitude has many faces and reasons and is not a question of age. In view of the millions of people who are affected by solitude in Germany, it is necessary to develop a variety of measures in order to shed more light on solitude and identify vulnerable groups. Developing measures, identifying affected groups, making visible those who have withdrawn into the dark. These are core competencies of recognition services, in which private individuals useful as prospective informers, block watchers and informers are to be integrated into civil strategy. The connection between such ambitions and the state-launched formation of spontaneous mobs of informers during the coronavirus era is embodied by sociologist Janusz Skobin, who works for the Competence Network Solitude, KNE, at the Institute for Social Work and Social Pedagogy, ISS, in Frankfurt am Main, which is involved in the development of the strategy against solitude. Skobin has not only researched ways to strengthen solitude resilience during lockdowns in 2021, but also explained the connection between solitude and extremist attitudes to Apotheken Umschau on the occasion of the founding of the Ministry of Solitude. People who trust others less and less are particularly susceptible to politically extreme positions, for which solitude is a prerequisite. Quote, the environment slowly erodes and social perception becomes distorted. At some point, people not only trust their immediate surroundings less and less, but also institutions such as the police or the political system. Studies show that solitary people tend to be less supportive of democracy. They are more open to conspiracy thinking and are also more likely to believe that they are being monitored. A 2017 survey shows that solitary people are also less attached to a party and less likely to vote in elections.
End quote.
The fact that the dwindling trust in other people and even more so in state institutions under conditions in which social relationships are not apparently but objectively eroding can also testify to a sharpened perception instead of a distorted one does not occur to Skobin, nor does the question of why people who are not tied to a party, rarely go to the polls and are less involved in civil society should pose a threat to the civic community. It is possible that the development of atomized individuals as virtual right-wing dangers heralds a change of strategy in German state anti-fascism. Since the arson attacks on asylum seekers' homes in Hoyerswerda, 1991, Mölln, 1992, and Solingen, 1993, the most important target of the fight against right-wing extremist efforts directed against the bourgeois state have been clandestine or publicly appearing right-wing extremist groups with a virulent willingness to use violence. The fact that the motives for joining such groups can include economic hopelessness, unsatisfactory friendly contacts, and other personal deficits and frustrations was evident for the identification of the threat, but was not the starting point for the investigative work. Despite the ideological function that the new communally celebrated anti-fascism had in post-Nazi Germany as a whole and whose criticism was one of the main motives of the anti-Germans that emerged during this period, the state Antifa of the time would never have had the idea of showering citizens of all ages and classes with offers of happiness and sociability simply because they were solitary, for the purpose of democratic prevention work. There was at least enough residual socio-psychological knowledge to recognize that social isolation is not enough to turn a community-seeking individual into a proto-Nazi. In addition, the concept of a threat to the state, which formed the basis of state anti-fascism, was based on reasonably realistic criteria such as the ability to mobilize, the willingness to agitate and the ability to arm oneself, not on speculated character dispositions. Since not only quarterly irreverent citizens of the Reich such as Heinrich XIII Prince Rus and the Saxon terror grandmother Elizabeth R., who allegedly planned the kidnapping of Karl Lauterbach, but also sledging families and pensioners sitting unaccompanied on benches can be suspected of delegitimizing the state relevant to constitutional protection thanks to Corona. The once realistic concept of endangering the state has changed fundamentally. The criterion is now no longer the ability of groups to organize and agitate, but the civil society fatigue and supposed democratic incapacity of individuals. As a result, contrary to the invoked fight against the right, the new understanding of endangering the state as state delegitimization is becoming increasingly similar to the National Socialist concept of Volksgemeinschaftsversetzung, which is solely attributed to the AfD. The transformation of the state under National Socialism was characterized by the simultaneity of complete integration and anomie, which is why the formula of total capture, which ultimately describes the Third Reich as an overflowing administration, does not fit its specifics. The establishment of countless clubs, organizations, associations, and leisure activities, which was only partially state-controlled and often enough spontaneous, served not only the ideological infiltration of all areas of life, but first and foremost the purpose of not letting anyone come to themselves, of taking everyone along, as it is called today, and of preventing any voluntary segregation, be it of individuals, couples, or groups, to care for everyone preventively and without gaps, to look after everyone, to leave no one behind, and to ensure that all members of the people treat each other in accordance with this premise of their own free will. The specific nature of National Socialist morality lies not in any, even if it is inhuman, determination of content, but in the form of the liquidation of isolation and individuation, which, as the incorporated morality of the national community, is the denial of any morality that is only ever alive in the individual. The inflation of abbreviations for groups, associations, and parastate institutions, which was already noted by contemporaries and which recurs today in the abbreviation mania of the federal ministries, did not simply reflect the independence of an administrative machinery that turned against the individual, but also its complement, the chaotization of administration, which no longer represented the reasonable general, but the generalized delusion. In the paranoia about the potential threat of solitude, the hatred of individuals who corrode the nation-state returns under the guise of protecting democracy. Although approaches to such democracy protection, which undermines the foundations of the bourgeois state, are noticeable in almost all federal ministries, between which there has long been no transparent division of tasks and labor, Federal Health Minister Karl Lauterbach incarnates the tendency towards total democracy protection like no one else. Not only is the care of the solitude, for which Family Minister Lisa Paus is formally responsible, sold as a kind of psychohygienic citizen protection and thus attributed to healthcare. Above all, it was Lauterbach who provided the blueprint for the caring citizen's siege with his suggestion, following on from the encroaching policies of the Corona era, that citizens' offices should call and send information letters to elderly people during heatwave months, advising them to drink enough water. Picking people up where they stand also always means constantly bothering them with unsolicited benefits, never letting them do what they want on their own, but accommodating them on every street corner with flyers, customer catcher questions, nudging and interested passerby spying, and finding it incredibly exciting to see what people actually do when you leave them alone. A comparable concession is also involved in another legal reform that Lauterbach strongly supported, which the German government also implemented in the spring of this year and which seems to be rather contrary to the measures for extremism preventing loneliness care: the extensive legalization of the possession, trade, and consumption of cannabis, which has been enforced since April 2024. As cannabis available on the black market can be contaminated, this reform is seen as part of health prevention. At the same time, it seems to meet the wishes of liberals for a permissive approach to the everyday drug and for greater individual freedom of choice, in contrast to the increased control of citizens. However, apart from some socio-political consequences, displacement of gang and petty crime associated with the cannabis trade into possibly more sensitive areas of crime, increased criminalization of those groups who are still not allowed to purchase and consume, such as young people, this legalization is also an act of administrative integration of a previously little regulated area. The establishment of non-commercial associations for cannabis cultivation, which has been possible since July 1st, plays an important role here. It favors the voluntary supervision and administration of the previously anarchic consumption and distribution by producers and consumers. This transforms something that took place in secret, or at least unsupervised by the civil state and bureaucracy, and which was dependent on spontaneity, chance, desire, and opportunity, into an object of administration. In its intention to shed light on the hidden, to make those involved identifiable and predictable, it appears to converge with the BMFSFJ's anti-solitude measures. Moreover, the detailed requirements for the establishment of cannabis associations, which are incorrectly called cannabis social clubs, as if they were particularly social places, are reminiscent of the hygiene concepts that had to be submitted by pub, restaurant, and cafe owners during the validity of the corona measures in order to maintain the minimum area. Just as the continuation of the services offered their required compliance with exemption regulations, the ad hoc appointment of hygiene officers and the recruitment of vaccination passport inspectors, cannabis social clubs must prove a minimum distance of 200 meters from the entrance area of schools, children's and youth facilities and playgrounds, and first read exactly where an entrance area begins. Fence their premises, install anti-burglary and anti-theft devices, secure windows and glass walls with privacy screens, appoint an addiction officer for each facility who must document regular participation in addiction prevention courses, register and check the age and place of residence of their members, provide full proof of the non-commercial nature of the facility and, like any association, its income. Although all these requirements are related to the legalization of something previously illegal, but widely tolerated, they are strongly reminiscent of the emergency administrative regulation of everyday sociability during the corona period. Something that everyone took for granted became the object of detailed exploration, identification and documentation requirements and voluntary self-control. Anyone who does not switch from cannabis to coke under such frustrating consumption conditions has only themselves to blame. The measures against the legalization of isolated loners and the measures to enable a social, because legal and officially controlled cannabis consumption, social clubs, serve the same purpose in opposite ways: the destruction of spontaneous solitude, which is one with the possibility of spontaneous segregation. Just as only those who can withdraw from the public sphere and from their circle of friends and family whenever they feel like it in order to be alone with themselves are capable of sociability, because sociability means the possibility of different people coming together who are not bound together by any kind of compulsory association. So only those who have the possibility of sociability can isolate themselves in order to reflect on themselves. Only individuated singles can be sociable, only those who know the happiness of sociability can be happily united. This connection is revealed in the lovers who, in order to be together, temporarily exclude themselves from the world in which they can be the couple they are in the first place. Pre-totalitarian democracy, however, which sees a potential threat to the state in everything that is not subsumed by it, considers individuals without ties to be just as much a thorn in its side as sociability, which, in contrast to community, is nothing other than the temporary free association of individuals without ties. This is why the legalization of drug use and the supervision of lonely people amount to one and the same thing: the destruction of the possibility of happiness, which belongs to the individual as much as to the world, and the transformation of society into a forced association of administratively incapacitated depressed people. For the solitude is only truly depressed when it is at the mercy of unwanted state care, just as, conversely, state-facilitated drug consumption lacks the fantasy-saturated appeal that distinguishes what deserves to be called intoxication from the medically, chemically, or psychologically describable drug effect. The main enemy of pre-totalitarian democracy is not the right-wing conspiracy or state delegitimization relevant to the protection of the Constitution, but the secret that is suspected everywhere, for which these are only cover terms. The secret as an image for that which eludes the light of the public, politics, and administration, denotes the incommensurable, which must be snatched from those who separate themselves as well as those who are socially connected. Social philosophy on the threshold of the 20th century showed that secrets are not simply something that unites clandestine groups that conspire against the state, but rather constitute the essence of civilized sociality as privacy and intimacy. There is no such thing as free sociality without the possibility of voluntary seclusion, just as there is no such thing as privacy without the possibility of transcending it into the public sphere. The ease with which the vast majority of people now accept both attacks on individual freedom, the undermining of privacy and the undermining of sociability, testifies to the extent to which both spheres have withered and died. On November 2, 2020, new restrictions came into force in connection with the coronavirus, which the minister-presidents of the federal states had agreed on after consultations with the federal chancellor. These had been announced in late summer in view of the rising number of infections and were justified, among other things, by the need to protect the elderly and other risk groups. At the beginning of October, the head of the federal chancellery, Helge Braun, CDU, hinted that the protection of high-risk and performance-restricted, i.e. capital unproductive, costumers would only be a side effect and urgently called for priorities to be set, in order not to jeopardize what is really important to us, namely maintaining our economic cycle, schools and education. The issue of celebrations, events and leisure activities must now be scaled back somewhat. Bavarian Prime Minister Markus Söder, CSU, was more specific: significantly more masks, significantly less alcohol, significantly less partying. The Chancellor countered skeptics who expressed doubts about the appropriateness of the so-called breakwater lockdown by stating that ensuring that the economy functions as smoothly as possible is a national effort that is only promising if it can be successful. If all events that serve entertainment purposes were banned throughout Germany for the foreseeable future, this was obviously a convincing argument, especially as the media is advertising the great promise that Germany will emerge stronger from the crisis after a period of lockdown. According to the ZDF Politbarometer on November 13, 2020, 86% of respondents reject the protests against the restrictions on public life, which have been unanimously vilified as a new right-wing rallying movement, which is pretty much in line with the number of those who see the interventions as just right, 58%. With a further 26% who would support harsher cuts. The Berlin Senate took the lead role in the nationwide decimation of public amusement at the beginning of October after the Robert Koch Institute classified the city as a risk area. People who had recently been used for self-promotion were targeted as problematic Berliners. Above all, visitors to the numerous clubs and pubs were branded as rule-breakers who, due to their irresponsible behavior, had taken the righteous part of Berlin's population and ultimately the whole of Germany hostage. To make it clear that in the capital, tolerance for rule-breakers is no longer the order of the day, the Senate initiated a Corona campaign with a stinky finger. To this end, the city had an old woman with a flowered mask pose in an ad, holding her stinky finger up to the camera with a defiant look, while next to it is written the raised index finger for everyone without a mask. We adhere to the Corona rules.
Raute Berlin gegen Corona.
This thirst for action was fueled by criticism from various quarters of the Senate's handling of the rising number of infections. Markus Söder threatened that he could only urgently advise those responsible to wage a more decisive fight against this development, following the Bavarian example, as Berlin was now on the verge of being uncontrollable. The federal chancellor seconded the CSU sponsor FAZ, and expressed doubts as to whether the Berlin state government was seriously trying to measures against the outbreaks and added that something has to happen in Berlin. Those in charge of a city that, according to CDU Secretary General Paul Ziemiak, is on its way to becoming a health risk for the entire republic, had understood and set about giving Berlin a new image that only has the stinky finger of those who feel harassed in common with Party Berlin. As the now discontinued mask campaign was more like an act of desperation FAZ, and was hardly any proof of the seriousness demanded, the new contact restrictions came into force on October 10, 2020 with explicit reference to the procedure in Munich, where, according to the governing mayor Michael Müller, SPD, you are no longer allowed to party like this in the open air during the 7 hours of the night. From then on, all bars, pubs and restaurants throughout the city were subject to a nighttime curfew and alcohol ban from 11 p.m., a de facto breach of taboo for a city whose appeal lies primarily in being a paradise for night owls. The capital's press showed understanding for the approach and stated that the inner-city districts in particular, where the old familiar life rages in many places after work, were heading towards a barely controllable situation that was gradually affecting the entire city. If no action is taken, there is even a risk that the hustle and bustle in the so-called scene districts could have a disintegrating effect beyond the city limits. Consequently, the national media also emphatically demanded that Berlin should finally stop partying in order to counter the urban party rage, which could disavow the preventive state internalized by every individual in the rest of the republic. Spurred on by these coercive appeals, Berlin's health senator Dilek Kalaisai, SPD, was quick to argue that Berlin should simply switch off the nightlife, as a pandemic time is not a party time, but a state of emergency that must be anticipated by citizens and endured responsibly. It wasn't just the red-red-green Senate that caved in to the pressure seemingly exerted only by the right-wing camp. The professionals responsible for Berlin's party frenzy also transformed themselves overnight from anarchic spontaneous revelers into determined party sheriffs. In a statement issued by the umbrella organization Club Commission, Berlin's club scene, which is alternative in its self-image but actually institutionalized, made it clear that its role as spoilsport and de facto catalyst of a new health emergency was completely inappropriate. Rather, the clubs associated in the umbrella organization see themselves as the strictest implementers of the required hygiene measures, as its press spokesman Lutz Leixenring proudly noted, and thus emphatically recommended themselves as the spearhead of a civil society community of responsibility that is always one step ahead of the state. In fact, at the open-air techno party Haselhorst 13, for example, there could be no question of any of the notorious party excesses that have been hyped up by the media, as one account of the event makes clear. Quote, a member of staff walks along the long queue wearing a mask, warning guests to keep their distance from other groups and friends and to always keep their masks on.
End of quote.
Such care was also appreciated by the guests. Both the organizers of various official parties and the club operators agreed that it was inappropriate to lump such well-thought-out events together with illegal private events without a concept. They were referring to the numerous illegal raves in the parks, where plenty of alcohol flows and younger people in particular don't seem to care. The Hasenheide between Kreuzberg and Neukölln was immediately declared the party hotspot, not only by the media, but also by the Club Commission and its followers, which had become the epitome of Corona carefree and could develop into serious competition for the established clubs even in the time after the pandemic. The illegal parties also fell into disrepute because they were not an expression of the pent-up discontent of underprivileged young people, as we have learned to trivialize the migrant-dominated riots in Stuttgart, but were led by bored and selfish rich kids, i.e. well-heeled Australians, Americans and Kreuzkölners. The rich kids were also accused of stabbing the entire nightlife industry in the back. The Berliner Kurier wrote, how much do you have to give a shit about your neighbors, friends, parents, in short your fellow human beings, that you really spit in their soup and risk what we, the retailers, the restaurateurs, the theater people, have earned again under such hardship out of sheer pleasure-seeking.
End quote.
Ultimately, the spoiled brood had set out to turn the party scene's motto of love and peace for all into a cynical corona and lockdown for all. Berliner Zeitung, July 27, 2020. Such a scenario would ultimately not only harm the club culture, but all restaurant and bar operators, i.e. the Berlin economy as a whole. The true essence of this statement is that the nightlife, party and event business has been growing for years, contrary to the trend in many segments of Berlin's economy, which is why the protagonists are calling for the industry to be recognized not only culturally, but also as an economic factor for the city. After all, the lively music and club scene is of greater importance than the hard conventional location factors, as it acts as a magnet for the creative class discovered by economist Richard Florida. If a city is attractive to the creative and talented, then this results in the economic development of the location. The attractiveness of metropolitan areas can also be increased if more attention is paid to tolerance, liberal attitudes, diversity, and an innovative multicultural offering. Of course, such recommendations are not directed at Berlin, but are based on the shining example of the German capital for cities all over the world. Like no other city, Berlin stands for a German utopia in which economic meagerness and ideological creativity voluntarily and all the more authoritatively create the conditions for belonging. While climate protection, the declared opposition to racism, sexism, and supposed as well as actual rights, and the proclamation of diversity in all possible shades, as well as respect for even the most barbaric forms of cultural diversity in other major German cities, require state impulses, in Berlin the merger is entirely self-determined from below. Particularly in the expanding so-called scene districts, seemingly diverse attitudes and one-person self-employment or startup companies are informally asserting themselves, which, significantly, are never mutually exclusive. The city therefore seemed as if it was made to take on a progressive modernization function for the seemingly stale Federal Republic and to serve as an avant-garde for a desired all-German normality. This role of Berlin began with German reunification, which in fact took place en miniature in the formerly divided city. The euphoric mood increased when Berlin was chosen as the German capital in the Unification Treaty. At that time, massive resistance to moving parliament and the seat of government to the Spree still had to be overcome. After all, Bonn, which was ridiculed as provincial, signaled in the eyes of its defenders that the Federal Republic was a modest, federal state that deliberately dispensed with the insignia of power and the representative display of greatness. In addition, the Bonn Republic stood for the economic miracle, a functioning welfare state and a stable democracy that was flexible enough to integrate protest movements. Despite these weighty arguments, on June 20, 1991, the motion for the completion of German unity, which provided for the transfer of the seat of parliament and government to Berlin, as verified in the Berlin-Bonn Act of 1994, received a majority, albeit an extremely narrow one. The decisive factor was that Berlin could become the symbol of a dynamic modern metropolis. It signaled new beginnings, progress, and movement, while Bonn tended to symbolize sluggishness, if not stagnation. While Berlin's function as the political center of Germany had been largely neutralized since the end of the Second World War and had to be reactivated, this increase in importance corresponded with the alternative cultural and art scene, which had always been lively and aware of its pioneering role since the 1960s, at least in the western part of the city. What initially seemed to be mutually exclusive intertwined. From this perspective, Berliners who have moved here, not least from the alternative milieu, which is primarily student-oriented, can quite rightly claim that they now live not only in a politically significant city, but also in a very special city from a cultural perspective. Relatives and acquaintances from the provinces are dragged to the architectural testimonies of political representation with a put-on pose of connoisseurship before being shown the wild life of the trendy districts. This kind of over-identification, which is not unlike the provincials' otherwise ridiculed pride in their homeland, takes on bizarre characteristics. When a Berliner by choice, such as the Taz author Ambros Weibel, visits the areas he may have left for good reasons, he immediately feels uncomfortable. Quote, "After a week on a visit home, I'm completely exhausted. I just want to go home again, home to Nukon. Because freedom doesn't lie in the mountains as the old Bavarian folk song claims, but in places where rats live and blowflies buzz around piles of garbage, where the FAZ commentator only dared to fight his way through with his gun cocked, where I throw my cigarette on the ground, put the bulky garbage outside the door, where I cycle along the wide sidewalks with my children, shrouded in complete darkness. What deep peace there is here, what lightness of being, what freedom."
End of quote.
For all those who want to breathe in the air of freedom a little more relaxed and less shrouded in darkness and who can't rely on the insider knowledge of ex-provincials who are now DJs or freelancers in Berlin, the tourism industry offers guided bike tours. With the help of professionalized neighborhood specialists, adventurous Berlin tourists can follow in the footsteps of squatters and real estate sharks, hipsters and party tourists and get an impression of who really owns the city. A colorful mix of vibrant neighborhoods and idyllic corners, as well as former wastelands that have become icons of Berlin club culture, guarantee an immersion into the unvarnished, alternative Berlin. This is the only way to understand why Berlin's nightlife is one of the most exciting in the world, and why the city has gained a reputation as a party metropolis, FAZ. Despite becoming a political center with a booming neighborhood and party culture, Berlin became an economic problem child as a result of the abolition of federal funding for Berlin. The unemployment rate had reached a high of 19% in 2005, the manufacturing industry remained almost insignificant in a nationwide comparison. The city was heavily in debt. During this phase, the then governing mayor Klaus Wowereit, SPD I'm gay, and that's a good thing, made a virtue out of necessity, as the economic upswing expected with the designation as the German capital failed to materialize and only the nightlife was buzzing. Wowereit explained the unfortunate situation as a competitive advantage, because Berlin was poor but sexy. Which is why anything was possible here in principle. The buzzing nightlife increased Berlin's attractiveness, and the promise of the modern city of being able to develop freely without prejudice and provincial confinement attracted party-obsessed bon vivants from all over the world. But with them also came the investors, which triggered a process of gentrification of city districts, including rent increases and the associated displacement from the playground of subcultures. The times when the city was pleasantly imperfect, and people could live just as imperfectly, were coming to an end. In search of the capital's DNA, the Berlin Senate's marketing department came to the realization that the time has come for Berlin to grow up and take responsibility. In the meantime, the budget has been consolidated and a transformation towards a prospering service metropolis has taken place, with growing employment in the liberal professions as well as in scientific, economic, and technical services. The information and communication sector in particular proved to be a powerful growth engine, making Berlin the startup capital. According to the city of Berlin, more than 500 digital companies were founded in 2017, more than in Hamburg, Munich, and Frankfurt am Main combined. Despite this development, Berlin is still suspected of remaining apathetically unproductive. While critics at the beginning of the 20th century particularly denounced the sinful permissiveness of its residents and guests, in more recent history the city has been accused of being too freedom-loving, selfish, hedonistic, in short ungovernable, and also of cultivating a remarkable mixture of hubris, well-hung multiculturalism, and pride in subsidies. Berlin has lived on credit, and is swimming in other people's money, thanks in particular to the redistribution machine of the federal state financial equalization system. In fact, between 2010 and 2019, Berlin received allocations of €39.5 billion from the federal state pot and was the lone leader among the 16 federal states. During this period, Bavaria paid €50.7 billion into the state financial equalization system, making it the largest charitable institution in Germany. While Bavaria itself was a recipient state from 1950 to 1987 and thus a beneficiary of a financial pot that was intended to ensure balanced living conditions in the individual federal states due to their differing economic performance, Bavaria has been an uninterrupted donor state since 1989. Bavaria's transformation from an agricultural state to a high-tech location took place roughly parallel to this development, which was expressed in the rapid rise of the tertiary sector and the manufacturing industry, and resulted in a radically changed employment structure. The share of the agricultural sector fell from 30% in 1950 to 0.6% in 2017. This process is also the result of an investment policy that the CSU, whose claim is to be the People's Party, State Party and Party of Order, launched in 1994 under the slogan Bavaria's Future Offensive. Instead of squandering privatization proceeds, for example from the sale of the energy supplier VIAG in the current budget, the Free State collected the money in a fund and invested it in high-tech and education projects. A little later, former German President Roman Herzog praised the Bavarian approach to modernizing production, which proves that enthusiasm for technology and tradition, innovation and down-to-earthness need not be opposites. Rather, Lederhosen and laptop have entered into a symbiosis and are thus an expression of a modern Bavarian attitude to life, which combines technological innovation and a self-confidently presented sense of home. It comes as no surprise that the Protestant Franconian Marcus Soder, who decorated the wall of his childhood bedroom with a poster of his great role model Franz Joseph Strauss instead of a cool band or at least Charlie Brown, is one of Berlin's harshest critics. Berlin, which is too chaotic by Soder's standards, leads to inner tensions for him, which are only relieved when he leaves the city for Bavaria, as golden times can only be experienced here. Bavaria is strong, Bavaria is getting bigger. Bavaria is solid. Bavaria is safe. All is still well with the world here, and it should stay that way.
End of quote.
Soder's accusation that Berlin is doing nothing to stop party excesses that promote the pandemic may be due to a current event, but the dislike expressed towards Berlin actually has historical roots. At the beginning of the 20th century, the accusation was rife throughout Germany that the homeless metropolitan rabble in Berlin was opening the floodgates to moral decay. However, the Bavarian aversion seems to be inscribed in the gene pool, and dates back to the 19th century. At the latest, when Bavaria joined the Prussian-German Empire in 1871 and lost its independence as a state, a Bavarian special consciousness directed against Berlin, which remained attached to a folkloristic cultivation of tradition, prevailed in Bavaria. Nevertheless, a progressive constitution was established in the state very early on, albeit under pressure from Napoleon, which came into force in 1818 and contained many points that should be valued as fundamental rights today. It seems almost forgotten that the term Free State, on which Bavaria prides itself, is only a limited expression of historically grown separatist aspirations. Rather, it is the product of a revolution. In 1918, the socialist Kurt Eisner, together with workers, soldiers, women's rights activists, and Bavarian farmers, swept away the monarchy and declared Bavaria the first German state to become a republic. This alliance was intended to conceal the fact that sympathy for the revolutionaries was limited, especially as Eisner, labeled as the personification of Jewish Bolshevism, was subjected to anti-Semitic agitation from the outset and was ultimately murdered. Wide circles of the Munich middle classes, which were largely conservative, rejected both this revolution and the Weimar Republic as illegitimate and criminal undertakings. The national conservative minister-president Gustav von Kahr, who came to power in 1920, spoke for a majority when he positioned the Bavarian Cell of Order against Berlin, which was disparaged as a stronghold of Babylonian mixing of peoples and disintegrating avant-garde culture. Munich's transformation in particular makes it clear that the liberal forces in Bavaria were not only in the minority, but that their toleration would come to an end. With the increasing contempt for liberal bourgeois society across classes and social strata, the city lost its character as a liberal refuge. Munich became a provincial haven for reactionaries of all shades, not least for the early NSDAP, which took its first political steps here and expressed its solidarity with the title capital of the movement. Munich's heyday, when Schwabing was the center of the artistic avant-garde, a field of experimentation in art and life open to every genius and every madman, disintegrated beyond recognition after 1918, partly because artists and intellectuals left the city in droves, preferably for Berlin. In addition to its intellectual permissiveness, Berlin was particularly notorious in the 1920s for its nightlife, which earned the city the reputation of being Babel, the sinner, the monster among cities. In the 1920s, Berlin is the city that never sleeps and exerted a tremendous attraction on Berliners as well as tourists from the German provinces and the rest of the world. In the afternoon, numerous establishments around Kurfürstendamm and Friedrichstrasse attracted a large number of guests, and from here, with a pinch of coke, the shared journey through the capital's wild nightlife could begin. By today's standards, it's hard to imagine that this unbridled hustle and bustle could have managed entirely without awareness teams, because in the bars, dives, theaters, variety shows, pubs, cafes, and restaurants, there is almost always a very special note: eroticism is in the air. Much to the chagrin of the anti-sex guardians, this was also practiced, because Berlin flirts, smooches, and has sex, including men with men and women with women, or all of them with each other. Watch or join in, anything is possible. Berlin smokes a chain and moves from one nightclub to the next. Berlin still draws on this history today, even if the present is merely a cheap copy. The nostalgic celebration of the Golden Twenties in Berlin is matched by an almost masochistic disdain for the Bavarian capital. In the wake of economic prosperity combined with the folkloric cultivation of tradition, Munich has degenerated into a theater backdrop on the shoulders of 6 DAX companies, i.e. a career and dormitory city, where people constantly come to earn money and go hiking at the weekend. They use the money to first buy a portion of city pride, then a traditional Bavarian costume, then one of the cars from here and then an apartment, and there's not really any time for anything else, except for taking the dog to the park, because you can't do anything else in Munich's parks. But the lie has long since been hidden in the nest-polluting annoyance. Although many Munich residents also want a city that entertains, beguiles and sedates them, they don't want Berlin's dirt, misery, noise and existential fears at home, which they appreciate as an exotic change on their trips to the capital. Sure, Berlin conditions, where you can get everything in your street and the stores and pubs change as quickly as the tenants, that never existed here. Thickets, mixtures, flashes of pot, that will never happen again. Every inch has been cleared and taken down by the Public Order Office. The 10.5 people who live openly and creatively are just as protected as the 4 crazy people and the 3 traditional stores that still exist here.
End quote.
Even London is a nasty mirrored office city, but there the suits run by the thousands into the 1,000 pubs at 6 p.m. and get drunk in solidarity. But Munich mainly appeals to sedate people, which is also reflected in the fact that the number of clubs has almost halved in recent years. The deliberately exaggerated complaint about the desolation, which is not only at night, is mixed with a real malaise and rationalizations of one's own life and its meaning, which is already indicated by the celebration of the real Babylon Berlin of the 1920s, which is very deliberately contrasted with the capital of 2020. It is clear from the enthusiastic descriptions that for Munich residents, Berlin is an exotic luxury for which they pay dearly and expect something real in return. The mixture of envy and hatred, longing to break out and the fear of constantly changing stores, bars and even tenants, which is an unpleasant sign of insolvencies and evictions, results in a pressure to make a decision during the crisis that is not only against Berlin because of Corona. While Berlin used to be associated with sinful permissiveness on the edge of legality, which was still remotely evoked by the description poor but sexy, today it is just a relic from the past. Of course, that doesn't stop sworn Berlin fans from continuing to uphold the myth against their better judgment, as if every major city didn't now have its own little Berlin in the form of nightlife areas with corresponding offers for partying and hanging out. There may be virtually no reason to ascribe anything progressive to Berlin's party culture, it is too ideologically in tune with the zeitgeist. However, it must be defended against the recently unfoundedly trumpeted aversion to partying, which has been accompanied by accusations of irresponsibility and antisociality. Whether the accusation of selfishness is leveled by people who either used to buy into the hype of the never-sleeping city and are now trying to make a living in a completely non-altruistic way, or by convinced anti-Berliners, is almost irrelevant. Both groups suspect that the poor but sexy alternative might not be such a bad one in view of the sacrifices made for modest prosperity and supposed security, which go hand in hand with emotional and communicative stultification. It remains to be seen whether participation in illegal raves is a sign of a successful, i.e., enjoyable life. What is certain, however, is that a well-known ideological motive is being brought to bear under the pretext of infection control. The urges and desires that a society that has become moralistic represses and denies itself are blamed on others as flaws that must be eradicated at all costs. At the beginning of March 2021, the windows of the Berlin pub Ledak were allegedly daubed with the words "No place for Nazis and anti-German racists" by gang members of the Nuclear Migrantifa. The slogan was signed Migrantifada. The Islamic neighborhood militia thus once again fulfilled the function that it has long had within the left-wing German Volksgemeinschaft, to publicly denounce and preventively intimidate anyone who objects to the multiculturalist Islamophile consensus that extends into the anti-German milieu or gives a forum to people who do not understand the German distinction between Islam and Islamism. Since its foundation in 2012, LEDAC has repeatedly hosted lectures, book presentations and discussions that have brusquely disregarded this consensus. On the other hand, Migrantifa has opened up a new space for discourse with its graffiti, in which anti-Germans critical of Islam have since been able to let off steam at will. Their slogan not only equated anti-Germans with racists, which would be boring by now, but also referred to the then and still present new present by including the Nazis who allegedly cavort in LEDAC. At the time of the damage to property, this was no longer characterized solely by the conflict between moderate critics of Islam and determined Islamophobes within the anti-German scene, but by the at least equally sharp rift as a result of the health policy measures taken by the federal government in view of the corona crisis. Unlike Leipzig's Kahn Island, for example, which has been trying to outdo the federal and Saxon state governments in terms of hygiene policy paternalism since the beginning of the pandemic, LEDAC has largely taken advantage of the opportunities for opening up that were, if not granted, then not expressly sanctioned for a long time under the new conditions, and has therefore been considered a haven for lateral thinkers, right-wing populists and potentially murderous egoists among China sensitive anti-Germans ever since. Even honorary hygiene adornites, who had previously largely agreed with the anti-German scene when it came to criticizing Islam and gender, fulfilled their desire to finally clean up the irresponsible lifers and amoral dandies in their own milieu under the label of health policy. By claiming on social media, or in the occasional private conversation that still takes place despite social distancing requirements, that there is no alternative to the rationality of health policy restrictions on freedom, defaming doubters as defeatist to psychotic and praising the disinfection of hands several times a day and the wearing of medical face masks as the minimum standards of civilization, while one kept a peaked distance from the dive bars in which one had hung out coked up until 5 in the morning on weekends just a few months before, because they were sources of infection. One was able to confirm to oneself and one's peers that one had arrived in the German center, which is determined by personal responsibility and a sense of community, despite continuing precarious employment conditions. Although there was a broad, albeit often vapid, solidarity with LEDAC against his migrant anti-fascist enemies in the anti-German milieu in the spring, the qualitatively new aspect of the damage to property was never made the subject of reflection in the short time in which it was debated. If the windows of the pub had simply been smeared during normal business hours, the matter would have been annoying, but hardly worth mentioning politically. Even before that, everyone who knew the LEDAC knew that left-wing and Islamic groups were agitating against the pub in the same neighborhood and sometimes in the same block of flats, but had never been a serious threat to its continued existence. Now that LEDAC is recommended in every second travel guide and is frequented by a non-political, more touristy than cosmopolitan clientele, i.e. since it is no longer just a trendy pub, it is difficult for political opponents to harm it or even endanger its economic existence. Under normal conditions, groups wishing to damage the pub would have been more likely to use the period of everyday operation rather than the period of temporary closure. The fact that the damage to property took place in the middle of the lockdown imposed by the federal government and before the start of spring, at a time when people usually start to spend time outside in cafes and pubs as the warmer season begins, was no coincidence, but is a symptom of a change that was ignored in the well-founded expressions of solidarity. While the Islamic attack in Vienna on the eve of the new lockdown was directed against a bourgeois public sphere that had already been damaged by the anti-corona measures but was still formally alive and was also fatally hit, the Migrantifada in Neukölln attacked the LEGAC, a public space that had been shut down and robbed of its purpose as a result of corona. In contrast to previous attacks on anti-Germans by anti-sexists and anti-racists, the attack was not aimed at a public gathering at the site of the attack. Rather, an orphan place, which is closed and locked for the unforeseeable future as a result of the lockdown policy, was attacked as an orphan place. This attack can be interpreted as a self-contradictory act, on the one hand, as an act of triumph in view of the fact that the German lockdown policy has succeeded in doing what no everyday Islamic harassment or neighborly intimidation had been able to achieve until then, finally closing down the dilapidated Haram store, which has always been a thorn in the side of both traditional and left-wing neighborhood Muslims. On the other hand, it was also an act of threat, which made it clear as a precautionary measure that neither the owners nor guests of LEGAC could feel safe in the future in the event of a possible reopening after the end of the health emergency. As an act of threat, the damage to property testified that the codes of the civil constitutional state also apply at least formally in Corona Germany and that public life is only suspended, but not abolished. As an act of triumph, it articulated the sense of victory of those who, until recently, would never have dreamed that the bourgeois state itself, secular, egalitarian and scientifically based, would so generously assist them in the freezing of public life, the liquidation of pleasure, decadence and sin. In contradiction to libertarian regulars who have seen their entire world disappear with their pub, but also in contradiction to ascetic pop anti-Germans who have begun to shed their semi-silky past-like clothes that have become full of holes since the beginning of 2020, it should be noted that the left-wing Islamic-motivated damage to property in Neukölln took place in the face of a social dynamic that threatens to cause lasting damage to the entire gastronomy and entertainment sector, and which, under the auspices of Corona, is making up for everything that could never be enforced across the board with the invocation of climate, non-smoking and child protection, cultural and gender sensitivity. Even people for whom no means no longer applies, but only yes means yes, and who need transgender traffic lights every time they go to the toilet to avoid getting lost, didn't mind coming into contact with other people's bodies while shopping or in a bar until a year ago. Climate-neutral bioacademics have always preferred to fly directly to the USA or the UK for their lectures at Cultural Studies Diversity Symposia, rather than speak their ointment into the screen at home and listen to their colleagues dozing from the bathtub. And parents with a community school tick were also happy to be rid of their children for half the day instead of having to watch them jumping rope in the far too small living room under the supervision of a sports teacher. So even the professional propagandists of postmodern regression have so far been prevented from living out their obsessions with skin and hair and without any sublimation in their everyday lives, due to social conventions and the comforts of civilized life. This has changed radically since Corona. The fact that S&M metaphors such as opening orgies, loosening orgies and the Corona leash, on which freedom-addicted citizens are to be preventively put, have since found their way into the language, points to a puritanical furor that not only inspires the so-called political class, but also the majority of the population and has apparently only been kept under wraps with great difficulty until now. To assume that hedonistically inclined trendy bars are the most important target of this furor would be to attach too much importance to them. In fact, a place like the LEGAC represents the lightheartedness, distraction and relaxed liberalism that the remnants of the bourgeois public sphere radiate for their reactionary and neo-Maoist despisers, even less purely than the cafes and bars of any city center, whose operators never had to justify their turnover ideologically, or the stuffy corner pubs that didn't offer lecture evenings for young anti-German academics, but instead provided a second home for frustrated husbands and isolated single people. The fact that all of these establishments are now closed for the foreseeable future not only objectively meets the needs of an everyday culture whose executors see the mixture of anonymity and friendliness made possible by pubs, cafes and restaurants as a threat to the chastity and purity of female family members maintained at home by means of violence, coercion and voluntary submission. It is also a cross-cultural gift for all those who have long secretly hated any form of sociability because they can't even be alone with themselves, who are only so enthusiastic about their jobs, projects and shared flats because they haven't had anything to do for a long time, who have been hiding their misanthropy for years and years with difficulty behind either their busyness, their eloquence, their obtrusive lonerism or their penetrating cosmopolitanism. Rarely have contempt for humanity and self-hatred found so many unsuspicious outlets as today, when anyone can justify even the most blatant personal insult with the words "we're in a pandemic now." Objectively, none of this has anything to do with Islam. Objectively, Muslims are just as affected by the health policy measures to restrict freedom as everyone else, just as hindered in their religious practice as Christians and Jews, and just as deprived of their pubs and private meeting places as bourgeois and creative citizens. However, it is precisely this objectivity, the official objectivity and generality of the measures, also objective and independent of the intentions of those carrying them out, that work more effectively into the hands of everyday Islam than any university anti-racism working group. Homeschooling and home office, which at best can only be poorly supervised, but above all curfews and closures of public places, lend an objective and therefore supposedly unassailable legitimacy to the Sharia arbitrariness of locking female family members up at home and keeping them away from the public space, which always promises a freedom that goes beyond the domestic. Communities in which such internal differentiation has never applied, i.e. Islamic clans or left-wing shared flats, cope better with the bad sublation of the contrast between public, private and work, which is considered the correct public health morality under Corona, than socially nuanced people whose everyday working, living and loving lives constitutively presuppose the distinction between these spheres. The areligious, medically justified everyday disguise is truly egalitarian and gender indifferent, but precisely because of this it levels out the difference between Islamic self-concealment and what was still civilian fashion until recently. Above all, with the almost complete neutralization of the institutions of bourgeois or even anti-bourgeois amusement, diversion and entertainment, everything that mediocre ideological critics have learned to vilify as the culture industry and to which high culture integrally belongs, an important everyday practical incentive has been removed, with which approachable Muslims, whether male or female, have so far been interested in or even inspired by Western society and happily alienated from their culture of origin. States that ban almost everything that distinguishes them from Islam, even in the eyes of many women and men socialized in Islam, within a year and largely without contradiction, will have fewer arguments at hand against enemies of the West than ever before. The ambiguous nature of the attack on the LEGAC, as a triumph in the face of the closure motivated by health policy and as a threat in the event of a possible reinstallation of bourgeois everyday life, testifies to the fact that the Migrantifa is aware of this rapid loss of Western power and would be only too happy to outdo the secular lockdown with an Islamic one. The LEGAC does not deserve solidarity against the infamous satisfaction of its state-ordered closure because it is the LEGAC and would somehow be morally superior to the thousands and thousands of restaurants and pubs in Berlin and other cities that have also closed and may never open again. It deserves solidarity because the petty and malicious contempt for the profane, spontaneous impulses of human life, legitimized by nothing but one's own impulses, which for a year now has been provoked by every desire for the restoration of civil liberties among their enemies and which brings out the moral policeman in anti-Germans more surely than in Philistines, applies not only to this pub but to the public in general. You don't have to like their forums to defend their existence, just as you don't have to like techno discos, fusion or swingers clubs to insist that they should be allowed to exist. With their graffiti, Migrantifa have shown their agreement with not just Islamic, but general malice in the face of the rapidly advancing destruction of friendliness and individual pleasure to anyone who wants to take note. The death of pubs in Germany has long since reached epidemic proportions. Between 2019 and 2021 alone, around 10,000 pubs, a third of all pubs, closed down for good. The pubs that have survived are not just those in prime locations, those that offer their guests not just drinks and conviviality, but a sense of conviviality and community are also holding their own. Traditional soccer pubs as well as trendy bars where people with similar political views can separate themselves from annoying dissenters. The latter have even multiplied. The Corona policy has not only led to the economic ruin of numerous neighborhood pubs, but also the tendency to weld clientele together into confessional communities. As landlords were alternately forced and encouraged to impose absurd protective measures on their customers, it became clear to everyone where the respective pub positioned itself, and a visit to the pub became a way of determining its location. A few establishments have complied with the hygiene regulations half-heartedly and passively-aggressively at best, and often not at all, and it is part of the inherent logic of nasty renitence that since the temporary normalization of the coronavirus situation, there are not only no voluntary mask wearers and habitual self-disinfectors, but also no foreign policy model students with self-painted flags and political slogan t-shirts. Most pubs have proudly overfulfilled the government's requirements, meticulously aggregated the addressees of their guests and still had proof of vaccination presented even after the measures had been taken. Left-wing nerds with university degrees and the prospect of project positions in civil society and social diplomacy feel at home in pubs like these. Lectures are advertised there with academic precision instead of on self-painted flyers. You can wear a mask without fear of being looked at the wrong way, and even if they are cozy and disreputable, those who gather there are united by a sense of social hygiene and moral superiority over the aerosol mob in the respective competing pub, which for its part believes itself to be offside compared to the normies. but precisely for this reason in possession of the truth. Some other pubs that could afford it have closed down in protest for the entire duration of the corona measures, perhaps just to avoid having to harass their customers, and possibly also to avoid the kind of front building that underlies all pub politics and deprives every gathering of the spontaneity and conviviality without which a good pub can never function. But even pubgoers who despise such gastronomic political sandbox games and just want to drink their beer can hardly avoid constantly positioning themselves, taking sides and coming across as loud-mouthed and presumptuous in places where, just 4 or 5 years ago, people could sit around and talk to each other as unbothered as they were carefree. In other words, they develop a social character that friendly and approachable people have always wanted to have as little to do with as possible. The quite a few guests who do not belong to a relevant political milieu have perhaps understood more about the resulting loss of publicity in pubs than those who, as top dogs and sloganeers, believe they are defending the last bastion of reason in their trendy pub. There is no doubt that the political pub circus is only relevant to the scene and therefore objectively irrelevant. Nevertheless, it is significant as a symptom of a corona-induced structural change in the public sphere which, it is to be feared, will not leave much of the public sphere left. Although the Romantics had their salons, the young Hegelians their pubs, and half a century later the Bohemians their cafes, although the political and aesthetic avant-garde has constituted itself since the early 19th century in connection with public and at the same time private pubs, the decidedly political pub is more a result of the erosion of the bourgeois, or proletarian, public sphere than the form in which it comes into its own. In the 1980s, when social and literary scientists from the former environment of the New Left found the leisure to deal with the prehistory of their own thinking and therefore also with the pub thanks to the general saturation of this decade, its apolitical nature was emphasized as its civilizing content. A pioneer of pub sociology in Germany was the German scholar Klaus Lehrmann, who published an essay entitled Communication at the Bar, on some forms of interaction in pubs and bars in 1978 in the volume Materials for the Sociology of Everyday Life. In it, he developed the idea that the dual function of alcohol as a bonding agent and solvent, i.e., as a means of creating community while at the same time relieving the individual of collective constraints, is particularly effective in the pub. For it is only in the pub that the possibility opens up of talking to an indefinite number of acquaintances and strangers and at the same time, apparently, escaping the demands of everyday life. According to Lehrmann, the pub bar makes it possible to make loose contact with others in changing conversations under the influence of alcohol, without having to take responsibility for the premises and consequences of one's own speech or the speeches of others in a similar way to the world outside the pubs and bars. It is not without reason that Lehrmann cited the bar instead of the regulars' table as an example of the unofficial public sphere that the pub embodies for him. The regulars' table is always reserved to create a space for those who already know each other, so that they can be among people and still be among themselves. Those who sit at the bar, on the other hand, are alone with themselves and at the same time approachable for anyone who comes along. At worst, the regulars' table serves to weld together a Volksgemeinschaft of haters against outsiders who don't belong. Anyone sitting at the bar, on the other hand, may be long past their prime and no longer good for much, but is still open to any conversation, no matter how banal or bizarre. The bar counter as a paradigmatic place of the pub public is originally a product of industrial modernity. Emerging in the English gin palaces of the 19th century, it was initially a means of mass and accelerated processing of customers with high-proof liquor. The corresponding pubs were thus assembly line-like drinking factories. On the European mainland, and particularly in Germany, where the commercialization of drinking culture never took place to the same extent, the counters are shorter than in the UK and many pubs still resemble a hybrid of a pub and a public living room, which makes the contrast between counter seats and groups of tables even more apparent. The fact that no one at the bar has to take responsibility for the preconditions and consequences of their own speech or the speeches of others in the same way as in other everyday bourgeois life characterizes it as a counterpart to Jürgen Habermas' rationality-driven communication community, which, in polemical contrast, truly fulfills what Habermas' theory of communicative reason only conformistically promises. In Lehrmann's sociology of the pub, the commitment of all discourse participants to a rationality based on communication rationalism, which is only supposed to be common sense because it means the mediocrity that everyone can agree on, is answered with a defense of a reality of life that, with everyone's consent, allows each individual to speak out what is uncovered, untested, provisional, irrational, or unacceptable. Lehrmann's apology of alcohol is not a praise of booze. She defends the intoxicant not as a license for resentment, but as one of several possibilities to deregulate everyday communication and to create a place for that which normally eludes it, for tasteless jokes, silliness, rudeness, for prejudices, the half-baked and the half-thought-out, in other words, for everything that underlies every judgment and every thought in secret and which remains its secret, unthematized driving force even when reflection leads beyond it. The fact that the pub guest can meet an indeterminate number of acquaintances and strangers characterizes the pub as a third place beyond cool anonymity and sweaty confidentiality, beyond mere society and mere community, and therefore as a social, not a political place. The pub is social in that it still allows the political in its obscure shrunken forms, but it brackets it in, makes it commonplace and relativizes it. Politics is constantly present in the pub, but for this very reason it is not a fetish. Its omnipresence is permitted, but not elevated to a principle. 10 years after Lehrman, Franz Droge and Thomas Kramer Bedoni published their study Die Neep zur Soziologie einer Kulturform, still the most instructive monograph on the subject. Franz Droge and Thomas Kramer Bedoni identified a characteristic of political pub communication in the constant oscillation between the extremes of a whiny, resignative we can do nothing, and pronounced expressions of omnipotence. This communication is political only in the sense that politics in its most heterogeneous manifestations, from foreign policy, a constant topic especially among male pubgoers, to local political gossip, is made the subject of strongly varying emotional charge, and largely independent of how much knowledge and what opinion those who take the floor have. Other characteristics of political communication, developed arguments, the polished rhetoric of polemics and contradiction, the observance of speech conventions such as letting things be said and avoiding monologues, occur at most as residual forms in pub communication, which is why it eludes Habermas' criteria of communicative rationality, which declares the Enlightenment concept of common sense to be the basis of intersubjective understanding that can be realized at any time from the
outset.
As Droge and Kramer Bedoni make clear, pub communication is political in the broadest sense of the word for another reason, because it does not respect the hierarchy established in the rest of the public sphere between experts and laypeople, the thoughtful and the rowdy, between objectivity and sarcasm. Insults, obscurantism, blatant self-contradictions, provisional and unstable comments are far more tolerated in the pub and have less drastic consequences than in official communication. Even as a sphere of political action, the pub is an unofficial, self-enclosing public sphere. The blanket condemnation of pub politics is aimed less at the empirical content of political pub conversations than at the devaluation of this form of public sphere, which ranks below media representation and threatens to undermine the official discourse, because it is more likely to express judgments that are saturated with experience and therefore vulnerable to attack than poorly abstract and pseudo-objective arguments. As Droge and Kramer Bedoni show, the significance of workers' pubs in the late 19th century and white-collar pubs in the early 20th century was by no means limited to being forums for the self-understanding of the respective class or social stratum. Genuine pub communication is characterized by the fact that pre-rational, impulsive, and also playful forms of communication are tried out in them, which have a place in so-called rational discourse only in exceptional cases and rather as its interruption. In workers' pubs, workers did not, as the Marxist student movement might have imagined, constantly talk about the socio-economic conditions of their own declassification, but rather, for example, about the difference between types of beer, about women and children, disliked colleagues, about the weather and weekend excursions. It is not class consciousness that comes to itself in the workers' pub, but if at all, the realization that everyone gathered there is one of many, that the differences between socially similar people are often greater than what they have in common, and that strangers can be more familiar to you than your workbench neighbor. In the everyday life it makes possible, in its specific sociability and in the forms of pleasure, annoyance and joy that it produces, the pub inherently contradicts attempts to charge its meaning with too much ideological and political programmatic significance. In Germany, the pub only acquired a political character in the strictest sense during the German Empire, albeit a forced one. Although the pub had been a central institution of proletarian class culture since industrialization, it only became a politically significant institution of the workers' movement in the wake of Bismarck's socialist laws, which prohibited social democratic and communist gatherings in the open air. The pub served as a clandestine meeting place in the style of and in contrast to the coffeehouses in which the revolutionary bourgeoisie had constituted their own public space for trading and debating, and from which institutions such as the modern newspaper or the stock exchange emerged. In addition to the political repression that forced organized workers into the semi-public sphere of the pub, cramped and unhygienic living conditions made the pub the primary form of everyday sociability and the consumption of beer an alternative to polluted tap water. Parts of the bourgeoisie, whose fear of riots being concocted in the semi-darkness of pubs was reflected not least in warnings about the degenerative potential of alcoholism based on racial biology, believed they had found the solution to the social question in the fight against the proletarian pub craze. Karl Kautsky responded to the attacks of the temperance movement, which also had its supporters in the socialist camp, in a series of articles in the social democratic publication Die Neue Zeit. The only bulwark of the proletariat's political freedom that cannot be so easily confiscated is the pub. Despite this political function, everyday pub communication remained largely free of socialist agitation. The historian Richard J. Evans provides an insight into the pub culture of this time by documenting and evaluating the extensive logs kept by employees of the Hamburg Political Police, which were compiled in the course of the daily spying on neighborhood pubs throughout the city from 1892 onwards. After the Hamburg cholera epidemic had subsided, the political leadership feared that the masses would become increasingly indisciplined. To their surprise, however, the recorded pub conversations often revolved around everyday matters. There was almost never any mention of riots, or strikes. These existed mostly only in the imagination of the police authorities, and in that of the socialist cadres, it could be added. Many pubs did profess a political color, which was signaled by the choice of newspaper on display, and conversations were often linked to articles that had been read. But unlike in the coffee houses of the bourgeoisie, which could actually become forums for a political or literary public, the politics of the workers' movement were more likely to be made in the pubs than out of them. The emergence of large workers' pubs after the repeal of the socialist laws, in which a meeting room for political speeches, educational lectures and club meetings was attached to the taproom, does not refute this finding, but underlines it. Characteristic is the division of the pub into two forms of public sphere: the hall, oriented towards the bourgeois ideal of the public sphere, in which a hierarchy of podium and audience is predetermined, and the actual pub room, in which the conventions of informal and egalitarian bar or table conversation retain their validity, where what is heard in the hall may be discussed afterwards, but communication is not subject to strict limits in terms of form and content. This multiple public sphere under a single roof hardly exists in Germany anymore, but still structures the architecture of many British pubs, public houses, in which several rooms once served the specific needs of different classes: the newsroom for reading newspapers and exchanging news, the upscale saloon, in which music or drama were also performed, as well as snugs for private gatherings. The working class met in the simply furnished taproom, where the drinks were worse but cheaper, the actual place of publicity and communication in the pub. In Germany, the state integration of the workers' movement in the Weimar Republic meant the decline of the political workers' pubs. The neighborhood and corner pubs that remain today are therefore not relics of a workers' movement past, but rather neighborhood meeting places that mostly emerged in the post-war period, whose patrons are as diverse, or as similar, as the residents of a neighborhood. This is where the observation could and can best be made that the pub is neither a political stage nor a second living room, but represents a nuanced intermediate space between public and private, which presupposes and confirms the separation of the two spheres, but counters their stark contrast with the mode of speech in which private opinions can become public without being dismissed as a particular interest, because the very subjectivity expressed therein is recognized as something common to all. A public space, in other words, in which the subjectivity of the private is fully represented, is even constitutive for its interactive structuring, and which stands in contradiction to any political dogmatism precisely because of this public presence of the private. The political scene pubs that emerged in the 1970s, not as revolutionary cells but as a consequence of the failed revolt, and whose voluntary or involuntary successors include today's political scene pubs, abandon this nuance. Instead of subjective spontaneity, techniques of loudmouthed self-presentation and signals of ironic non-commitment prevail, as Droga and Kramer-Bedoni write, measures for communicative self-distancing, anxious ego concealment and subjectivity coverage. It is not the relief from collective constraints described by Lehrman that comes into its own, but the collective compulsion to be unconstrained. It is not the random bar conversation with strangers that constitutes the communicative ideal type here, but rather the know-it-all palaver with all those present, who signal their affiliation through their appearance and jargon. This is where the pub clientele is most likely to take on the character of a closed society. The fact that these pubs were not only used for the self-reflection of a relevant scene clientele, but that banned pub meetings actually temporarily had a reflection of the political clandestinity that may have characterized pub gatherings in the empire, is due to the Corona measures policy, which stamped the pub itself as a place of assembly that was potentially dangerous to health and therefore potentially dangerous to the state and thus unduly politically charged. When all non-systemically relevant businesses had to close in spring 2020, restaurants were allowed to remain open for some time, while pubs were banned as so-called entertainment venues. This approach could not be explained solely by the declared aim of protecting against infection. Distancing rules would have been just as easy or difficult to implement in pubs as in restaurants, especially as it is a sad reality in some of them anyway that guests drink their beers in solitude and without a word at a proper distance from each other. The fact that people were still allowed to cough up in restaurants for a week, while bars and pubs were already closed, rather indicated a widely accepted hierarchy of needs, according to which food is generally considered a means of survival, but alcoholic food regardless of its nutritional content, which is only appreciated in non-alcoholic beer, as easily dispensable excess. Unlike the unpleasant snack bar, the pub does not in fact primarily serve nutritional functions. However, A qualitative concept of life requires that the humane need for sociability also be met. In Germany in particular, however, people are clearly attached to a concept of food that emphasizes the means, not the life. The fact that the pub has become the drill ground for a policy of authoritarian health protection does not mean, however, that the pub closures were actually, even if unintentionally, a means of counterinsurgency. As much as it is true that a public sphere is constituted in pubs that cannot be immediately controlled, there is little to suggest that politics could have been taken out of the pub and onto the street all at once. The low level of resistance to the health policy shutdown, not only of pub life, but of the entire public sphere, rather indicates that this type of unregulated gathering of different people is no longer considered worthy of protection, if not a threat to those closed societies that only exceptionally remain in the trendy pub among their peers, but prefer to set up their safe spaces in the digital bubbles of social media. What's more, the mass panic about coronavirus hotspots, where aerosols and bodily fluids could mix in a harmful and promiscuous manner, is an indication that the rigid and senseless health protection measures that have been advocated across political fronts for years against all evidence were a cover fantasy to live out completely different, antisocial and anti-sexuality authoritarian fantasies. The disparaging judgment that criticism of the policy measures is merely whining about the fact that your favorite pub has closed therefore betrays contempt for any form of sociality that offers temptation beyond shared kitchens, Zoom seminars and Twitter threads. In this sense, the moaning about closed pubs is one with a defense of the residual forms of sociality that will not survive in the sealed-off milieus of quarrelsome, hostile scenes, but only where people are not among themselves, but in contact with others, precisely because they can distance themselves from themselves. In the 1969 film Portrait of an Enlightenment Philosopher, produced by Helmuth Karasek and Kurt Zimmermann for Hessischer Rundfunk, which shows Max Horkheimer in his living and working environment at the time in Montagnola, Switzerland and Frankfurt am Main, the co-founder of critical theory notes a growing tendency among people to reduce language to signals. In this context, he predicts, people will learn to react essentially to signs in their lives. As a symbol, I simply like to think of crossing the road. People used to cross the road and look right and left, think, can I cross now, and then make the decision. Today, you wait for the green light and when the red light comes, you stop.
End of quote.
As a result of this adaptation process, according to Horkheimer, individuals delegated the previously arbitrary judgment as to whether it was responsible to cross the road to the traffic lights of the road traffic system. This habit, which is useful in terms of efficiency and functionality, threatens to become second nature and merge into the substance of human beings. A rational mode of behavior, thus becomes a socially mediated instinct that brings people closer to the animal mode of reaction. A means to the end of ordering everyday bourgeois life itself becomes an end whose meaning is no longer questioned by those who react to the signaling system. 7 years before Horkheimer's diagnosis, his friend and colleague Theodor W. Adorno had already dealt with the abysses of the German road traffic regulations. After his secretary was hit and injured on the Senckenbergenlage in Frankfurt, near the Institute for Social Research, in 1962, Adorno called for the installation of traffic lights throughout the university area in a letter to the editor of the Frankfurter Allgemeine Zeitung. His reasoning, on the way to the university, you have to run across the road in an undignified manner, as if you were running for your life. Should a student or a professor find himself in the state that is actually appropriate for him, namely in thought, the threat of death is immediate.
End of quote.
Of course, someone who is in thought can just as easily overlook a red traffic light as a vehicle turning around a corner. Nevertheless, Adorno's account of his experience complements Horkheimer's remarks. Where the absence of traffic lights forces people to cross the road as if they were running for their lives, this is just as unworthy of them, just as close to the animalistic way of reacting as, conversely, the behavior of people who stop like a trained herd of animals at a red light even when there is no car for miles around. In both cases, reflection fails and is replaced by the reflex, the mere reaction to external stimuli. Today, Horkheimer and Adorno's preoccupation with the connection between the traffic system and social psychology appears outdated. Traffic lights seem almost cumbersome in the midst of the signals of contemporary communication systems. However, the reduction of social forms of transportation to stimulus-response contexts demonstrated by Horkheimer using the example of traffic lights has been implemented in everyday life to an extent that the critical theorists could never have dreamed of. With the digitalization not only of work communication, but also of leisure communication, which levels the boundaries between the two spheres, social traffic as a whole is being transformed into a standardized setting of icons, abbreviations, signal tones and colors to which people react unconsciously and yet voluntarily like the proverbial Pavlovian dog. Every bling that reports the receipt of a text message on WhatsApp is followed by a message check with such inveterate matter-of-factness that users have to mute their cell phones so as not to be constantly on guard. The decision, which Horkheimer describes as the reflexive basis of habitualized everyday actions, is taken away from users by the digitally mediated convergence of impulse and feedback. Hardly any hesitation disturbs the prompt succession of stimulus and reaction, so that the gesture of being permanently driven and ready of the communication monads can hardly be distinguished from the rushing of the pedestrian described by Adorno in Anarchic Road Traffic. The means of communication, which are supposed to make people less dependent on the contingencies of everyday life, in turn keep people dependent. It is only on this material and psychodynamic basis that we can understand why, over the past 2 years, traffic lights have advanced largely unopposed from a means of ordering road traffic to an organizing and disciplining principle for almost the entire bourgeois everyday life, which is therefore becoming less and less of one. During these 2 years, the corona traffic lights presented daily in the media did not simply serve to inform citizens about current incidences and the associated risks of infection, but functioned as unquestionable appeals for behavior and orders to act. Even the incidences themselves, the numbers, as they were only referred to, never had the status of data material that should have been interpreted like all statistical data, but rather appeared in a general health policy discourse merged with domestic, economic and security policy exclusively as behavioral commands reinforced by sanctions. Even the instrumentalization of private health data such as information on vaccination status as a means of social exclusion through seemingly abstract combinations of signs, 3G, 2G, 2G+, was smoothly established within a few weeks. The fact that the supposedly objective, because fact-based signals and codes, which from then on regulated access to the civic public sphere instead of the principles of citizenship and compliance with the law, reflected imperatives of discrimination and social selection, i.e. that they were anything but value-neutral indices, remained unquestioned for 2 years, as did the rhetoric of scientific neutrality, which presented data material in need of interpretation as a conglomerate of pure facts for the purpose of justifying measures. When, at the height of the 2G and 3G regulations in some city centers such as Leipzig, vaccinated and recovered people were allowed to prove their status by wearing colored bands on their wrists to save time, no one even noticed the similarity to the marking of the affiliation of livestock. What worked with coronavirus can also be transferred to the area of climate and energy policy with modified parameters. Individual federal states such as the dark green state of Baden-Württemberg have already introduced a climate traffic light, as an index of sustainable business and corporate management in various spheres of production, such as in the skilled trades and also in the education sector. And the shirtlessness with which Economics and Climate Minister Robert Habeck is passing on the gas and electricity price increases, which are ostensibly a consequence of Germany's engagement with Russia but are in fact a receipt for a self-destructive energy policy, to the private households of German citizens in advance, who are rewarded for their patience with minimal price reductions, shows that sociality and political publicity could also be replaced by the traffic light principle in the
long term.
The introduction of the citizen's income, which has been put on hold for the time being, the gifts distributed by the state to support local public transport, the advertising of unpaid social commitment and other forms of community service based on loyalty rather than market mediation fit in with this. The enthusiasm for nudging, empowerment, and bogus self-employment camouflaged as a startup culture psychotechnically accompanies the transformation of society into a behavioristically controlled social transport system. The fact that the coalition of social democrats, greens, and liberals is now called the traffic light, not only in media jargon but also in its self-presentation, does not just appear to be a coincidence against this backdrop. Rather, the traffic light organizes the self-transformation of the bourgeois public sphere into a digitally controlled, systemically sealed network of autonomous automatons, Jean Baudrillard, for whom personal responsibility, freedom and democratic participation are not things that individuals have to wrest from the state and themselves in coordinated contradiction to each other and to the impositions of the state, but effects of optimal use of the infrastructure made available to them by the state and the remaining society. It is not surprising that such pseudo-individualism within the coalition is most purely embodied by the Greens, whose color politically outshines the other traffic light colors. Contrary to popular criticism of the party, the Greens have long since ceased to stand for a return of bourgeois society to autochthonous communities, for the adulation of origin and creatureliness and the playing off of nature conservation against urbanity. On the contrary, they combine regressive fantasies with optimism about technology and progress, most clearly under the slogan of climate protection. Today's Greens are not a dungaree and flower-pouring party, but an interest group of digitally savvy ecological system protectors who are not inferior to the FDP in terms of their glorification of technological progress, from which they differ in their political objectives. The concepts of climate and ecosystem, which have replaced those of nature and environment since the 1980s, come from cybernetics and follow the concept of the network, which replaces the concept of social organization. Reactionary and modern at the same time, the Greens of the 21st century most radically represent the self-demolition of bourgeois society, which is summarized in the image of the traffic light. Two basically inconspicuous reports from the last few days. Apparently, Apple employees often get to hear accidentally recorded couples having sex, and, only a short time after a car exploded in front of Trump Tower in Las Vegas, Tesla was able to provide the investigating authorities with relevant data. For example, which routes the driver had previously traveled and what the vehicle camera had recorded in the process. In the first case, it is initially all about increasing user comfort. Artificial intelligence, AI, has to learn or train in order to be able to better serve the private user and their individual needs. Basically, it needs to know everything about them and even learn the specifics of their way of expressing themselves, which also means differentiating between tones of voice. This is why Siri and Alexa and similar everyday assistants repeatedly switches to recording mode, which means that what it hears ends up in the cloud, where Apple employees analyze it in order to train Siri, for example to avoid repeating misunderstandings in communication with the user. What exactly happens accidentally when Siri records sexual acts because it automatically goes to record when it hears the sound of a zipper? What is legally permissible and what is not yet may still occupy courts from time to time, but does not change the idea and its technological realization in practice, including the theoretically usable potential. This also applies to the second case of the exploded Tesla Cybertruck. Beyond increasing the user comfort of the AI installed in the vehicle for all kinds of purposes, which is optimized in constant exchange with the individual driver, whereby the data produced also ends up in the cloud, allowing central access to all vehicle and driver data. Aspects of retrospective and preventive law enforcement, or general security or surveillance, are also affected here, so far even more explicitly than in the first case. In Germany and the EU, the obligation of telecommunications companies to retain data, without cause, the idea is perpetual, and to hand over the corresponding data at the request of law enforcement authorities is still controversial. Recently, the terrorist attack in Magdeburg has led to calls for this becoming louder again, although the authorities could easily have prevented the crime even without data retention. In the USA, for example, the Cloud Act, clarifying Lawful Overseas Use of Data Act, has obliged American cloud operators, internet companies and IT service providers since 2018 to guarantee U.S. authorities access to stored data even if it is not stored in the USA. Just how much separates today from yesterday, or the new normal from the old normal, can be seen not least in the aging of critical terms. The term transparent man, which is so appropriate today to highlight the rampant and intrusive collection of personal data by public and private bodies, particularly in the form of data retention, i.e. tendencies towards a surveillance state or a control society, was coined back in the 1980s. The context was the resistance to the 1982 census law, and the actual implementation of the census in 1987 was accompanied by a series of public protests and a boycott organized by the FDP and the Greens. This was despite the fact that the opponents of the census had already won a major victory as plaintiffs in the Constitutional Court. With the census ruling of December 15, 1983, the Federal Constitutional Court formulated, for the first time, the fundamental right to informational self-determination, which is derived from the human dignity of Article 1 of the Basic Law and the right to free development of the personality under Article 2(1) of the Basic Law. This meant that the survey, which was later boycotted, had already been redesigned by separating personal data from the questionnaires and revising the questionnaires themselves in order to better guarantee the anonymity of the respondents. It is also worth remembering the resignation of Justice Minister Sabine Luthius-Schnarrenberger, FDP, in 1996 because she did not want to support the federal government's decision to use the big eavesdropping attack, which was overturned by the Federal Constitutional Court in 2004. This was preceded by a ballot conducted by the FDP in 1995, in which a majority of 63.6% voted in favor of the big eavesdropping attack. According to the Constitutional Court, the corresponding amendment to the Basic Law, the addition of paragraphs 3 to 6, was constitutional in order to enable so-called acoustic home surveillance for the purposes of criminal prosecution against the fundamental right to inviolability of the home, Article 13, but the implementing provisions had to be readjusted so that on May 12, 2005, with the votes of the SPD and the Greens, the big eavesdropping attack could still be given its current form. Times have changed dramatically. First of all, today's citizens voluntarily disclose all their private data in exchange with authorities, consumer groups and electronic devices and put it in the cloud. This is because, not without good reason, they expect it to be more convenient, comfortable and easier to manage their everyday lives, not just when shopping, and because they like to talk about themselves anyway on social media, and share snapshots of their homes, vacations, and other activities with a select few or the entire public. People willingly make themselves transparent. Intuitive feelings against censuses or eavesdropping have become so alien to them that they let the state talk them into Christmas invitations not so long ago without grumbling. It will soon be possible to store all your identity data in a central location in the cloud, namely in your own EU wallet, your personal digital wallet, i.e., online banking data, ID card data, health data, vaccination records, driving license, educational certificates, and the like. This means that you have all the data you need immediately to hand on your smartphone for a wide variety of needs. When checking into a hotel, buying a car, taking out a loan, or going for a job interview, and the corresponding payment transactions can be carried out using the same device. Another service records the complete movement profile of the cell phone or car, which will be linked to each other anyway, initially only to show where suitable flirting contacts or consumer goods can be found nearby. At the same time, every movement in the city will be filmed, not only by the fixed cameras of private or public operators or satellites installed at certain locations, but also by the mobile cameras of all private vehicles making their way through the traffic. In principle, with the increasing use of AI in all electronic devices, all of this data recorded at different locations on the internet can be networked with each other and interact with each other to increase the comfort of the individual user. In other words, the ideas of smart homes and smart cities, in all versions of the Internet of Things, will gradually become established on the basis of the promise of convenience and continue to expand. As a side note, this AI-based digital society will require not less, but more energy, namely in the form of electricity for secure data centers, than the old industrial society. All this personal data and movement profiles stored in various clouds are technologically and legally protected against unauthorized access by third parties, by cybercriminals and the state itself, or can at least be protected. Of course, it makes a difference whether the political community of total surveillance in the technological smart city is organized in a bourgeois democratic way or, as in China, for example, in a totalitarian autocratic way. In China, where the smart city is technologically more mature than in the West, the state, government, and authorities have unrestricted access to citizens' data and movement profiles. These are also linked to a social credit system. According to state ideologies, the leisure, consumer, and social behavior of citizens can thus be morally assessed. Depending on the plus points for compliant and desirable behavior and minus points for misconduct, below the threshold of criminal liability, Nancy Faeser would say, an individual points account balance is created as part of the digital identity of the person concerned. This can then be used to regulate the individual's participation in social life in a completely impersonal, technological, and automatic way. If you have too few social points on your card or in your QR code, gates that can be unlocked by card or code, to the city center, the pub, the park, the outdoor pool, or the airport or train station, simply won't open until your account balance has been topped up accordingly. So you shouldn't consume the wrong things, meet the wrong people, and hold the wrong opinions. On the one hand, the West has not yet arrived in this dystopia. On the other hand, it has already been there in part, albeit technologically unsophisticated, with the corona vaccination certificates during the state of emergency, whereby the game with totalitarian fire enjoyed great acceptance among the population. In principle, the laws regulating state access to data are already as flexible and elastic in normal times as the boundaries between the government and the tech and consumer companies in public-private partnerships are blurred. In declared states of emergency, more is possible anyway, and the inhibition thresholds for declaring states of emergency and allowing them to persist for a very long time are likely to have fallen after coronavirus. Especially since in every restored new normality after the state of emergency, some things that were previously unthinkable can survive, processually speaking, and step by step become more and more the rule, which was previously considered an exception. In some respects, the West is therefore still ahead, in other respects already in the midst of the dystopian development, which could take the form of increasing repetitions, whereby three moments play a central role. Firstly, the promises of comfort and convenience, which can actually be fulfilled, will always ensure broad approval for the technological progress of the smart city and thus also for digital surveillance and control, the voluntary disclosure of personal data. Secondly, accompanied by corresponding campaigns, the state will increasingly be granted exceptions to access the stored data, whether in the name of security for the prosecution or prevention of crime and terror or for the protection of abstract ideas such as climate or health. And the cynically clever state will be able to create the appropriate emergencies itself. After all, the last crises were only talked up or homemade. Thirdly, the latter can turn into hysterical moralism from time to time, in such a way that the individual is obliged to give up his petty and selfish insistence on his freedom or privacy for urgent collective interests, whereby forms of the social credit system also become generally acceptable. The basic mood of neurotic nervousness required for this is kept going by social media alone through the way they function. The West's rapprochement with China thus appears to be objectively and therefore inexorably rooted in some dominant tendencies of the present. The sociologist Armin Nassahai, member of the German Ethics Council, writes in Die Welt that the Chinese autocratic solution is undoubtedly efficient, and it is dependent on the success of freeing rule from contradiction and relying on accommodating social conditions. The few people who categorically reject this development then appear to others and experience themselves, condemned to powerlessness, as antiquated specimens. The philosopher Gunther Anders had already anticipated these bleak prospects in the 1950s, and not only in the title of his main work, The Antiquatedness of Man. Anyone who saw the freedom-restricting measures to contain the coronavirus pandemic over the last few years as a far-reaching cut in everyday life and hoped that the whole thing would soon be over had to be prepared to be lectured on the deeper meaning of the event by crisis pedagogy-minded encouragers. Quote, yes, you can't go shopping or to the club. But social isolation due to corona should not only be seen as a negative, but also as a unique opportunity. Then much would be gained for crises that still lie ahead. FAZ, May 4, 2020. The fact that the majority of the population was convinced by the necessary restrictions on their lives and income, while the initial skepticism gave way to a sense of togetherness in which everyone together was able to change their lifestyle quickly and profoundly, could therefore be chalked up as a success across the board. According to futurologist Matthias Horks, who went into an archaic rapture, the newly acquired life skills were the result of a bookish self-exorcism. Quote, many of us have taken a kind of inner inventory during this time. Those who knew how to use the crisis in this way got to know their inner ghosts and demons a little better.
End quote.
For his colleague Michael Lee Hofer, the dialogue with his own demons resulted in an almost shameful relief, a liberation from many things, not least from a part of himself. It was like a forbidden happiness in misfortune, to finally be able to shake off the decadence socialized into one's own self. Only this self-cleansing process creates the basis for recognizing that crises are often also moments in which changes are possible that would be unthinkable under normal conditions. Die Zeit, February 4, 2020. A special edition of the Taz published on Labor Day took the same line. Will the new beginning for a better world work after Corona?
With new ideas?
With more solidarity? Or without people altogether?
End of quote.
No matter what the future brings on the way there must be no going back on the knowledge gained from Corona, that it is dangerous to leave your home. The current digitalization push could make a decisive contribution to averting danger. This is to be welcomed because in these technologically advanced times, it is now even possible to go for a walk in a virtual garden twice a day or hold cyber meetings on Japanese mountains, completely without people or other dangers from the realm of the first nature. In reality, however, the physical separation of home and workplace or school is unfortunately still the rule. For Office Germany, the challenge was therefore to organize home office and homeschooling, whereby a digitalization gap had revealed itself. Inspired by the digitizing virus, it is now necessary to ignite the turbo in order to finally couple sustainability and digitization transformations. Die Zeit, February 4, 2020. However, such appeals to intensify technological innovation can only be explained to a limited extent by growing enthusiasm for technology. Rather, the praise of digital technologies is based on the hope of a sustainably regulated economy, which in turn has the function of a promise of salvation against the threat of climate death, which could be defined as specifically German in tone and character. Even if one could get the impression in view of the almost obsessive discussions in the course of the corona crisis, advertising for a comprehensive digitalization of the economy and society is nothing new. Rather, its advocates see corona as confirmation of the concerns they have been voicing for years. The driving force is the Industry 4.0 platform, which was founded in April 2013 on the basis of a cooperation agreement and was initiated by the Mechanical Engineering Associations, VDMA, the German Electrical and Electronic Manufacturers Association, ZVI, and the Computer and Electronics Industry, Bitkom. They are guided by the fear that Germany will not be able to defend its technological leadership and pioneering role in industrial production if it continues to fail to act. Manager Magazine, April 12, 2015. In this context, the CEO of Siemens, Joe Kaeser, declared digitalization to be the fate of German industry. In view of the fact that Germany has only occupied a mid-table position in the EU-wide comparison of the level of digitalization for years, Bitkom President Achim Berg issued the slogan that Germany must move from being a driven to a digital driver, so that the suspicion that Germany is developing into a dinosaur economy does not even arise. Manager Magazine, January 23, 2015. There have also been warnings in the past that Made in Germany needs a new start. Die Welt, May 11, 2019. Despite their sometimes hysterical nature, they have a real core in that the German economy has been driven by developments in productive power in the USA and China for years. However, while in the past corresponding concepts were discussed at industry sociological symposia or within trade associations and their implementation was mostly at the discretion of the companies themselves, the state, which is increasingly acting as an economic planner, has now declared digitalization to be a top priority, as evidenced by an initiative by Economics Minister Peter Altmaier, which became known as the National Industrial Strategy 2030, and aims to establish major national and European champions on the global market. Chancellor Merkel has long emphasized that Germany is dangerously far behind when it comes to digitalization, which raises the question of how we can guarantee our standard of living in times of growing global competition. Of course, Germany should also act more cleanly and morally correctly than the rest. Quote, "There is a high level of data access by private companies in the United States of America. There is a high level of data access by the state in China. These are two extreme positions, neither of which we want and neither of which corresponds to the nature of the social market economy. A social market economy is never pure capitalism or something like that."
End quote.
In March 2017, the Federal Ministry for Economic Affairs and Energy (BMY) published the White Paper on Digital Platforms, which sets out the framework for the transformation of both the German and European economy towards a digital production and platform economy, in order to help latecomers to the anti-capitalist digitalization path. It is stated that this transformation is to be accomplished as a social tour de force in which everyone is called upon and challenged. This is because the methods of the United States and China, which are unfair from a German perspective and are conquering one once analogous industry after another, can only be effectively countered if industrial production is brought up to scratch. This is an asset that can still be used to its full potential, as it stands for the principle of earning money with purpose, and for an engineering and craftsmanship culture that is designed to create something lasting and sustainable, with perfection, precision, creativity, and sophistication. These virtues should continue to form the basis of smart factories in the digitally transformed economy. In all of this, nothing should be left to chance, which is why the digital training of the future workforce is part of the overall strategy. The pressure to act is also enormous here, as Germany has missed the boat in terms of technical equipment and digital teaching methods on an international scale. The Digital Pact, which came into force on May 17, 2019, is seen as the first step towards eliminating the biggest deficits in this regard. Just how seriously the national project is being taken was recently felt by those teachers who did not independently train to become digital teaching service providers on demand or even dared to consider laptop lessons to be a rather counterproductive thing overall. However, tomorrow's employees will no longer be able to rely on a qualification once they have acquired it. They will be forced to engage in so-called lifelong learning under penalty of being invalidated. Against this backdrop, a vocational qualification will at best be a starting qualification, if not an obstacle on the path to complete self-flexibilization of the workforce. The desired counterpart to the smart factory is the self-employed worker, who has internalized a collection of skills and tasks and is expected to constantly expand their portfolio of hard and soft skills. This includes the willingness to be available anytime and anywhere, as well as the ability to work, think and act in a networked way. Despite this profound change in employment biographies, and because of the unequivocal intention to make the location more productive, the digitalization project is being marketed as a great gift to the population. However, the promised growth-based job miracle through modernization is likely to quickly lead to disillusionment as things stand at present, as the number of employment relationships says nothing about their quality. The core workforce is still in a comparatively comfortable situation. They are already faced with crowd workers who compete on IT-based platforms for more or less qualified work tasks that have been outsourced from the company and compete with each other to get a job that is remunerated based on results, i.e. only if it is of benefit to the company. Regardless of this, digital flagship projects for the sustainable regulation of the economy are in the media spotlight. Success stories are presented in a mixture of optimism about the future and a do-gooder attitude, intended to convey the impression that highly qualified and hard-working high earners in the German economy are working at the highest level of technical sustainability, not simply for their own self-preservation, but for the good of humanity. The fact that profane reality, like everywhere else in the world, is determined by the objective purpose of profit maximization and the existential reasons for making money only ever becomes apparent on the occasion of individual scandals, such as in the summer of 2020 in the meat industry, when the reality of production briefly overlaps the slogan-like technology discourse. Objections to the future visions of digitalization-savvy innovators mostly focus on the concern that the economy could run out of work due to the automation potential of new technologies. Growth-critical computer socialists, on the other hand, orate with unshakable confidence in humanity that communication and information technology, which is based on collective knowledge and thus supposedly structurally cooperative, imminently undermines the destructive logic of capital and thus opens up all kinds of possibilities for the post-capitalist refinement of society as a whole, just as if the unemployed in deindustrialized regions were the first to come up with the idea of organizing the construction of the ever-networked cyber international. However, the technological determinism domiciled in both the worrying and idealistic camps fails to recognize that the digital upgrading that is being driven forward everywhere is not an end in itself, but serves to intensify the production of relative surplus value with the help of algorithmic problem-solving strategies under the compulsion to compete on the market. Although capital, which does not shy away from the elimination of entire professions and regional industries, tends to reduce the proportion of human labor in the production process, under the prevailing conditions it does not voluntarily forego the most effective utilization of living labor. Capital is fixated on increasing abstract wealth, which grows because variable labor produces more value than its wages cost the company, even with high investments in constant capital. A contradiction, but one that, as the movement of capital G to W to G prime, has not only always been compatible with the prevailing economic system, but is fundamental to it. Capital itself is the litigating contradiction in that it strives to reduce working time to a minimum, while on the other hand it sets working time as the only measure and source of wealth. It is also unlikely that robots, controlled by artificial intelligence, will soon be doing most of the work because the acquisition of complex technologies for individual companies must also pay off in the short term. The latest generation of lightweight robots, which are supposed to perform more complex tasks in production than the industrial robots that carry out painting and assembly work, sometimes fail miserably in practical tests. This may explain the reluctance that is evident in the results of a recent survey commissioned by the Federal Ministry for Economic Affairs and Energy on the status of digitalization. Only 17% of industrial companies in Germany use robotics and sensor technology, with just 1 in 9 companies planning to use them. Artificial intelligence is only an issue for 7% of all companies. Even Dieter Spath, director of the Fraunhofer Institute for Industrial Engineering, which specializes in giving the wishes of German export capital a scientific veneer, points out the weaknesses of digital machinery and, even more so, the need to continue planning with living people, in a participatory manner, of course. Quote, "We need to make even better use of people's abilities. And they don't just have motor skills, but also thinking skills, associative skills that should be used. Not in the sense of exploiting, but in the sense of contributing."
End of quote.
However, despite all the exaggerations, the digital transformation processes are not mere papanzas. Google, Apple, Facebook, Amazon and their Chinese counterparts achieve the highest market values worldwide. The platform models they have popularized have become a role model for a number of companies from different sectors of the economy. The German digital sector is lagging far behind in international comparison, but is recording continuous growth. Turnover in IT, telecommunications and consumer electronics, a business area in which 1.2 million people currently work in Germany alone, is expected to increase by 1.5% to 172.2 billion euros this year, excluding coronavirus, with innovation technology guaranteeing the highest profit rates. While there were 20,000 vacancies for IT specialists 10 years ago, there are currently already 124,000, who are also expected to play a training and multiplier role for companies that are reluctant to digitize. The untapped market for computer-controlled self-optimization, smart or autonomous driving, which is attracting experienced captains of industry and fresh entrepreneurs alike, is likely to reinforce this trend. In the course of the current innovation process, the marketable information and communication technology means of production are being integrated into already tried and tested production concepts. In this respect, digitalization does not mark a new exploitation strategy, but is a potentiated expression of a development that began at the end of the 1970s. At this time, Taylorist rationalization strategies, which aim to generate performance increases primarily by increasing the quantitatively fixable quantity output per unit of time on the basis of formalized, calculable skills, were in crisis. They could not be reconciled with the end of prosperity-based mass production and the growing importance of individualized and short-term customer wishes based on the saturation of established markets. The pressure to act was further intensified by the collapse of the Eastern Bloc and the intensifying internationalization of both production and markets at the beginning of the 1990s. As a result of these developments, new rationalization models and marketing strategies, which had previously been considered an insider tip, became widely accepted under the label of lean production. In view of the special profile of German industrial production, whose previous success was based on quality products combined with a high potential for innovation, forms of work organization that aim to increase productivity, by expanding functions and corresponding qualifications, reducing hierarchies and achieving a high degree of self-organization became decisive. These forms of work organization are only at first glance in contrast to the erosion of the standard employment relationship that was accelerated in the last decade of the 20th century. In retrospect, both the individualization of work and the dismantling of contractually regulated working relationships prove to be a system-compatible consequence of the increasing dominance of a radical market economy, which sees production-oriented rationality and material limits to the utilization of labor as an obstacle to competitiveness, as well as to investors' expectations of returns. The post-Fordist work regime overcomes the limits of the exploitation of capital set in the Fordist production economy, revolutionizes the technical and organizational foundations, e.g. through computerization, and releases the use of labor power from its institutional and motivational limits, subjectivization. In this respect, the supposedly humane design of work organization, in the form of task integration, group work and extended scope for action, is tailor-made to be integrated into market-oriented forms of control. The task of powerful computing machines and algorithmic pattern recognition processes is to perfect these tried and tested forms of control and thus enable highly flexible and decentralized just-in-time production. In order to be able to generate and utilize as much information as possible, all instances involved in value creation are networked with each other wherever possible. All possible user data collected in real time is also increasingly being used to eliminate contradictions between the production and market economy. Digitalization is the dream of controlling the entire value creation process while simultaneously reducing production and turnaround times in order to improve the quality of goods. Accordingly, the industry magazine T3N Digital Pioneers, whose creators see themselves as the vanguard of digitalization, states as an example, project and task management was yesterday. Today, the focus is on processes and their optimization. Startups and small and medium-sized enterprises in particular are dependent on collaboration solutions that map, automate, and optimize their own workflows.
End quote.
At the heart of the attempt to be able to react routinely to unplanned events in volatile markets is now the refinement of the work organization combination of technology and operators. This is, if you like, the historically new aspect of the digital transformation of the world of work. Unlike machine technology, digital technology structures and shapes the interaction between people immediately, just in time. Whereas in the manufactory it still depended on individual craftsmanship, on the sharpness of the eye and the virtuosity of the hand marks. In industrial capitalism, the individual worker finds a completely objective production organism that acts on him as an external power. The interlocking of mechanical apparatuses, which replace the manual dwarf instruments, presents itself to the individual as a centrally present superior power. The individual machine is replaced here by a mechanical monster whose body fills entire factory buildings and whose demonic power, first hidden by the almost solemnly measured movement of its giant limbs, breaks out in the feverishly mad whirling dance of its countless actual working organs. Aware of his secondary role in the production process, the industrial worker that Marx had in mind is also less susceptible to the fixed idea that work is about self-realization. The operators of computers, smartphones, or tablets, who are much less burdened by physical labor and who enter commands on user-friendly screens, may, on the other hand, believe that they have the means of production under control and that their work depends on their creativity. More than ever, people are putting up with absurd production conditions in which the almost slavishly anticipated wishes of potential customers are the deciding factor. Producers function as mere interfaces in digitally controlled processes, where communication and aptly enough collaboration are incessantly carried out in a stunted manner under the guidelines of automated schemes. There is ultimately no desire to communicate about anything substantial at all. Experiential knowledge is replaced by technically accumulated process knowledge, and precisely where people have to constantly rack their brains under standardized specifications as to which innovation is useful for the respective process, there is no reflection on the social conditionality of such a form of alienated intellectual work. Technical programs are also increasingly being used to collect data to monitor work performance and behavior. The increased use of scoring and rating procedures combines the motivational subjectivization of work with control elements that serve the goal of synchronizing self-control and external control at a new level. Even if the loudly articulated fear of surveillance is in many cases produced by people who, despite all the warnings and admonitions, actually have little to hide, the mistrust of surveillance capitalist elements is not simply plucked out of the air. Rather, it is to be feared that both operational and political opportunities for total capture will be increasingly exploited, not least because of the systemic competition with China, which benefits from its own unscrupulous ruling technique in terms of labor and regulatory policy vis-a-vis its Western competitors. which in turn arouses desires in the West that are hardly opposed by a vital interest in a demarcation from dictatorial regimes committed to Western civilization. This tendency is particularly pronounced in Germany, where a third way between liberal laissez-faire and coercive state measures has once again been propagated in the media and by the government in the face of the coronavirus crisis. The self-descriptions of the digital industry rarely fail to mention that the success of the digital transformation requires a willingness to permanently change the work culture. Agile management consultants rely on the psychological screening of human capital. Quote, "The mindset of each individual employee is the biggest brake or accelerator on the path through your agile transformation."
End quote.
The megalomaniacal idea that every bankruptcy can be averted by motivating and harassing the workforce certainly has a long tradition. The slogans that have recently been circulating with greater frequency for more confidence in dealing with one another serve the purpose of freeing those involved in the eternal dialogue from their last inhibitions when disclosing their own data or scoring their colleagues. This is precisely the message of such group therapeutic sermons in the spirit of moralistic and pastorally exaggerated utilitarianism. Quote, "Agile organizational cultures are characterized by transparency, dialogue, an attitude of trust and short-term feedback mechanisms."
End quote.
Because it is not least the office base that determines the mindset, the digital scene is working meticulously to create a harmonious working environment that differs markedly from the stuffy office culture of digitization-shy employees. A generational change that starts with the latest laptop and doesn't end with the selection of stylish office chairs, by Sitag, and hanging lamps, by Kim Wong. According to the digital pioneers, a table tennis table or a table football table are also allowed in the office. After all, people are easygoing and can sometimes knock one out. Anything goes, nothing has to, it just has to be functional. In short, fun, fear, and focus. Critics of the digital milieu's own business model are also read through the lens of positive psychology. Hartmut Rosa's critique of acceleration, for example, is reinterpreted as an instruction manual for productive timeouts. Although, to be fair, Rosa's shallow critique of capitalism is not immune to such appropriation. As early as the 1960s, attempts were made to redesign the then factory-like office interior in such a way that presence at the workplace was not experienced as an immediate oppressive burden, and thus gave the worker a sense of exhilaration at the computer. The office landscapes, as the new open-plan offices were christened, were intended to save space and costs, but also have a friendlier effect, with more daylight, homely carpets and so-called green elements. The price paid for this sprucing up was more mutual social control between the employees, who always kept a benevolent eye on each other. However, the open-plan office also unintentionally encouraged communication between colleagues. Today's agile reformers are increasingly displeased by this non-digital remnant of communication. If the company has taken precautions to create a good atmosphere through the use of a product aesthetic, the agile management may ask a different question in return, namely, how can we finally get some peace and quiet in the office? After all, no chatting outside the designated time units and functional areas should distract from the focus on work. Spirituality is sometimes used for this, but it doesn't seem to be a panacea either. Quote, "Although the seven-mind employees regularly meditate together in their day-to-day work, for example before meetings, there was often little mindfulness and calm in their own offices."
End quote.
Because compulsive innovators are in constant competition for the most exploitative ideas, entrepreneur and author Jason Fried goes one better. Quote, "In order to train his own team to stop chattering and to shift communication consequent to digital, Fried even advises managers to introduce one day a week on which no talking is allowed in the office, for example, a no-talk Thursday."
End quote.
If people do talk, please don't do it aimlessly. Accordingly, Christian Miele, president of the Federal Association of German Startups, answers the question of how he organizes his lunch break as follows: "I usually go to lunch with founders, other VCs, or with my colleagues. There's this famous networking saying, never eat alone, I stick to that."
End of quote.
The fear of solitary isolation, as such statements clearly show, is ultimately identical to the fear of collective self-organization. The recent enthusiasm for working from home has an immediate connection to the constitution of contemporary working subjects, who are not always as sophisticated as Miele or Fried, but who have to gradually get used to the most efficient advances of their class spokespeople. Where the instrumental worldview has become so tautolized that every action is counteracted from the point of view of economic networking, one can expect that no one will use working from home to put their feet up, even gleefully. In any case, very few people know what to do with themselves at home that goes beyond work, purposeful communication, and recharging their batteries. So it's no wonder that employers are also open to working from home, especially as it saves on office rent and operating costs and avoids wear and tear on equipment. In the TAS, where the zeitgeist is always to be had, The inconvenient commute to work is already being problematized, and urban planning is looking to the future. There will no longer be districts where people only work or only live.
End quote.
Instead, the future belongs to residential buildings that are combined with communal workspaces. Knowing full well that the argument of no longer having to travel to work alone is not enough, and that not even those people who have sufficient living space at their disposal are keen on converting their home into a workplace, the latest findings of valid satisfaction research are invoked. People who are also allowed to work at home are happier. It is safe to assume that such a feeling of well-being is also due to the possibility of being able to skip group meditation sessions or lunches with founders without excuses, which was neglected in the study design. Leisure time, which continues to suffer in the capital relationship because company discipline, economic pressure, and everyday scheduling make people unimaginative and helpless outside of work, is now more contourless than ever. Occupations and passions whose reproductive purpose is mere pleasure or even individual whims are replaced by meticulously managed maintenance work in what only appears to be their own cause. Wear and tear training in the name of physical and mental fitness or extra shifts at work to keep up to date in a rapidly changing world are not at all suitable for keeping a distance from complete inclusion. More and more activities that fall into the time of the day that is not used for business are subject to this economic functionalization and thus to the ruthless expansion of the sphere of production into the sphere of reproduction, both in real life, when scanning the supermarket checkout themselves, and digitally, when providing data, which is the business of platform operators. Consumers take on productive tasks,
so to speak.
On social platforms such as Facebook or Twitter, those involved in perfecting individualized advertising measures are increasingly being targeted by left liberal framing measures, i.e., they are also being politically targeted. The specific feature of digitalization is its ubiquitous character. The technification of consciousness and the datification of the social has long since captured and shaped not only the world of work, but everyday life as a whole, and is thus itself a material expression of the fusion of the private, public, and professional spheres under the primacy of constant availability and flexibility. In specialist psychoanalytical discussions, the smartphone is already being problematized as an object with which small children compete for the favor of their mobile phone-loving mothers, while educators today are primarily tasked with explaining to parents seeking advice how they can still lure the little couch potatoes out into the fresh air in the extended latency phase, because they prefer to play with the devices they will later work in front of. Conversely, the cell phone also acts as an instrument of control for parents over their offspring, in that it can be used as a kind of digital leash that can be used to monitor minors outside the parental home, increasingly depriving them of the experience of temporary escape that used to be linked to the phrase "I'm going outside to play." Precisely because the digital means of work and communication are simultaneously instruments for searching for information, maintaining contacts, controlling contacts, and libido work, their socializing grip on the individual is considerable. It is true that it is not the technology itself that is the downfall, but the conditions in which it serves to make individuals more and more capital compatible. And digitalization has certainly not only made many things easier and cheaper. A bourgeois elitist educational conceit that has always been questionable has also been largely demystified, for example Wikipedia. Despite all the justified criticism of the digital superficiality and flood of information, there is no good reason to glorify the once analog world in retrospect, i.e. purely in contrast to the present. The attempt to make real life palatable in comparison to virtual life is embarrassed by reality, which is why calls for abstinence from smartphones and the like miss the mark and are regularly presented in an avuncular style that is likely to reinforce the tendency to withdraw. The idea that digital media can be used neutrally or even exclusively for the purpose of increasing knowledge is an illusion. The technical infrastructure not only ensures the constant presence and blending of all areas of life, the corresponding tools and programs increasingly dictate the form, forcing human interaction into standardized communication models and language templates. In simulated reality, not only is sensory experience replaced by images, the user-friendly interface suggests control over everything and everyone, which satisfies a narcissistic need but is nothing more than a fetish. The view of oneself is more calculating when surfing through the global village, and was even before optimization apps for dissatisfactions of all kinds were consumed. The virtual self that haunts the networks thrives on recognition and the compensation of hopes that one is cheated of in reality. Despite the promise of ever-increasing opportunities for decision-making and individualization through digital technology, users are in fact similar to the point of indistinguishability, from affect language to profile. This is exemplified in the gallery view of the video conferencing tool Zoom, which not only has a practical purpose in the corona era, but is celebrated as a collective triumph of those who like to sit in front of the screen, hold their face in the webcam, and still want to constitutively keep those they are talking to at arm's length. It is precisely through the digital retraction of distances that the distance between individuals is affirmed and potentiated. As a result, the logic of digital media amounts to reducing physical contact between people. The fact that the body per, which is susceptible to exhaustion, excitement, or seduction, can be pulled out of the social combat zone more often and more conveniently without that zone disappearing as a result, is obviously perceived as a relief in a society that is geared towards smooth functioning. It also helps to suppress the awareness of the physical presence of others, who in an atomized society are only perceived as potential harassers, but who can now be discreetly avoided thanks to digitalization. Today, there are unimagined possibilities for the oversensitive of all ages, for whom intersubjective challenges and conflicts are known to have an endlessly traumatizing effect. For advanced problem avoiders, for example, there is the Cloak app. With it, the user can avoid ex-wives and colleagues or the guy who likes to engage you in conversation, anyone you'd rather not cross paths with. The advanced discomfort with society was also expressed during the corona crisis in the tendency to emotionally affirm the prescribed cohabitation with partner, family, or shared flat in a kitschy way. All the celebrities who were broadcast live on TV from their rumpus room and who spouted the most embarrassing kind of slogans, successful crisis songs a la "we can achieve something if we as people see the big picture and go into battle against the virus because we stand together," or politicians and radio presenters whose voices trembled not because they cared about the newly discovered everyday heroes at the checkout in Lidl, but because they were moved by their own compassion. These are all phenomena that bear alarming witness to the desire for a state of emergency as a desire for the automatic shutdown of one's own social existence. As has become evident since the coronavirus crisis, there is broad-based sympathy for a model of society in which everyone looks after each other, moderated by the supervisors of a preventive and welfare state that promises to eliminate all the risks of an anonymous bourgeois public sphere and no longer needs to take authoritarian action to ensure that everyone virtually pulls together because citizens do this all by themselves under the primacy of collectivized self-care. Phrases such as vibrant city life or club culture, which are still commonly used today, especially in the advertising language of tourist information centers, adequately convey the compulsion of urban adventurousness. In any case, the farcical offer only attracts newcomers and three-day holidaymakers, because the great experience no longer awaits anyone in the functionalistically standardized big cities. Anyone returning to Erkenschwick after 3 days in Hamburg or Berlin will miss little, because the differences are mainly of a quantitative nature and the only thing that increases with the size of the city is the number of aggressive rumsitters and corner cutters, who have recently been upgraded to the event scene. But this was not always the case. In fact, there were times when urban life was a promise that encouraged quite a few people to leave their homeland and the land with the intention of doing things differently and better for themselves. With the population explosion of European capitals in the 18th and 19th centuries, which benefited from the boom in international trade, the central question arose: how to live sociably among strangers despite anonymity. Marketplaces, parks, coffee houses, pubs and nightclubs became permanent institutions that gave people who could afford it the opportunity to make the effort to socialize with others for themselves and for each other. Richard Sennett, who uses Paris and London in the 18th century as positive examples in his study on the decline of the public sphere, summarizes the specifics of urban civilization as follows: civilized is behavior that protects people from each other and at the same time enables them to enjoy the company of others.
End of quote.
Civilized behavior understood in this way was always also a protest against the local context of natural power relations and family ties. By keeping alive the often broken promise that the big thing could be done in the city, it attracted job seekers who also wanted and found a little more happiness and adventure there. Those weary of civilization resented it as a noisy chaos, a den of iniquity for the depraved and pleasure seekers. Some of this criticism directed against the city, which began with Rousseau, returns today in a postmodern, health-fixated version. However, it is not the urban dreariness that is criticized with the intention of lifting it towards something better. What is feared today, loosely based on Nietzsche's motto, "What falls one should also push," are the remaining oases of sociability. What's more, under the guise of protecting life, which hardly anyone else is interested in, an unease with civilization has been articulated in recent months that is directed against the demand for socialization and purposeless pleasure in general. The well-behaved citizens who were just waiting to catch fun seekers who were not observing the general requirement to keep their distance while sitting together cheekily, in order to then pass the information on to the internet, sometimes acted like reincarnations of 19th century Puritan urban enemies, who reported any deliberate loitering of potential idlers to the city authorities in the name of a consideration that has little to do with urban politeness than with blackmailed care. It seems that for many, the virus is less of a concrete health policy problem than the long-awaited opportunity to rebel against the decadent cultural junk, against all the pubs, clubs and trips that, for often understandable reasons, are no longer to their taste, and ideally to abolish them straight away. These days, it is therefore not only possible to live in a city and still behave like a stranger in a closed village community, where anyone who drinks alcohol in public is blackballed by their neighbors, but thanks to the blessing of digitalization, you could also choose to leave the city altogether without missing out on anything and make a contribution to sustainability at the same time. This is what the globalization scenario stands for, a neologism combining globalization and localization, which the head of the Berlin branch of the Zukunftsinstitut, Daniel Detling, promotes in the Tagesspiegel. In the final analysis, this means nothing other than the affirmation of global competition with cloud-bound self-dumbing, or the globalization of work, economy and lifestyle with an increasing return to regional and local traditions, values and characteristics. According to Christoph Turk, who, unlike Hans Magnus Enzensberger with his building box theory a few years ago or today's obsessively optimistic post-capitalists, does not see any emancipatory potential in the electronic media, digital platforms enable internet-socialized users, who tend to be attention-deprived, to let off steam in public in opinion collectives without any social mediation by parliaments, publishers, editors, or editorial offices. Sensationalism leads to the formation of packs, which is why the digital public sphere can only be appropriately understood as myth-ridden emergency gatherings for coping with little understood horrors and dangers. Even if there is something to this finding, Turk's conclusion sounds no less like the motivational speech of an adventure educator to urban youth condemned to a hiking vacation in the Black Forest. Quote, "You can't think of a peaceful state in net categories, not as a permanent account with millions of net friends all over the world, but only in an unagitated, manageable environment where the landscape, things, smells, sounds, wind and light are familiar and you are connected with people with whom you breathe a common atmosphere and share much more than files."
End quote.
However, despite all the justified criticism of globalized misery, a manageable life does not guarantee pacified conditions. The sentimental reminiscence of security is the flip side of the perennial powerlessness in the face of the overwhelming power of false conditions, heightened to a romantic regression. It speaks of a cold pessimism that cannot be supported simply because, just as the abolition of cash does not mean the end of illegal business, society cannot be completely absorbed by total digitalization. Nor is it the case that communication between politically interested and mentally open individuals, which was once supposedly at the service of the mind, was only destroyed by destructive means of communication. People no longer had that much relevant to say to each other. In a world in which there is hardly anything worth mentioning because of all the meaningless junk, the decline of language has objective reasons that are reflected in the innermost being of the subject and not just in the means of communication used. In his major investigation Die Angestellten, which appeared in the Frankfurter Zeitung between December 1929 and January 1930, Siegfried Kracauer also addresses the milieu-related behavior of employees in public. The material poverty of their existence in cramped, dark apartments and the spiritual homelessness that separated them from the genuinely more political proletariat-led white-collar workers to compensate for their misery in the glitz and glamour of urban entertainment culture. The colorful world outside marked the exact opposite of the office machines where they spent their days. In the department stores, cinema palaces and amusement parks, on the other hand, the breath of the big world is pursued for cheap money. According to one employee interviewed, people go to the pubs, probably because it's miserable at home and they want to share in the glamour. Among them were a number of women who, as sales clerks or typists, entered the world of work that was previously closed to them. The fact that the weekend could become all the rage in the city, especially for them, is a gain in freedom compared to circumstances in which the family rules, even if the entertainment industry does not deliver what it promises for everyone. Of course, Krakauer's intention was to provide a critique of the wrong way of life. His tone towards the hedonistic escape attempts of urban employees is consistently mocking, and a portion of Marxist-educated bourgeoisie is unmistakable. Today, however, the recorded views and desires of the employees in 1920s Berlin can be read as a contrasting program to contemporary society, in contrast to which the consolation of the beautiful moment, Marcuse, still represents a friendlier, more hopeful world in its decaying form. As we all know, we should steer clear of nostalgic glorification. Because where not even beautiful appearances are sought as compensation, but excellent networking is everything, there is little room for better things. Or to put it in the words of an informative nomad whose digital lateral thinker tribe can only be understood as international in the sense that it embodies the certainty from Manila to Bogota that with such people, the future means disruption above all. Quote, "My temporary workspaces are mostly centered nomadic communities whose locations are characterized by excellent internet connectivity, the presence of co-working spaces, work-friendly cafes and a low cost of living. These include many places in Southeast Asia such as Bali and Thailand, but also Morocco and Colombia. Internet speeds on an island like Bali can be far better than most households in Germany. Digital nomads have literally transformed these places into Western digital oases where lateral thinkers from all over the world come together and exchange ideas. This is where ideas and the disruptors of the future come together. ZQNFT-Arbeit.de. Federal Transport Minister Volker Wissing, FDP, recently carried out what appears to be his first personal inspection of the railways since taking office. In an interview with ZDF Hoot, he summarized his impressions of the state of Deutsche Bahn as follows: "The infrastructure I found is unsatisfactory in every respect. The rail network needs a general overhaul, and this general overhaul is a matter for the boss. Heavily utilized parts of the rail network should be expanded into a high-performance network. Construction measures should be coordinated centrally and customer friendliness should be improved. I expect that we will be able to set the clock by the railroads again in future," said Wissing in symptomatic illogicality. Shouldn't it be the railroad that keeps to the clock rather than the clock keeping to the railroad? The distorted formulation, in which the railroads determine what time it is instead of simply following their own timetable, expresses the ambiguity of the newly discovered customer and citizen orientation in German infrastructure policy. The reason for the revival of public and civic awareness in transport policy after 2 years of almost complete paralysis of public space for the purpose of total virus protection was the €9 ticket for public transport and regional trains introduced at the beginning of June. The punks who are using it to finally get to SYLT cheaply probably know even better than other rail customers that the summer gift to citizens is not an expression of a well-thought-out combination of social and transport policy, but of pure populism. Since the beginning of the corona crisis, the use of local and long-distance transport, which should actually be free to anyone who pays for it without restriction, has been subject to irregular regulations based not on empirical findings but on hypothetical model calculations, some of which, such as the mask requirement, are still in place and some of which, such as the test requirement, may be reintroduced in the fall. These regulations, which have increasingly become an end in themselves since the epidemiological situation has eased, have become a second infrastructure imposed on citizens by statistical modelers and virologists. The dwindling number of passengers, the loss of staff and the dismantling of the already dilapidated technical and structural equipment have since left long-distance and local transport largely lying idle. This desolation was followed by the €9 ticket, a usage shock caused by consumer policy calculations, which made what was taken for granted in times of bourgeois normality, increased excursion and travel traffic in summer, higher capacity utilization with low-cost offers, appear to be an infrastructure policy disaster against all reason. By turning the bourgeois normality into a state of emergency through the deconstruction of civility and sociality, the legal state of emergency, which continues to exist legally, is also prolonged in people's everyday perception. Normality is experienced as excessive demands, the return to a reasonably predictable everyday life as an imposition, while the real imposition, the extension of the state of emergency ad infinitum, appears to be the better thing compared to the chaos of everyday life, to which a return should definitely be made in October. The same inversion of normality and chaos can be seen in the lack of staff at airports, but also in cafes, restaurants and pubs since the start of summer travel. Only because air travel was almost completely stifled by emergency policy regulations during the coronavirus crisis does the gradual return to the previous level of demand appear to be a personnel and infrastructure disaster. And because the catering industry has lost its appeal due to the regulation of testing and vaccination certificates, including the control obligations imposed on staff, who often work under miserable conditions anyway, many cafes in city centers close at 6 p.m. on Sundays. The transformation of the service sector into a kind of global delivery service is taking away all the communicative skills traditionally associated with the service professions. The signs saying "please keep contact short" that hang in many stores, for example, are anti-service advertising, and makes any approach to revitalizing public life, which necessarily includes public consumption, appear to be an excessive demand on society. The worn-out infrastructure in local, long-distance and tourist transport, gastronomy and entertainment has been overhauled by the coronavirus test infrastructure for 2 years. The fact that, according to Health Minister Karl Lauterbach, people will have to pay to use this infrastructure, which is being imposed on citizens by the state, from July adds an absurd twist to the reversal of chaos and order. Making coronavirus tests payable is not just another step towards implementing compulsory vaccination in the guise of voluntary vaccination. It is also a further step towards the self-demolition of the bourgeois economy and the instrumental reason on which it is based. The test centers are of significance in terms of labor market policy, not as part of a solidarity-based healthcare system, but as part of a population control system in which people are encouraged to participate not by cost-benefit calculations, but by internalized coercion. The most important purpose they fulfill is to conceal real unemployment, and the fraud that takes place in this area is a consequence of this concealment. Where service professions, whether in the travel industry, gastronomy or small businesses, are systematically made unprofitable by the ongoing emergency measures. The infrastructure of the test centers creates a new demand induced by state coercion rather than by individual needs, and thus new, albeit precarious, jobs for services that are in many cases useless and undesirable. If the resulting hidden unemployment is not to become visible, the mass testing operation must be maintained, even if it has lost any health policy function. This, not concern for public health, is the driving force behind the current coronavirus policy. The more resources are used to expand this illusory and self-serving infrastructure, the more the civic infrastructure, which is a means to other ends and must prove itself economically, will erode. The post-pandemic model state, taken to its logical conclusion, would also be an unstate, a community that does not invest its public funds in its own maintenance and improvement, but in its own abolition in favor of a higher purpose that is no longer accessible to rationality. Friedrichstrasse was once the boulevard of Berlin. Then the cars were banned. Now the bicycles are to disappear too. When the record Marlene Sings Berlin, Berlin was released in 1965, which Marlene Dietrich considered to be her best album, the world that was conjured up in the songs she sang was a thing of the past. It was not nostalgia that was expressed in the recordings, but an aggressive recollection. The urbanity captured in the old Berlin songs had been destroyed by the inhabitants of the country that Dietrich had left for the USA in the early 1930s. By recalling the Berlin of the Weimar Republic, Marlene Dietrich held up to the present what no longer existed in it. A leitmotif of the songs was the big city boulevard. The song Unturn Linden, written by Willie Kahlo, begins with the lines, "Under the lime trees I promenade / always like to pass / oh, the passage is difficult / and the shoving / for a kilometer / you see nothing but crowd / and in the middle / the police on horseback / proudly hold the police." The song is about the dangers and pleasures of human traffic. The ordinary city dweller can only promenade like the rich and beautiful because the boulevard is a stage that brings together different forms of traffic and allows everyone to see and be seen. Crowds are not a disturbance, but the law of movement of this fleeting and differentiated everyday life, to which the law enforcers who watch over it also feel they belong. The song also depicts a semi-silky form of traffic, the ladies who pass by and with whom the passerby can tie up in order to lead them from Café Bauer to Pariserplatz, from the Jewel Booth to the Schultheiss pub, are not easy girls, but also not bourgeois women strolling through department stores, but rather ambiguously approachable women. Because they have no fixed destination, they can be seduced. Because they seek diversion, they can be led astray. The prerequisite for the possibility of engaging with passing strangers is the city traffic that flows together in the boulevard. Pedestrians, café-goers, employees, strollers, moochers, scroungers, young and old, passers-by, cars, buses and carriages form a difficult, fleeting, all-encompassing network. If there are any traces of such everyday experiences in today's Berlin, they are likely to be erased for good by the traffic calming, asphalt planting and people-straightening policies of Green Mobility Senator Bettina Jarasch. In the summer of 2020, Jarasch's party colleague and predecessor Regine Gunther had the idea of redesigning Berlin's Friedrichstrasse, which together with Unter den Linden forms an ensemble of boulevards in the old center of Berlin, in a sustainable, climate-friendly, decelerated, i.e. metropolitan and citizen-hostile way. Between Französische Straße and Leipziger Straße, Friedrichstrasse was traffic calmed, which means nothing other than the paralysis of urban human traffic. By transforming the boulevard into a pedestrian zone typical of provincial towns and decorating the emptied asphalt with greenery and water features, the city considered itself to be avant-garde among the Western metropolises. In the course of the experiment, almost all department stores, luxury stores and retail outlets disappeared from Friedrichstrasse. Employees from nearby offices and the nearby Humboldt University no longer spend their lunch breaks there because there is nothing on offer apart from Starbucks donuts and fair trade coffee, and hardly anyone even goes for a stroll along the promenade, as the Senate calls it, because it is more appealing to look out of the window at home. Instead of tackling the urban planning disasters of her predecessor, Bettina Jarasch has no other idea than to redirect cyclists, who were previously allowed on the traffic-calmed part of Friedrichstrasse, to the parallel Charlottenstrasse, which is also to be cleared of cars and rededicated as a bicycle street. In future, pedestrians will be allowed to get bored in Friedrichstrasse, while helmet-clad rally sprinters will be able to knock them down in Charlottenstrasse. If the mayor of Paris and Hidalgo makes good on her promise to turn the center of Paris into a comprehensive pedestrian zone in 2022, the next Western European metropolis is in danger of being robbed of the urbanity that defines it. Images of car-free Sundays, which regularly grace the Champs-Élysées, offer a glimpse of the future. Scattered pedestrians trot along the boulevard, which was built for the friendly harmony of passers-by, cars and buses, as if through an oversized open air
Sanatorium.
If this is the urban planning of the future, Those who felt comfortable in the corona lockdown really wouldn't have to change their lifestyle. Since the beginning of the year, a new everyday spectacle has been observed at the streetcar stops of Leipziger Verkehrsbetrieb, LVB. As long as potential passengers are not visible to the driver at the station or passengers wanting to get off press the stop button, the streetcar speeds past the station. Afterwards, people who have been left standing regularly step out of the waiting shelter to look after the train that they have missed despite being on time. Some wave unsuccessfully to the driver, others resignedly take their seats again or walk off, while passengers who have forgotten to express their wish to stop have to travel one stop too far. If smart people instead of phlegmatic people are gathered at the stop, the arrival of the train is different. Those who want a lift stand at the edge of the platform waving their arms. The train stops, lets passengers get on and off, and drivers and passengers alike are happy at the thought of not just being part of the normal flow of a service, but making their own contribution to the diversity of city life. On their website, the LVB described the introduction of the on-demand stop, which is otherwise more familiar from rural regions, as a contribution to the fight against climate change. In the usual mixture of cronyism and damaged grammar, it says, the on-demand stop, and you too, helps us to save more energy. On the one hand, there is no need to approach the stop and we can avoid opening doors unnecessarily. This is because in winter the temperature in the vehicle is always lowered and in summer we can maintain the low temperature in the vehicle. There is also less wear and tear on the doors as they are opened less often.
End of quote.
Never mind that in recent years, for reasons of infection control, although COVID-19 is not transmitted by smear infection, all streetcars automatically open the doors at all stops so that no one caught corona when pressing the button. Never mind that the doors of public transportation are there to be opened and closed regularly, so their wear and tear must be expected as long as they are not museum pieces. The LVB does not provide any information on how much energy is saved by avoiding unnecessary door opening. Instead, they use a tone of voice as if passengers were small children, stand clearly visible at the stop to board. Don't hide in or behind the passenger shelter or give the driver a hand signal if necessary. If you are traveling with us and want to get off, press the stop request button located on the doors and other places in our vehicles in good time. Because when you press the stop request, the driver receives a signal and knows that you want to get off. Translated into less easy but more understandable language, this means that if the streetcar does not stop at your station, it is your own fault because you are hiding in or behind the passenger shelter. If you want a ride, you have to do something about it. It is not enough to buy a ticket, you have to send a signal to the driver to confirm your willingness to cooperate. If the train has already left by the time it is supposed to arrive, it is not the driver who has left too early, but you who have arrived too late, because, as a matter of principle, our drivers always try to keep to the timetable. Above all, however, the following applies to the LVB: we don't have to be reliable because we are paid by you, but you have to be well disposed towards us because we are kind enough to give you a lift. That's why we don't address you as an adult, but as the jerk we think you are. The audacity with which the LVB is trying to sell citizens the self-dismantling of public infrastructure as progress in energy policy is nothing other than moral blackmail. Citizens should therefore react to it as they would to blackmail, either by no longer taking the train or by no longer paying for it. Or if they do pay, by pressing the stop button again at every station. One of the most sympathetic German associations is FUS e.V., the professional association representing the interests of pedestrians. It campaigns for barrier-free and sufficiently wide footpaths, for useful but non-functional traffic lights, and for fair coexistence between walking and driving road users. It supports pedestrians in taking action against space-grabbing parking offenders and encroaching cyclists and maintains contact partners in numerous cities. In Leipzig, it has been cooperating with a local representative for pedestrian traffic for some time. On its website and at events, the association reminds people of the social implications of walking as an urban form of transportation. It is only half true that walking has generalized a privilege of the bourgeoisie, which has been honed as bourgeois society has merged into a post-bourgeois society. In any case, the opportunity to move around the city on foot is currently used more often by particularly poor and particularly wealthy people than by genuine citizens, more by young and old people than by those who are economically and politically in the middle of life. The Mobility in Germany study conducted by the INFAS Institute on behalf of the Federal Ministry of Transport in 2018 shows that the types of transportation in public spaces are once again becoming more differentiated along economic lines. In the survey, 20 to 30% of people with a low or very low income stated that they had chosen to walk on the day of the survey, as did 15 to 20% of people with a very high income. In contrast, the upper middle class most frequently refrains from walking if another means of transportation is available. Moreover, regardless of social status, People walk particularly frequently in the period before entering the workforce and after leaving it. The importance of walking as an attitude of the self-powerful citizen, which was in any case a highly ideological figure in the face of the mute compulsion of capitalist totality, survived only as a form of decay in the phrase of the upright walk. In the meantime, it seems to have fallen further in popularity. If anything, walking functions as a negative privilege, as a means of transportation for those who have no other choice or who can take it for themselves because they are exempt from the constraints of self-preservation. At the same time, those who walk a lot are often particularly precarious road users. Children and the elderly are not only among the unpredictable factors in road traffic, they are also easy victims. The devaluation of the car, against which campaigns similar to those against smoking have been conducted in recent years, has not yet had a profound effect on the mobility habits of the population. The proportion of traffic accounted for by cars continues to increase, albeit to a lesser extent than in previous years. However, cars are used more frequently than in the past by older people and senior citizens and less frequently by the younger generation, whose members tend to do without cars when they have a secure social status. The fact that this clientele is also the least likely to walk confirms the everyday impression that the clusters of cyclists that make cycling in the city so unpleasant are largely recruited from among them. If the proportion of pedestrians in the traffic volume is record-breakingly low today at just over 20%, despite attempts to contain car traffic in cities, this is probably due to the fact that road users equipped with bicycles and other wheeled vehicles are taking up the space taken up by cars in cities just as aggressively as Sunday drivers used to. The fact that most users of bicycles and e-scooters are not fluffy slow-traffic hippies, but rather brutalized members of a social class characterized by a toxic mixture of economic affluence and moral hubris, is evident in their social behavior. When cyclists feel suspended from their duty to obey traffic rules because they use such a comfortable means of transportation, this is nothing new. Green retirees with bicycle clips and eco-mothers transporting their offspring and potted plants on their trailers have always been a danger to road traffic. What is new, however, is a different, almost always male type of cyclist, who can be described as a mixture of Buddhist and kamikaze rider. He thinks he is too confident and too cool to use the handlebars, and instead lets his arms dangle casually while riding, crosses them defiantly in front of his chest or particularly boldly behind his head, and looks down on the cyclists around him, who continue to steer well, as if they were annoying insects. If a granny's crutch or a dog's lead gets caught between his spokes, he has nothing but contempt for such intrusive scum. If he does a double forward roll on an unexpectedly high curb, he scolds the city council. It is not youthful exuberance or childish experimentation that drives him, but the wisdom of someone who considers himself physically untouchable in terms of moral perfection. If Jesus was able to cross the water without drowning, Torben can also cross the crossroads without steering. If he knocks out a few teeth in the process, it was at least for a good cause. The e-scooter riders stand upright and proudly on their scooters, just like the kamikaze cyclist meditating on the crash. After all, they are not dumb skater kids, but committed members of civil society who can expose their ecologically correct washed manis to the wind without feeling ashamed. Their scooters are therefore not mundane means of transportation that are placed in their designated places after use, but auritic objects that are always placed in a deconstructivist installation in such a way that their traffic obstruction potential is optimally exploited. While cyclists sometimes still feel like democratic road users and therefore at least adhere to the rule of right-hand traffic, a relic of school lessons that will soon be eliminated, e-scooter riders see themselves less as users of a vehicle than as missionary envoys who are on the road in the name of a way of life, indeed, a worldview, and are therefore allowed to swarm out anywhere, at any time, at any speed and in any direction. Even if they've had 3 per mil after an evening in the lounge, they feel sober as soon as they're in contact with their device and, in the happy certainty that they're only causing climate-neutral deaths, they cruise along streetcar tracks and pensioners' toes as oops now come mechs of the better future. The sidewalk, an anachronism in name alone, becomes a multifunctional mobility relay. Since public space is no longer a place where people spend time for its own sake, but merely a dead space to be traversed as efficiently as possible, pedestrians are only tolerated in it as long as they do just that, traverse the space, i.e. enter it for the sole purpose of disappearing from it as quickly as possible. The citizen, however, who actually practices walking as a bourgeois form of transportation by seeking out public space in order to spend time in it, objectively approaches more and more the vagrant and penny pincher, even if he is not yet threatened by poverty. His persistent presence in public appears to be an insult to other road users, pointless, disruptive, and provocative. Just as the service staff in young culinary establishments react with annoyance when a customer remains seated in his chair to read or watch people even after the third, "Are you still all right?" Despite having finished their obligatory meal, passers-by who walk around in public without getting anywhere are suspected of being urban parasites. Those who use the city as it wants to be used for its own purpose, as a primary place that is not just a means to something else, but must be experienced in a reflective way, are seen by the roller citizens, who always come from somewhere and want to go somewhere, as a monument to a hated past. The city that produced the flâneur knows him only as an obstacle. It is against this background that the anti-age campaigns of recent years, camouflaged as contributions to housing policy, must be seen. For example, the eviction of a retirement home in Berlin run by the Protestant Church, whose residents were informed at the end of 2022 that they would have to move to other accommodation within a year, was not the starting point for a debate on migration policy, but on generational policy. The building was to house refugee accommodation, which is more heavily subsidized by the state than the operation of a retirement home. However, because questioning such a policy could have stirred up resentment against migrants, the measure was discussed in terms of the need for housing for prospective new residents instead of naming its hostility towards the elderly. The debate on the question of whether old people in Germany have too much living space available in relation to the rental price is along the same lines. Instead of promoting the unbureaucratic construction of new apartments, researchers and politicians are thinking about how to make it more palatable for the elderly to move into less attractive, smaller apartments in unfamiliar surroundings. Social Democrat Bernhard Daldrup and Green Party politician Christina Johann Schroeder are selling the idea of encouraging elderly people who live in homes that are too large for their needs to move into smaller apartments, the rent for which they could then deduct from their taxes, as relocation relief. Stefan Sebastian, an economist at the University of Regensburg, is considering whether old people who live in apartments that are too large for their needs at low rents could be encouraged to move into smaller apartments by increasing their rent. Apart from the fact that the concept of housing need on which such considerations are based is abstractly statistical and follows a notion of distributive justice that ignores quality of life and individual experience, it is insinuated that not only the old are taking living space away from the young, but also the long-established are taking it away from the newcomers. Instead of making the relative comfort in which at least many old people can still live from their pensions and savings under the current conditions of tenancy law the yardstick for housing policy planning, all those who still benefit from the better conditions of the past are seen as inflexible vested interests and narrow-minded habitués, who are of course not to be brought to their senses through immediate coercion, but through nudging, through economic and moral blackmail. This kind of caring assault on unruly old people is nothing entirely new. Rather, the considerations to force old people out of their homes are in continuity with the defamation of car-driving senior citizens as climate pigs, the scandalization of the particular danger that pensioners allegedly pose to road traffic, as well as with the forced confinement of old people in apartments and homes under the guise of welfare during the corona pandemic. If the contradiction between the slogan of wanting to protect the elderly and vulnerable and an epidemic prevention practice that forbade the inmates of retirement homes from going outside, that praised it as charity to put food on the grandparents' doorstep to avoid physical encounters, and that forbade relatives from analogous participation in the last days of their grandmas' and grandpas' lives, is hardly acknowledged to this day, this is due to a form of memory loss that goes hand in hand with practically practiced lack of conscience. Even contemporaries who are critical of measures are often unable to state what they actually did, thought and felt in the years between 2020 and 2023 and how their lives changed during this time. "I've already ticked off next year for myself," was a frequent response from people during the coronavirus period, indicating that they were frustrated but would accept the inevitable without resistance. The loss of memory practiced on their own responsibility, a self-abandonment of the genuinely human ability to synthesize the past with the present, has become second nature to the members of the woke generation. Perhaps, as with every mass sect, it is precisely this self-amnesia and self-apathization that constitutes the awakening of the awakened. In order to feel reborn, you have to get rid of everything that burdens, inhibits, but also characterizes and distinguishes you as irrevocably born and binds you to the only life you have in grief and love, people you knew, places you lived in and on which you have imprinted your own traces just as irrevocably as you were shaped by them. Memories that commit you to the past even when you leave it behind. Despite all the falsification it does to the past, the truthfulness of family memory lies in the moment of effectivity, the individual charging of what has become history with fantasies attached to it, without which there would be as little memory as without the facts that ignite the fantasies. Not out of socio-political necessity, but because for the representatives of the woke generation intergenerational justice means the merciless clearing away of everything that still reminds us of such an entanglement of objectivity and subjective experience. The elderly are to be transplanted from their ancestral homes into climate-gender and generation-neutral vegetation communities. Homes, no different from cars and any property that goes beyond its immediate usefulness, are crystallizations of past and present experience, sedimented individual lives. This is precisely why expropriation in all totalitarian states has always been an act of forced separation of people from their own history, from their past, present, and future. In National Socialist Germany, the expulsion, persecution, and murder of the Jews went hand in hand with the state-launched and covered-up theft of their property and its communalization in the worst sense. In view of the woke generation's self-proclamation as the avant-garde against the right, it is worth remembering that National Socialism did not begin with the expulsion of foreigners, but with the stigmatization and persecution of one's own, familiar people, the German Jews, a barbarism that was not carried out by ossified old people, but by the youth, whose preferred party was the NSDAP. The Nazis were only old in the retrospective view of the children's and grandchildren's generation. In the present, they were mostly as young as those today who have lost all generational memory. With us goes the new age was the maxim based on a verse by Hermann Claudius, which was taken up by the workers' movement in the Weimar Republic, behind which Young Alliance members, life reformers, environmentalists, and Nazi pimps alike gathered in the early days of National Socialism and which found its way into the songbooks of the FDJ in the GDR. It was always the young who pledged their allegiance, not to blindly obey the old, but to put an end to their rule. Those who stand up against the right today know, remember, and suspect nothing of all this. The grandparents and great-grandparents they forced into retirement could explain it to them. In 2012, Peter Handke wrote an epitaph on the toilet in his Versuch über den stillen Ort, Attempt on the Quiet Place, which, like many of his texts, neither has a predecessor nor will it find a successor. In it, he calls the toilet, in boarding schools, dance cafes, at home, or even in Catholic churches, where it enables a retreat within the retreat, a place for a very different kind of need from the physical one. This is why he laments the dwindling opportunities to go there. Since his childhood, the toilet cubicle had seemed to him to be a refuge of contemplation that offered him peace from those close to him and those far away. He recalls his memories of the boarding school toilet. For the first time, it was me, it was my person that was at stake in that quiet place. And for the first time it made me hear, what could be heard was not just the many noises, but rather the noise that was muffled by this and also by being far away, which no longer came across as noise, no longer as barking and yelling, but for moments almost as something homely.
End quote.
In this sense, the toilet is even the opposite of a place of need. It allows those who retreat there to interrupt the relentless hustle and bustle of everyday life and to suspend the flow of demands for a short time under the pretext that there is no other way. Handke's attempt is not only about disciplinary institutions, schools, monasteries, boarding schools, but also about the history of masculinity. Ever since the invention of the urinal in 1866 and its patenting 16 years later, men, at least in most Western countries, have enjoyed the questionable privilege of being able to pee in public without having to sit down or at least squat. Without using this as an indication of the continued existence of patriarchy, it can be said that an unresolved moment of natural history lives on in this fact. If a woman pees standing up in public, it is a sign that she is drunk or otherwise not quite herself, if not crazy. If a professor stands next to his doctoral student in the men's toilet and talks about Adorno, neither the doctor nor the public order office will be called. It is not far-fetched that urinals in men's toilets were introduced in the first place out of resignation that men will probably never learn to sit down to pee. This is why the repeated complaints that there are not enough public toilets in response to complaints about standing up to pee in public are unfounded. Where they do exist, their glasses are peed on. Not only is it time-consuming and inconvenient for men to sit down on their own, while women prove their complexity by the jumble of their handbag contents and by queuing up in front of the toilets, but it would be downright unfriendly. Who can do what with whom among friends and colleagues is best decided at the urinals. And an evening in a pub only becomes really cozy when you can knock back the spiritual drinks, beer drives, in a communal, unspiritual way. That's why no local politician in this country has ever tried to limit the damage caused by public urination, which is more devastating for the environment than plastic straws, by introducing more seating cubicles for men. Men must be allowed to stand when peeing, anything else would be contrary to human rights, but they should not promote the erosion of the fabric of public buildings. Standing to pee is therefore still allowed, but not wild peeing, the antisocial form of civilized standing to pee. The latest measure against wild peeing has not been devised in posh Munich, but in proletarian Gelsenkirchen, where no party would ever want to force its potential voters to pee sitting down. In future, a hydrophobic paint is to be applied to the outside walls of buildings that are prone to peeing, which will reflect the urine instead of just letting it roll off, so that the wall pees on the pier. This is far more aggressive than the flies stuck to the inside of the urinals, which are intended to ensure that no one pees on the bowl at least, and which are a prototypical example of nudging. At the same time, The Gelsenkirchen regulation is unpleasantly reminiscent of the spikes and bollards used at train stations to prevent homeless people from sleeping on the benches. Moreover, the paint does not absorb the urine, but allows it to bounce off. From now on, the urban space will not only be peed on by wild urinators, so to speak, but also by the city council. This pretty much sums up the current quality of municipal infrastructure policy. However, the impression that the public urine problem is solely an expression of atavistic male social behavior is deceptive. At the very least, such social behavior has now become transgressively generalized. This can be seen in the heteronormativity critical gender toilets in many German universities, which university directors are so proud to have installed. Either the additional installation of queer non-binary intertrans toilets has resulted in curiosities such as the exclusive reservation of individual urinals for women with penises, or the toilets have since been used for all genders, which means that in future women will also have to sit on pre-piss glasses and, when they leave the toilet cubicle, be prepared to be the first to see a man unpacking his sex while standing at the bowl. That's what they get for their emancipation. The pluralization of urination is complemented by gimmicks such as Le Pee, a urinal for women that is often used at events such as Fusion. Women who have to go urgently and don't want to queue can use it to acquire the privilege of standing up to pee in an emergency. Predecessor forms of the female urinal were used in the 17th century by women such as Katharina Margaretha Link, who lived as a man in order to avoid the female activities that came into question for her and is now considered a precursor of queer existence. Even if women today use the Le Pee to be able to hold out longer during the mass party ordeal, it is still, and even more so, a makeshift, which the whole of life becomes anyway. It's just a waste of time to flip up your skirt or drop your pants, interrupt a work meeting to go to the toilet, or stop using the phone just because you have to. You've also had to learn to wash your hands again during Corona. The raw pragmatism of the boss, who seals the contract with a trainee with a handshake after going to the toilet, becomes the model for equality that drags all equals down to the lowest level because they are all equal. Closing the door before going to the toilet and sitting down is an affront to such people, not only against men, but also against women, who would not have equal rights if they did not behave just as badly as men. Only when no one has any hope is everyone happy. In her novel People in the Hotel, published in 1929, Vicky Baum describes the arrival of a typical representative of the then new middle class of employees in a Berlin luxury establishment. There he stood in the hall of the Grand Hotel, the accountant Otto Heinlein. He heard distant music, he smelled coffee, cigarettes, perfumes, the scent of savings from the dining room and flowers spilling out of vases on a table for sale. He felt the thick red carpet under his weighty boots. A waiter whizzed past, carrying a silver tray with wide, flat glasses on it, each glass containing just a little golden brown cognac, with ice floating in the cognac. But why weren't the glasses filled to the brim in Berlin's best hotel?
End of quote.
People in the Hotel, subtitle colportage novel with backgrounds, has neither main nor secondary characters, but a bit like Robert Altman's later film Shortcuts, only secondary characters who become the main thing and whose lives accompany the book for a few days in rapid contrapuntal change, such as the character of the accountant Otto Heinlein, who has been diagnosed with a fatal stomach disease and therefore wants to live for the first and last time in a place in the capital, Berlin, that he would otherwise not be able to afford. He is treated arrogantly by the staff and other guests, and his lack of knowledge of upper-class manners makes him the victim of an imposter baron, who at least shows him the capital's theaters and nightclubs in an attempt to fleece him. A doctor present at the hotel treats Heinlein with morphine when he collapses with stomach pains, and his illness seems to improve. He even dares to give up his existence as an employee and, towards the end of the novel, plans a vacation trip with the store girl Flämmchen, the disappointed mistress of his boss, who has fallen in love with Heinlein. Vicky Baum, who was regarded by the Nazis as a Jewish asphalt literary woman, emigrated to the United States 2 years after the publication of Menschen im Hotel, and, until her death in 1960, sometimes set foot on European soil, but never again on German soil. The country that she had learned to despise and in whose language she had hardly written since 1933 has posthumously discovered her mediocrity since reunification and, misusing one of her ironic self-designations, has filed her away as a first-class second-rate writer. Especially as the colporta literature, she saw herself as a representative of only new predictable plots anyway, which clouded the audience's minds. When a petty bourgeois steals his superior's lover, it's banal because only a little happiness, but no big riot, comes out of it. Yet People in the Hotel, which tells of a cosmopolitanism in decay, offers more precise observations on the connection between social experience, habitus and civility than sociological surveys. Precisely because Heinlein belongs neither to the proletariat nor the upper middle classes and does not understand the customs of the Grand Hotel, once he has really come into contact with them, he understands them better than those who move around in them like fish in water. And precisely because Flamchen is so naive as to believe in great love, she sees through liars and impostors better than they see through themselves, her insight sharpened by disappointment. The big city hotel is not just a backdrop for such social physiognomics. Rather, it is its topographical origin. In the Weimar Republic, it became a place for the depiction of the promise of happiness, as well as the overwhelming experience of a mass society that promised freedom and equality for all, but failed to realize it. Novels of the time, such as Alfred Doblin's Berlin Alexanderplatz, or the prose texts of Walter Cerner, who lived almost exclusively in hotels, made the connection between hotel life and experiences of pleasurable and fearful distraction their subject matter. The detective novel discovered the hotel as a crime scene whose labyrinthine form, separated from the outside world, made it possible to gather a closed circle of strangers. In his 1925 study, The Detective Novel, Siegfried Krakauer dedicated a chapter to the hotel lobby as a predestined crime scene. Helmuth Plessner's studies on the civilizational significance of role-playing, which illuminated the connection between the public sphere and the urban citizen's experience of the body long before Pierre Bourdieu, were also based on experiences that crystallized in the hotel. Since the early 20th century, everyday sociology has been the sociology of the hotel, and aesthetic experience has also been the experience of hotel halls, hotel corridors, arrivals, and departures. It is no coincidence that the Grand Hotel has experienced a revival in the present day with Wes Anderson's film Grand Budapest Hotel, which was largely shot in Gorlitz and contains extensive references back to the early 20th century, but remains strangely cryptic in its depiction of everyday hotel life. It is clear from the film that life in the Grand Hotel can be reconstructed but not shown, not vividly illustrated. This is why Anderson makes use of a hermetic historicism that could only be filmed on location in a largely dead city with many unused old buildings. The era his film evokes has become so alien that it can only be portrayed as a riddle. The hotels of the present that can compete with offers such as Airbnb are neither Grand Hotels nor Norman Bates hotels, but non-places. In his Vorüberlegungen zu einer Ethnologie der Einsamkeit, published in German in 1994, the anthropologist Mark Augie described places that are pure infrastructure, relay and transfer zones for the purpose of maintaining human traffic as non-places, non-lu. He cites highways, supermarkets, and airport waiting areas as examples. The transformation of the Metropolitan Hotel, which has enabled specific experiences beyond its function of accommodation and created new forms of transportation, into a non-place can be seen in the Motel 1 chain, which was founded 21 years ago and has since expanded internationally. Unlike the faceless luxury hotels that play a key role in Christian Crack's books, Motel 1 hotels are affordable for the middle class. Although the chain advertises that its interiors are designed by local artists and have an individual character, the advantage of these hotels is that their unrivaled monotony and the disgusting turquoise of their interiors make them recognizable even when you come home drunk from the lounge bar. That's why these hotels are usually frequented by a mixture of young party people, conference academics, and middle-class freelancers who always keep to themselves, stay in the hotel only to work, and sleep and leave as soon as they have done what they were there for. Motel 1 hotels don't have a lobby, just a large anteroom that can become a breakfast room, a co-working space, or a bar, depending on the needs of the day. Breakfast here means scarfing down organic muesli and bread rolls with cheese and sausage toppings, which are usually only available in two varieties, squatting on uncomfortable and ugly designer chairs, followed by a cup of coffee with lactose-free milk and never needing more than a minute to get orange juice because otherwise the table will be occupied again. After 15 minutes at the latest, the leftovers are taken away with a collegial, "Have you finished? Can I clear up?" The rooms are designed so that you can lie on your bed and watch TV, work on your laptop, and take a shower, but that's all you can do. Because everything about these hotels is geared towards getting rid of guests as quickly as possible in order to replace them with others, while giving everyone a feeling of smooth busyness, they are also the perfect Corona hotels. The self-denial of hospitality, the transformation of friendly gestures into those of authoritarian care, which has been demanded of representatives of the service professions for a year and a half, was standard here long before the health emergency was declared. Motel 1 hotels will continue to exist when the last petty bourgeois family hotel has closed. But since they are non-places, places where you stay only to wait to leave them again, where you can neither observe nor experience, where you meet people without ever getting to know them, there will be no more Vicky Baum to write about them. To do so, you would have to spend purpose-free time in these places, and that is neither possible nor desirable in hotels of the new type. Instead, guests can answer the question, "Are you finished here? Can I clear up?" with a clear conscience. Yes, it can really all go away. In an instructive article in its business section last fall, the Frankfurter Allgemeine Sonntagszeitung diagnosed that cyclists, at least in major German cities, are the traffic policy leaders of the future. Quote, 70 million bicycles roll through Germany today, compared to 60 million in 2000. At 4 million, more bikes are sold every year than cars. It's not just student cities like Freiburg or Münster that are mutating into bicycle cities. The largest German cities like Cologne, Munich, and Frankfurt are also recording rising numbers. Berlin is also becoming the cycling capital of the nation. Since 2008, the number of cyclists in Berlin has doubled, according to a study by the Innovation Center for Mobility and Social Change. The capital is to become a nationwide role model. The National Cycling Plan 2020, recently presented by Federal Transport Minister Peter Ramsauer, envisages that in 8 years' time, 1 in 5 journeys throughout Germany will be made by bicycle.
End quote.
Anyone who has ever experienced the nonchalance with which a progressively driven native at Kreuzberg's Kottbusser Tor pats the shoulder of a grandma who has just been ecologically riveted down and says, "Hey, sorry," before continuing on to the anti-aircraft noise demonstration with an unmitigated thirst for action, knows what this threatens. The conviction that car drivers are reactionary Philistines and therefore always in the wrong and pedestrians are archaic relics in the sustainable traffic flow of the big city may be encouraged by banal empirical reasons, such as the fact that cyclists do not have to obtain a driving license and are not subject to any compulsory registration. However, they are a danger above all because they have long had the spirit of the world behind them on their journey into the DIY future. While cycling used to be an activity that allowed you to unwind and let your mind wander into the distance, something for the short but fulfilling time between private life and work, between duty and inclination, it soon became a badge of politically correct conviction, a voluntary recreational sport, and finally a valid expression of post-bourgeois mass mobilization, in which everyone, by going around in their own circles with stubborn optimism, acts as an organic part of the flexible patchwork. Cliques that make up an integral society. Cars and pedestrians are phenomena of the bourgeois era and embody its promise of happiness as well as its necessary betrayal. At its worst, a car with knitted toilet rolls in the rear window, a heart for children on the windshield, and butter biscuit crumbs on the seat cushions is the unsightly miniature version of one's own joyless terraced house. At its best, it is a mobile part of the private sphere that has been moved into the public space, enabling the citizen, especially the middle-class nuclear family, whose form it reproduces topographically down to the last detail, to be on their own in public too, to combine fast movement and quiet pausing, and in this way to split up daily time, as it were, into the linear time of traversing space as smoothly as possible and into the individual time that, thanks to the car, can be gained from this merely quantitative time, despite its pragmatic purpose. Because the car does not deny but embodies the contradictory relationship between the public and private spheres of which it is a product, it has not only become part of a mythology of prosperity, independence, and patriarchalism, but is also remembered as a place of half-homely, half-embarrassing intimacy. In the car, you can listen to your favorite music with your partner, breastfeed babies, read stories to your children, sleep, have breakfast, and make love. It has its own distinctive mark. Just like your own home has a number, just like your home, you can usually see certain pleasant or disgusting peculiarities of the owner at first glance. And just like your home, you don't let just anyone into your car. In this respect, the passage from the Dialectic of Enlightenment, in which Theodore W. Adorno and Max Horkheimer identify the car as a symptom of isolation through traffic, sounds as valid as it is outdated today. Quote, "The railroad has been replaced by cars. Having one's own car reduces traveling acquaintances to semi-threatening hitchhikers. People travel strictly isolated from each other on rubber tires. Instead, each family car only talks about what is being discussed in the other. When they meet in the inns on Sundays or when traveling, the visitors find that they have become more and more alike as their isolation increases. Communication brings people closer together through their isolation."
End of quote.
Even the diagnosis of the asociality of the car in comparison with the railroad is as irrefutable as it is anachronistic, as much as hitchhikers are certainly a dubious alternative to the traveling acquaintances of the outdated upper middle classes and squalid car service stations to station hotels, when faced with the public relations workers who make themselves comfortable in the seat next to you with a tidy, "Is this still free?" between Berlin and Cologne in order to Skype with their coaching group for the next 6 hours, you wish you could leave them in the aisle like the hitchhiker on the highway. Today, the harmonization of people through their isolation is better served by the more flexible bicycle than by the stolid car. It is cheaper, easier to replace, easier to repair, does not need a parking space or its own lane, can be taken on trains and in cars, and since its users are on the road with helmets or with an iPad and headphones, they surpass every Sunday driver in terms of offensive bluntness. In the bourgeois era, pedestrians were the complement of car drivers, embodying the same contradiction between privacy and publicity in a different way. As private individuals traveling to an unknown destination and constantly encountering other strangers who are nevertheless their equals, they represent a public sphere that does not level out the private in its own sphere, but respects it and, for example in cafes and on park benches, even allows varieties of intimacy that could only arise within this public sphere. The pedestrian, too, splits the time of traversing the space into goal-oriented linear time and the time of individual experience, which becomes the sole purpose of the flaneur, but which runs alongside and structures the perception of every passerby. Because every passerby carries his or her private sphere with them as a kind of suggestion, a tangible sign of this is the almost extinct umbrella as a portable roof that can resemble a symbolic invitation to someone's home. Urban passersby have developed their own attentiveness, forced by the new social forms of transportation to constantly perceive each other in a subtle choreography, but also to avoid each other, to endure closeness and yet maintain distance. Where the moment of freedom of purpose still comes to the fore in cycling today, it can be something similar to a mobile flânerie. However, where it functions as an agent of mobility and social change, and an entire society casually reorganizes itself with its help according to a national traffic plan, it is a symptom of the permanent self-mobilization that has long since taken hold of passersby, who equip themselves for a forced march instead of umbrellas, wear more practical but useless and de-individualizing hoods and carry rucksacks with them on every journey, as if their whole life were a permanent procession. Only at a time when everyone is always on the move, even if they're just going out the door, could the wheeled suitcases that the current tourist bashing likes to complain about have emerged. The symptomatic thing about them is not simply the noise they make, but the fact that their mere functional shape transforms the suitcase into a quasi-motorized vehicle that rattles mercilessly forward on its wheels as if on rails and is not carried but steered by its owner, which is why a single-wheeled suitcase driver can sound like an entire freight train. In this respect, the origin of wheeled suitcases, which are based on the principle of the sack barrow and therefore do not come from the leisure industry but from the world of work, transportation and construction, is more than a coincidence in the history of technology. It indicates that the whole of life today has become something that needs to be managed without wasting time, and that it has long since ceased to be a matter of facilitating purpose-free enjoyment and a happy waste of time. It is fitting that almost everyone in the big cities is now on wheels anyway. Managers scoot to work like children on kickboards, mothers transport their offspring like cattle on covered bicycle trailers, tourists are driven through the city center on Dodiesk 3-, 4 or 5-wheelers. In this way, people tend to turn themselves into their own vehicle, the old version of which, in the form of the car, they are phasing out not only out of ecological awareness, but because it has proven to be too sluggish, an obstacle to the required daily self-mobilization. This is why the car, with which one is stuck in traffic jams and cannot find a parking space, functions today not as the epitome of mobility, but of sluggishness and inability to adapt. Even the old suitcases are now only available in antique stores, because the delicacy that their shape suggests in human handling is no longer in demand. Instead of pulling them alongside or behind you like your own trailer, you have to take them by the hand like a companion, pause when you put them down, lean when you pick them up again, and exercise care and consideration when you turn around with them. In countless old films and photographs, the single person standing lost at the station with a suitcase functions as an allegory of the simultaneity of grief and hope inherent in every departure and arrival. Today's suitcases belong to disillusioned people whose lives are a dreary transit journey. They signal that one is always half gone, but always closed in on oneself on the perpetual journey, and that somehow it will always go on like this, which is unfortunately true. Today, the wheeled suitcase and the bicycle represent the individual as what he or she has become socially, as a flexible, full-time mobile, atomized individual whose particularity does not shockingly alienate him or her from other atomized individuals, but rather welds him or her together with them in the flow of traffic and communication, the true river without banks, which is the contemporary manifestation of the repressive collective and which has long since leveled out the difference between traveling and lingering. It is only consequent that the tourism industry is chalking this up to individualization. It is no coincidence that the uproar about tourists and the supposed hatred of them, which has been driving opponents of gentrification as much as anti-German critics of gentrification since last summer, has not developed among the residents of Charlottenburg Palace or in Berlin Mitte, but in a milieu in which the type of mobile individualist and creative freelancer has become the norm of existence out of the necessity of precarious self-preservation. In any case, there is unanimous contempt across all fronts for the stuffy package tourists who live in Ibis hotels and who take photos of sites in all seriousness, as well as scorn for couch potatoes who have lived in the same place for 30 years. Despite the resentment against gentrification, which not only reminds us that some people have it better, but also that everyone could actually have it better, upper-class tourism is not the most important object of the left-wing alternative tourist hunt. Rather, And this identity between subjects and objects seems to be characteristic of the shadowy battle over left-wing alternative tourist hatred. It is about people who are barely distinguishable from oneself in terms of their economic living conditions and lifestyle, and who prefer to live in those neighborhoods where everyone is always just visiting each other and themselves. Nowhere is the average rental period as short as in these neighborhoods, where every cafe is a shared flat with a bar and every apartment is a public place 24 hours a day, much to the annoyance of the backwoods egotists among the residents. Sometimes the same people who mock party tourists and Ballermanization here tell you that you are a habitual fascist if you call the police just once for disturbing the peace at night. This is forgotten by the critics of gentrification who, in their justified polemic against the ideology of the Keys and against shared flats that proudly claim not to be a purpose-built shared flat, imply that the Keys simply functions like an urban village and the shared flat like a Volksgemeinschaft in miniature. In fact, these new forms of housing are no mere regression, no mere relapse of the big city into provincialism, but a symptom of the bad sublation of the contrast between cosmopolitanism and autochthony. Precisely because, unlike in authentic ethnic German village communities, no one here believes in an existing homogeneity that must be kept unconditionally pure, because there is a lack of an innate unity that connects the atomized monads, and yet everyone is merely a citizen who can be set free at any time instead of a free citizen. A collective closeness to the citizens is practiced by means of neighborhood festivals, neighborhood flea markets, neighborhood children's stores, and neighborhood offices, the social basis of which has in fact long since eroded. Precisely because they are bound together by nothing other than the requirements of their increasingly miserable subsistence competition, precisely because they are all dependent on each other in a mixture of the need to live and the need to make a name for themselves and at the same time want to outdo each other, i.e., because there is nothing other than a purpose that is blind to itself and has therefore become empty. Everyone here is particularly vocal in their opposition to living in purpose-built shared flats. Certain young anti-German cadres, who have never had their own apartment since moving out of their parents' house and have therefore never been able to have one of the most important experiences of adult individuation, but who attach all the more importance to distancing themselves from the eternal shared flat life with its communal thing, are an expression of the same constellation. A development that, instead of touristification, would be more accurately described as hostelification, the hostelification of the big city. Along with the middle-class apartments and the old, comparatively predictable tenancies, traditional hotels are also losing their significance. The old-style hotel acquired its half-creepy, half-adventurous charm from the fact that it combined extreme anonymity and extreme intimacy. Nowhere else was it possible to be completely on one's own and yet only one among many. This convergence of anonymity and intimacy, which made hotels a genuinely metropolitan phenomenon of modernity and linked them with other modern metropolitan topoi, above all cafes and train stations, became the subject of novels, films, pictures and songs, which in the microcosm of the hotel once again brought to light in melancholy splendor the bourgeois individuality that was already in a state of decay. It was not only in fiction that impostors and detectives, agents and casual prostitutes lived in hotels. It was here that respectable people used false names so that they could finally be themselves, and it was here that adulteries and affairs took place when they turned stress into pleasure. The more hospitality, which was not only offered as a service in the hotels but was coined as a civilizing gesture, is erased from mobile society as an anachronistic disruption, the more unsociable anyone is considered to be who, instead of rolling out their sleeping mat with work colleagues or friends, claims the privilege of staying in a hotel and possibly makes special requests for a room or breakfast. Where the collective of colleagues' friends, which is in the process of replacing the nuclear family as the nucleus of society, can afford to put up its own kind in a hotel, infantile communal events from workshop breakfasts to all-night electro parties ensure that no one escapes for more than an hour a day. In the precarious art and intellectual milieu, where there is less money, lecture or performance guests are deposited in changing part-time shared flats after drunken nights in the pub, in whose encrusted kitchens you have to scrape together your morning coffee from the corners of the fridge and leave the key in the letterbox when you set off for the train station after a glance at the city map. The subtle rites of passage that not so long ago ensured that guests and hosts didn't bother each other with their rough sleepiness in the morning before brushing their teeth, and thus made room for the philanthropic unsociability that makes attentive sociability possible in the first place, and thus regulated the hospitable border traffic between intimacy and civility, are history. You are no longer really a guest at anyone's house anyway. Instead, you just sit together in changing, variously permanent constellations forced upon you by the pressures of a life that is not really your own. The hostels of today's big cities, no longer frequented only by young people but also by work and leisure-oriented travelers of all ages, are in this respect the institutionalization of the liquidation of the contradiction between traveling and living, working and living, which is enforced by the circumstances but at the same time affirmed by the individuals as proof of their total flexibility and carried out with relish. Couchsurfing, which professionalizes the possibility of renting out one's own apartment to changing temporary tenants and then moving into other apartments in exchange, and which is primarily aimed at people who hardly know how to distinguish between pleasure, cultural and work trips, between relaxing and networking, makes it clear by its very name that even when you are lolling around on someone else's sofa, you are trying to master the incalculable highs and lows of your own self. Exploitation in a sporty and daring way, so that even during relaxation there is never an interruption, never a pause. The thrilling surprise of suddenly being placed in the intimate proximity of a hitherto stranger, thanks to a combination of necessity and chance, has become an anachronistic experience in the face of such circumstances. The happy shyness of sleeping in a strange bed, an atavistic remnant of feeling. Just as atavistic as the archaic fear of the figure of the hitchhiker and the mixture of intimate threat and intimate promise that it embodies, which is primarily preserved in horror films and psychological thrillers. In times of professionalized carpooling, which takes into account the fact that one's own car, if it still exists, is just as much a public space that can potentially be rented out to anyone at any time as one's own apartment, a kind of shared flat and miniature, the old hitchhikers disappear from the streetscape and transform themselves into more or less good customers of their own mobility. On the basis of this transformation of living and traveling, the now omnipresent type of the experience less cosmopolitan could emerge, which is at the same time the real revocation of cosmopolitanism. The 5-day bearded men with Heinlein glasses and the off-the-shoulder nappy-clad women who do something to do with art and communication and who you always rightly believe you have just met are the recruiting generation of this intercultural autism, this multilingual speechlessness. Because in the everyday life of public relations workers on their own behalf, acquisition and leisure, freedom from purpose and purpose are intertwined on every trip and every stay, their conformist bustle never leaves room to gain experience alongside all the experiences, while conversely, work is too much of a necessary self-performance to crystallize into specific skills. The free time of the precarious creative worker is almost completely filled with earning it, and working time is spent consuming what one acquires through it. Both are the same thing, the permanent practice of one's own superfluousness. Doing things and going places, writes Adorno in the Vandal section of Minima Moralia about the precursors of this type of person, is the attempt to create a kind of stimulus protection against the threat of collectivization, to train oneself for it by training oneself as a member of the masses precisely in the hours left to freedom. One lives even worse, so to speak, with even less self than one expects to have to live. At the same time, through the playful excess of self-sacrifice, one learns that living seriously without an ego could not be more difficult but easier. This impulse reacts exactly to the dislocation of humanity, as it leads from the blurring of the difference between city and country, the abolition of the home, to the trains of millions of unemployed people, to the deportations and displacements of peoples in the devastated European continent. The vain, insubstantial nature of all collective rituals since the youth movement presents itself retrospectively as a groping anticipation of overpowering historical blows. The innumerable who suddenly fall prey to their own abstract quantity and mobility are recruits of the migration of peoples, in whose wild spaces bourgeois history is about to perish.
End quote.
Today, since it has perished, people who only formally act as individuals, who in reality are identical with their roles changing according to requirements, experience the fact that living without an ego could not be more difficult but easier, not as a dawning premonition but as an unquestionable prerequisite for daily self-preservation. The antagonism between ideology and reality, which had not yet been fully bridged in the type described by Adorno, so that in the process of anticipatory adaptation it seemed possible to relate to oneself in a reflective way, has thus been leveled. This is reflected not only in the rhetoric of lifelong learning used in all communicative professions in the broadest sense, not only in the inflation of creativity, as a supposed core competence, but also in the universal diffusion of being an artist into all areas of work and life. Half admiringly, half mockingly, people who know how to make something out of the ugliest conditions and who spend their entire lives narrowly avoiding imminent material and mental collapse are described as creative and life artists. Creativity is nothing more than a euphemistic term for the sophisticated, brazen and shameless but indestructible conformism that such a life teaches. Today, when a motley crew of knitting activists, web designers, educators, therapists, freelancers and coaches claim that their work has a creative dimension, this testifies to the fact that the type of artist has become a total model of socialization. Because no one knows better than the artist that his work is worthless in terms of the capital relationship, that his fees are basically nothing but gifts, that he does nothing useful at all, but as a parasite ennobled by an art court, is dependent on a patronage that can be revoked at any time, but it is precisely for this reason that he has to work diligently to generate demand for his useless production, precisely because today everyone tends to be busy all day managing their own superfluousness, everyone mutates into artists. As a side effect of this process, the apparent contrast between the bourgeoisie and the bohemians, on whose distinction the creative professionals in the touristified neighborhoods feed, has dissolved. Bohemia was once a complementary phenomenon to the educated bourgeoisie, which Ulrich Enderwitz describes in his study on the status of German intellectuals as a useless appendage of the bourgeoisie, fed by inheritance, wealth and pre-bourgeois residuals, which is endured by the character masks of capital in order to give life the appearance of a meaning that is not merely useful with luxury goods such as poetry, spirit, and beautiful appearances. The Bohemians, on the other hand, were the lumpen proletarian appendages of the educated bourgeoisie, which consisted to a not inconsiderable extent of impoverished aristocrats, private scholars and poorer children of rich people, and provided the educated bourgeoisie with the avant-garde material for their reflections. A division of labor, by the way, that deserves no malice. It produced some of the most compelling works of art of the late 19th and early 20th centuries. Today, this uselessness granted to the Bohemians due to a transient social constellation has come to an end. Not only would the excesses of happy alcoholism, demonstrative unemployment, cultivated eccentricity and generous indebtedness, which were subcultural manifestations of what Thorstein Veblen called conspicuous consumption, demonstrative consumption, lead to poverty, homelessness and harassment by the authorities and fellow citizens sooner than you know it. The people themselves, who see themselves as the successors of the Bohemians due to their supposedly creative, or at least precarious, activities, are also characterized by many things, but certainly not by contented inactivity and happy laziness. Rather, the unproductive appendages of capital, temporarily fed as surplus consumers, have today become agile, skillful and experienced self-helpers who are constantly on the move, totally communicative and open to the world, in order to gather around them a sufficient number of consumers of their own creativity, which in turn consists of nothing other than the permanent effort to generate consumption. This is why premieres, vernissages, symposia, but also left-wing lecture events and book days, give the impression, as dubious as it is true, that it is not a public that meets here, but a loosely organized gang in which everyone is dependent on each other for better or worse, but also envious of and forgiving of each other due to their unspoken competition. As on Facebook, whose circles of friends exactly replicate this social reality, everyone here needs the others in order to distinguish themselves and keep themselves in the conversation, but at the same time they have to outdo them, distance themselves from them or talk about them behind their backs in order to survive the slimy competition between their envious friends. It is this social situation in which the imago of the party tourist emerges, which is suitable as a hate image because its empirical representatives roam the neighborhood just as noisily as their own friends, who are actually nothing but competitors and are similar to themselves in this respect. By assuming that the cosmopolitanism embodied by them is something foreign that is pushing into the autochthonous neighborhood, one forgets that cosmopolitanism has long since reached one's own neighborhood, only to fail in the cliques that are only held together by the hedonistically disguised denial of the necessities of life and to admit that its promise has remained unfulfilled. It is not because they are hated as gentrifiers by the neighborhood militia, but because they make you aware of your own social existence that they fall victim to the competition of the precarious self-helpers. The fact that there is in fact no longer any difference between traveling and living, and that the experiences they denote are in the process of being liquidated, is perhaps most clearly demonstrated by the disappearance of the legacy. In his book, Enderwitz describes the legacy, the inheritance embodied in objects instead of money, as the illusory but also real confirmation granted to citizens by the capital relationship like a posthumous subsidy that their lives are not absorbed in use value. There is always something left behind that cannot simply be utilized in turn and therefore becomes the bearer of remembrance. An apartment in which a person or a family has lived for decades is irrevocably marked down to the last nuance by the life that was in it. The state of this experience today, when people are obliged to move house more and more frequently in order to reinvent themselves, is expressed by the notices hanging on traffic lights and lampposts offering help with moving house clearance, clearing out garbage and inventory disposal. Since the property was dead in the first place, it might as well be abandoned, replaced, and ultimately destroyed. Where people are unable to appropriate their lives, even in illusionary form, as their own unlosable experience, the objects in which it was concretized disintegrate into meaningless junk that can be disposed of without sorrow, just like people in the end. Thus the junk stores, whose names still echo the memory of the carefree, fulfilled waste of time, prove to be an anachronistic prefiguration of the eBay and IKEA world, in which people travel light, leave their stuff with friends, finance new furniture by auctioning off their old and manufactum has leased the good old things. The estate of mobile freelancers and creative workers, materialized in tangible assets, relates to the upper-middle-class heritage that found its last neurotic melancholic expression in the object and ornament fetishism of the fin de siècle around 1900, like Sasha Lobo's collected Twitter messages on Flaubert's letters to Louise Collett, where these bring to mind a connection between individual life and thought, the most intimate and the most general, that is as coincidental as it is unrepeatable and therefore binding. In those letters, life presents itself as a non-binding and potentially endless addition of experiences and ideas, which is already liquidated the moment it is created. The concept of liquidation is to be taken literally, because only the completely liquefied life, which is not in contradiction to anything, which does not crystallize on anything and does not come up against anything, which is therefore entirely process, appears as fulfilled to people who have become mere moments of the social process. Seen in this light, Michael Hanke's film Amour, which deals with the end of an academic couple's life after decades together, is the story of the end of an unfulfilled existence that leaves so much unfinished business behind that the world that is left behind knows nothing to do with its legacy. At the end, daughter Eva, Isabel Huppert, sits like a forgotten guest in her parents' dark, sedate upper-class apartment after their death, with whose world of experience she has nothing in common. And yet the insurmountable distance between the old people, who spent almost their entire lives there, and the daughter, who is constantly on the move, negatively articulates what remains, what is incommensurable, which the film tells an audience that can hardly experience it anymore. Even in the fact that it is annoying, individual life resists the blank line between birth, joining Facebook and death, along which people align the remnants of their disintegrated selves. Ever since the protests against Stuttgart 21 have demonstrated more impressively than ever before that politics in this country can be made more successful with wanton nonsense such as collective tree-hugging, public citizens' pledges and beetle protection groups than with the routines of representative democracy, Germans have known no stopping when it comes to citizen participation. Whether it's against flight paths or rail networks, against the renovation of old towns or the construction of shopping centers, courageous citizens always want to have a say somewhere, not because they are particularly competent in the respective area, but because they believe they are directly affected by the political decisions in question. In addition to the creeping implementation of elements such as referendums in the legislative decision-making process, this new German craze for codetermination harbors above all the danger of a rebirth of regionalism and a clod mentality. The implicit maxim of all these struggles for citizen participation is that politics is what happens on my immediate doorstep. What is beyond my horizon is also beyond my interest. The participants in the days of action against displacement and gentrification, which have been called for in many German cities in recent weeks, also indulged in narrow-minded regionalism. In Frankfurt am Main, the network who owns the city invited citizens to take part in diverse actions such as guerrilla gardening, public breakfasts, district walks and a final rave through the city on June 11th. Afterwards, the organizers referred to this open-air party in all seriousness as a housing struggle and recognized in the almost 2,000 people who took part in the actions a broad spectrum that rejects current urban planning and development. Annette Monik from the Frankfurt Initiative Zukunft Bockenheim outlined the aim of this struggle with the words, "We want to create new rituals. People should enjoy the beauty of the squares together." And Luca Becker from the group Fates Votre Jeu, which also took part in the actions, made it clear, "We made it clear that politicians are not welcome here." Police officers, on the other hand, were not wanted in Frankfurt, unlike at relevant autonomous house fights, but they were tolerated. As the regional press unanimously praised, they didn't have much to do either. The police, reported the Rhein-Main-Zeitung for example, were always present, but did not have to intervene. And the committed citizens who took part in the various Right to the City campaigns were also avowedly less concerned with criticizing concrete power relations than with securing autochthonous free spaces against the corrupting influence of luxury, decadence, and financial capital. "We don't want a culture that is a selling point for luxury apartments," was the slogan in Frankfurt, and the website of Who Owns the City mobilizes against locational thinking and utilitarian thinking in a similarly vacuous way. Because housing must not be a commodity, the city must not be a commodity. At the first networking meeting of the Right to the City of Munich initiative, people protested against the development of luxury districts and the demolition of historic houses under the motto "We're taking back the city," but also against the fact that the police decide who is allowed to party in public spaces and who is not. Like all half-truths, such slogans turn into blatant untruths if they are supposed to replace knowledge and criticism. It is true that the Declaration of Principles of Who Owns the City clearly takes sides against the expulsion of bums, freeloaders and asocials from the urban space. But how the initiators of the network can distance themselves from vigilante enthusiasts without going against their declared self-image as a grassroots democratic citizens movement, and how they can polemicize against the transformation of the city into a commodity, and demand a right to the city in the same breath, remains the secret of the organizers. Their entire rhetoric is saturated with the logic of land grabbing. Urban space is understood by them exclusively as something from which one is threatened to be displaced by ominous powers and which one must reclaim. In other words, This is very much in line with the thinking of long-established landowners who are trying to save their land from colonization through trade and industrialization, with the difference that urban space owes all of its absolutely salvageable advantages to the destruction of land and soil in the first place. However, the new right to the city campaigns are not only more bland and orderly in their political practice than earlier housing struggles, they are also no longer concerned with fulfilling the promise of urban happiness, but with the deconstruction of the city into a multiculturally renovated village community. This is why they make friends with the state power, whose misunderstood model representatives they see themselves as, organize breakfasts in the countryside instead of demonstrations, and see themselves as peace-moving Garden City guerrillas who only become unruly when the state representatives refuse to understand that they are not trying to mess things up for them, but only want to do better than them. The only thing that remains of the left self-image is the criticism of utilitarian thinking. But after all, even the most reactionary lovers of beautiful nature hate that. For around 15 years, the neighborhood around Frankfurt's main train station, with its mixture of petty crime, prostitution and migrant gang culture, has been regarded by hip art students and postmodern academics as the epitome of an authentic lifestyle. For some time now, however, it has openly served as a social laboratory for the civic experiments of the multiculturally renewed Berlin Republic. An advertisement by Sean Here, the magazine of management and technology consultancy Cofinpro, which promises to navigate its clients safely through the challenges of digitalization, new market requirements and regulation, gives an impression of this urban political transformation. In the usual mixture of self-aggrandizement and pandering to potential customers, it says, "Dear Frankfurt lovers and haters, we have something you'll love in equal measure, an issue of our much-loved Cofinpro magazine, which we have dedicated entirely to the enchanting, dirty, all senses intoxicating Frankfurt Station District. This is our home, this is where we love it, and we promise that you will too after reading this issue." In our brand new magazine, entitled Sean Here, you'll find lots of angular, edgy and absurd things from our hood, a photo love story that youth magazines are sure to be jealous of, with real Cofinpro consultants. And of course, the favorite spots of the hashtag Cofinpro clique along with a map of the district for you to discover yourself. If you want to get your hands on the good stuff right away, you're not only a great person, you also only have to follow this download link or take a few steps into Frankfurt's Bahnhofsviertel, because there we have of course paved every free centimeter with a small stack of magazines. In addition to the self-infantilization of the authors, which is reflected in their use of language, who act like an underage neighborhood combo on a scavenger hunt, and the coquetry with the angular, dirty and edgy, through which they throw themselves in the chest as particularly wild guys, the audacity with which public relations workers present themselves here in the style of post-ironic party flyers as true, in the hip-hop cultural sense, and turn towards the dangerous street lifestyle, is striking. For obsessively cheerful copywriters, the inflationary use of anglicisms is indispensable, if only because they can be used to simulate cosmopolitan openness without having to leave one's own territory. In the same spirit, the Staatliche Hochschule für Bildende Kunst in Frankfurt Stadel had already displayed a similar affection for gang culture when it advertised this year's Rundgang, the name given to the students' annual exhibition, with a poster showing the naked back of a South American prostitute posing in front of the city skyline with dollar bills and an AK-47. Adventure and creativity seem easily reconcilable with the coercive contexts of prostitution and gang crime, as long as the protagonists are as black and marginalized as possible. What is new about this kind of aestheticization of colorful repression, which could be iconographically derived from the comics and films of the Sin City series, is the self-staging of a bourgeois conformism as the avant-garde of criticism of authority and anti-racist behavior. The fact that socially compatible, flexible Cofinpro employees feel like good people, who see no problem in coexisting with the impoverished of the station district, whereby they cheerfully pat the culturally enriching misery on the back because they consider themselves nothing better, is not only evidence of the ongoing process of social atomization, but also of the need of the isolated to ascribe undeniably authentic subjectivity to the particles of their disintegrated selves. Late modernity is based on the systematic liquefaction of nevertheless persisting forms of domination, which can be concretized less and less in the experience of individuals. The production of singularities as decay products of subjectivity only forms the illuminated front stage, as it were, within the framework of such an attention economy, while the design of the rules of the game, the production of the general, is increasingly removed from the consciousness of the individual. Thus, the contradiction between the individual and society, which is hardly experienced, let alone acted out, is replaced by an identity politics that only recognizes the coexistence of collective identities and thus undermines the self-identity of individuals as individuals. It is hardly a coincidence that the genesis of this understanding of identity falls in the 1970s in terms of theoretical history, i.e., precisely at the time when capitalism entered a profound crisis with the surge in productive power of microelectronics and academic thinking shifted from the critique of exploitation to the critique of exclusion. This shift in emphasis, which replaces the demand for the abolition of relations of domination with the demand for the complete integration of the marginalized into the unfree whole, proves to be the reason for the success of misery tourism, if you look at the equally unmasking and stereotypical attributes with which the CoFinPro clique advertises. Quote, consultants, co-thinkers, thinkers, future thinkers. As a management, specialist and technology consultancy for Germany's leading banks and asset managers, we are helping to shape the future of the financial industry. When it comes to digitalization, new market requirements and regulation, we equip our clients for new times. Since 2007, we have been developing sensible solutions based on personality and trust. More than 150 securities professionals, credit experts and technologists work at CoFinPro. And what do they need every day to stay one step ahead? Yes, of course, knowledge and methodological expertise, and lots of it. That's why we offer a workplace with integrity for genuine exchange and long-term development. Anyone who joins us as a new employee can be sure that from day one, we will rely on the skills, experience and ideas that he or she has gained along the way. This has also made us a great place to work, for the umpteenth time in a row. And that's enough about us and right into our neighborhood.
End of quote.
The self-presentation of the advertising agency, whose co-thinkers and after-thinkers believe their own talk of ability, experience and ideas so little that they want to get out of the office as quickly as possible and into the neighborhood in order to feel real life, reflects tendencies that were worked out by the French social scientists Luc Boltanski and Yves Chiapello in their work The New Spirit of Capitalism, 1999. The creative cultural bourgeois milieu, which seeks to empathize with the barbarized misery of gangs, dealers and pimps, from which it economically distinguishes itself, at the same time preventively, embodies postmodern capitalism in its purest form and can also be found in the corresponding neighborhoods of Berlin or Hamburg. Only in Frankfurt, where relics of the traditional poor proletariat and its accompanying phenomena such as brothels and flophouses have long been able to survive around the main railway station, it takes on particularly glaring contours. The ideals proclaimed by the '68 movement in the name of counterculture, such as autonomy, emancipation, personal responsibility, freedom and creativity, already anticipated the profound changes that late capitalism has been undergoing since the 1980s and are therefore hardly any longer suitable as sources of social resistance. This explains the conformist revolt of well-off high school kids in favor of higher consumer costs instead of a higher quality of life, while the anti-modern revolt of the AfD, FB and other voters against globalization and transnationalization and in favor of right-wing sovereignism can be deciphered as a defensive battle against the demands for self-fulfillment and freedom in late capitalism. Being creative and acting on one's own responsibility is no longer subversive today, but is one of the core competencies demanded by employers in the form of soft skills. The bright left liberal then also applies these skills to the homeless, drug addicts, prostitutes and petty criminals, whose reality of life is not deplored or, in the case of gang crime, even sought to be combated, but on the contrary is considered en vogue because, like life in the shared office space, it requires initiative, inventiveness and ruthlessness towards oneself and others. The fact that the violence of misery must be eliminated at least to the extent necessary to protect people from immediate aggression is a basic prerequisite of a civilized society. A certain degree of suppression of instinct for the purpose of mastering inner and outer nature seemed to Marx as well as Freud to be a prerequisite for this. The progressive tendency towards repressive tolerance that Herbert Marcuse analyzed, on the other hand, weakens the capacity for such necessary mastery of nature and strengthens the tendency to renounce sublimation and to affirm violence without mediation. The political place of tolerance has shifted. While it is denied to the opposition because it is the wrong opposition, it advances to coercive behavior with regard to established politics. Tolerance is completely transformed into the laissez-faire of administration and political confirmation of the status quo. The relationship to tolerance is of a purely instrumental nature, precisely because any concept of its own limits has been lost. However, this points to a problem with the concept of tolerance itself, which always denotes something that is only granted as long as it can be withdrawn again. This can be seen in the cult of diversity that CoFinPro and other creatives cultivate around the milieu of the station district. From the comfortable distance of those who are not yet as badly off as those whose local color one enjoys, many things can be better judged. The station district can thus function as a projection surface for mystifications of all kinds, which are composed of prejudices and fears, tongue-in-cheek affirmation as well as imprecations, in the double sense both as a wish for damnation and as a wishful projection. In his opinion, the well-informed citizen, as Alfred Schutz, 1972, called him, who believes he knows all the more, the less capable of experience he is, is already aware of the most important things when it comes to the latest debauchery involving sex, drugs, and much less frequently rock and roll, which takes place in the dark hideaways of the red light district. Although it is actually too small to be considered a district, Frankfurt's Bahnhofsviertel is once again far too large to be the subject of numerous representations of knowledge, which in reality are exhausted in cliché-ridden depictions of misery. However, it is precisely this distorting exaggeration of the social, economic, and psychological conditions on the ground that is needed to maintain the image that often resonates in external perceptions: the station district as the legendary headquarters of the local crime, sex, and drug scene. Against this background, it is not surprising that the fears of better-off academics and creatives of the socials go hand in hand with a downright fascination for the dirty, disreputable neighborhood. This fascination is also rooted in the contradictory nature of the station as a cultural historical topos: order and chaos, gathering and dispersion, transit and lingering, arriving and departing, fleetingness and permanence, crowds and anonymity, accommodating service and dismissive security personnel together form the social reality of train stations. The railroad station is both an open and highly regulated space in which the public and private spheres intermingle in a special way. Particularly in cities with a long liberal tradition such as Frankfurt, which is a place of a socially responsible upper middle class kept the principles of the bourgeois revolution alive even after its failure and tolerated deviations from social norms to a greater extent. Gentrification processes promoted by urban policy now threaten the spaces left to the poor and otherwise déclassed, as in Amsterdam's red light district, the drug scene in Zurich, or Skid Row in Los Angeles. In Frankfurt, a city with a constantly tense real estate market and a municipal policy that confuses liberalism with indifference, such processes are particularly evident. Meanwhile, the visible drug trade, gang crime, and slum prostitution are centered primarily in the Elbe and Taunus streets of the station district. The era of street battles, when organized rackets and the police apparatus clashed violently in Kaiserstrasse and its branches, now belong to a nostalgically glorified past. This has allowed the selective perception to persist in the memory of the urban public that the Bahnhofsviertel is a conglomeration of all those modes of action and behavior that defy the socio-economic rules of a functioning social life, a kind of lawless zone within the bourgeois space. Certainly, one encounters phenomena in the station district on a daily basis that can, and indeed must, be perceived as deviant according to prevailing social standards. Also, because the police rarely enforce an aggressive, authoritarian law and order policy on dealers, junkies, prostitutes, and the homeless, the excluded aspects of everyday bourgeois life, which are also its flip side, are more present there than in other parts of Frankfurt, which residents sometimes register with amazement, but usually with boredom or indifference. In the Bahnhofsviertel, dropouts meet profiteers of misery, career criminals meet the marginalized, forced and slum prostitutes meet their clients, and somewhere in between are residential buildings, commercial enterprises, and the many hip clubs and pubs. In short, social life that clearly deviates from this. The different groups of people live in close quarters, but largely isolated from one another. In Niddestrasse, people lie on the sidewalk, some are drug addicts, others are homeless, many are both. Taunustrasse and Moselstrasse are lined with sex stores, casinos, and brothels. In Kaiserstrasse, travelers rush back and forth between restaurants, hotels, jewelry stores, and the main train station. In principle, nobody wants to be approached. Like nowhere else in the city, between the train station and Gelussenlige, on an area of just half a square kilometer, harshly contradictory spaces of experience collide every day. Drugs, crime, and red light are no longer the only things that characterize the district, which is now considered it. In recent years, more and more trendy bars and expensive restaurants have opened, bringing a young, affluent clientele to the once disreputable district. Students stroll, live, and party here, as do bankers and young creatives. Real estate buyers are also investing in the up-and-coming district, where a number of office complexes stand empty. Although the area looks more attractive, more expensive, and tidier than before, the old station district still exists, leaving the precarious lives of prostitutes, drug addicts, and homeless people visible. With their apparent social disintegration and physical and psychological impoverishment, the members of the drug and brothel scene contradict social customs, above all because their places are so close to the living and working areas of the startup employees, artists, students, and managers who pass through the station district. The now common policy of relocating brothels and hour houses to the urban periphery so that prostitutes and their customers do not disrupt the cityscape has not yet become established across the board here, meaning that prostitution, along with its accompanying symptoms of addiction, poverty, and violence, is an immediate presence. Against this background, the question arises as to where the glaring discrepancy between the misery and the enthusiasm for the social outsiders by creative milieu inmates with a sheltered socialization comes from, which would actually lead one to expect that such wretchedness would be met with disgust or pity. The new popularity of misery among those who are not yet destitute is exemplified by the annual Bahnhofsviertelnacht, which markets the district as an adventure biotope for cosmopolitan gawkers. In 2019, Lord Mayor Peter Feldman opened the Bahnhofsviertelnacht with the obligatory SPD phrases. The Bahnhofsviertel ensures that Frankfurt is the most diverse city in Germany and more international and cosmopolitan than any other city in the country. For me, the station district is the place that makes Frankfurt a metropolis. You only have to walk down Münchener Strasse once and you have already seen the world, in human, culinary, and linguistic terms. The district stands like no other for the spirit of this city, which is characterized by proximity, change, and cosmopolitanism.
End of quote.
If this is true, it only illustrates how pathetic the world is that a German social democrat would like to open up to. You only have to walk down Münchener Strasse once to find yourself surrounded by traditionally dressed Salafist hordes of men, aggressive young Islamic men, and countless children's hijabs. The protagonists of the Islamization of urban slums, such as the Daitib Mosque Association located in the same street, are glorified in the spirit of such colorful repression as promoters of a diverse society, in which they are perceived as an encore to all the others who have been left behind. The fact that the lives of long-established prostitutes, junkies, and homeless people are drastically worsened by the presence of Islam itself is not taken into account. On the B level of Frankfurt's main station, where addicts and dealers often hang out among bankers, employees, and mothers with children, a store for affluent hipsters opened last year, calling itself BHFSVRTL, in the trendy authoritarian acronym, and displaying a fully veiled woman as an oversized poster on one of the store's own glass walls, clearly visible to every passerby. This was presumably inspired by the contemporary Muslim fashion exhibition, which was on display at Frankfurt's Museum of Applied Arts until 2 months ago. While women in Islamic dominions such as Iran or Afghanistan risk their lives to defend themselves against the obligation to wear veils and the liquidation of their individuality, their insignia can become an accessory in Frankfurt. The Bahnhofsviertel stands for proximity, change, cosmopolitanism, and diversity. At least if you follow Peter Feldman's words, which differ only marginally from the empty phrases of Cofinpro magazine. It is precisely the defensible aspect of life in the big city, the possibility of a private retreat among many, that is negatively sublated in the carnival of converging cultural circles during the station district night. 48 locations, from the mosque to the craft business to the printing chamber and the brothel, give the 50,000 or so visitors and residents a glimpse behind the scenes of the celebrated diversity of misery. The highlight is the brothel tour initiated by the whore association Dofia Carmen EV, which costs just €10 for the creative hobby voyeur, who is otherwise unlikely to be a regular customer of local prostitutes. While you can marvel at high-class prostitutes in the chicest brothel in the station district and buy your way out of remorse with a lust-filled reenactment of adolescent shame, there are parties, DJs, live acts, and drinks on the streets. Despite all the invocations of authentic life, urbanity is not strengthened, but rather outsourced. The very essence of the urban public sphere is to display civilized behavior towards people with whom one shares neither a dining room nor a social background. This sublimation becomes obsolete where one wishes to invade the intimate space of others. The maturation process, which is expressed in behaving considerately towards strangers, is undermined. The social decay of others, which one observes without participating in it, is not simply consumed, but chosen as the core element of an urban attitude to life. Behind the local patriotic care of the neighborhood is not much more than the narrow-minded reassurance of not yet being one of the broken ones. But you don't have to live in the district or visit the Bahnhofsviertel night to get to know the flair of the Frankfurt milieu, as a young, trend-consciously dressed lady explains in the Cofinpro flyer. Quote, "There are people who leave their nicer, trendier parts of Frankfurt and go to the station district as often as they can. Voluntarily. Nice, chic, those are bourgeois categories." Elke is from Bornheim, but when she has an afternoon without children, she cycles to Münchener Strasse for a short vacation. The other day on the ICE, she briefly felt like an ambassador, when the person sitting next to her told her that she had booked a more expensive connection so that she wouldn't have to make a stopover in Frankfurt on the way to Munich. "You know, miss, this brutalized station district, so no offense and I've never been there either, but what you hear?" "No thank you." Elke passionately took the floor. After a keynote speech about subcultures, the art scene and falafel, the lady blushed and promised to do better.
End of quote.
Elke, who lives in what is probably the tittiest part of Frankfurt and can obviously afford it, still likes to cycle to the Bahnhofsviertel for her daily dose of matcha latte and a vegan falafel so as not to appear quite so bourgeois. Her idea of urbanity, reduced to the formula of life-world vitalism, serves her as a countermodel to the anti-urban provincialism that she herself actually affirms. Easily transcending bourgeois categories, Elke, like all attentive and conscientious citizens who check their privileges instead of just enjoying them, does not refrain from bothering people passing through with her worldview in order to reassure them of her love for foreigners, those left behind and people without secure care. She knows what misery means. After all, she was there live to diversify her socio-cultural portfolio. When Elke cycles to the other side of the city for the cultural counter-experience, she can use her smartphone to tell her friends about how privileged and therefore bourgeois people live in Bornheim. You no longer even have to live in Bangladesh, India, or another third-world pilgrimage site to be harassed by conformist rebels in Birkenstock sandals. Elke does not seem to reflect on the totalitarian content of the commandment to adapt one's own lifestyle to a maximally progressive consciousness, even though self-reflection and group therapeutic expansion to all areas of life are ritually demanded by the representatives of better human tyranny. Inwardness as a place of retreat is reinterpreted by this social clientele as an arena for self-empowerment, which is closely linked to the economization of all areas of life and the ideological enslavement of psychiatry, as a result of which people seek to optimize not only themselves but also their fellow human beings. Eva Illes describes this process with appropriate drasticness in her book The Salvation of the Modern Soul, 2009. Quote, "By urging us to immerse ourselves in ourselves, the therapeutic persuasion has led us to turn our backs on the important areas of civic engagement and politics. Nor can it offer any comprehensible connection between the private self and the public sphere."
End quote.
Illes defines the therapeutic worldview not only as the concrete situation with the psychotherapist, but also as the sum of the advice and emotion-oriented contemporary culture, from Weight Watchers to accompanied marriage talks on TV talk shows to motivational coaching. This immersion in the narcissistically deformed self leads to Generation Y constantly revolving around its own optimization, but not demanding the good life for all and growing into a conformist youth culture that harbors neither personal nor political potential for resistance. Concern for the self, a lifestyle based on aesthetic principles and cultural capital, and self-realization at work are an expression of a socio-economic class divide that needs to be looked at more closely. The economy of attention, today we would speak of mindfulness, can be understood as an economy of self-esteem, which is based on the desire for attention and the natural concern for self-worth. The maximization of self-worth is productively compared with the maximization of economic benefit, which can be studied on the website covenpro.de. It was therefore not a scandal, but merely an expression of the new status quo, that the Frankfurter Hauptschule, an anti-fascist group that seeks to combine left-wing radicalism with aesthetic reference, recently incorporated the heroin chic of the Bahnhofsviertel junkies into its performative art concept. The artist collective sends out a kind of PR newsletter for their actions at irregular intervals, starting with the now famous heroin shot in front of Frankfurt's Romer in 2015, which summoned all the local editorial offices plus onlookers. The group aims to demonstrate against the gentrification of the station district with a series of performances. The spectacular opening action consisted of someone injecting heroin in the Kaiser Passage in front of some onlookers, which is not a sensational novelty in Frankfurt. Some people found it almost boring that there may not have been any real opiate in the needle in the sign against gentrification. While the integrative Drogenhilfe EV in Niddestrasse offers clean printing rooms and workshops to protect junkies, homeless people and prostitutes from the eyes of others, the Frankfurter Hauptschule staged its junkie reenactment as a shameless public showcase, as if in parody of such efforts to preserve remnants of privacy. While low-threshold misery management and basic research form the main focus of the association's work, the creative misery reenactors celebrate the misery affirmatively and without reflecting on what separates them from the experiences of the broken. By naming themselves after a form of school that has been declared obsolete and written off by society, the members of the artists' collective elevate the complete transformation of the experience of social exclusion into a narcissistically enjoyed sense of life and self as their program, precisely because they do not care about the experiences of the dropouts. They always want to have them in sight so that they can feel themselves better by enjoying the difference between them and their own lives. No social criticism whatsoever, but rather the need for imaginary identification with those who are less educated due to their social status and therefore somehow more unspent, was also the basis of the desecration that the Frankfurter Hauptschule called for in the fight against Goethe's poem Das Heidenröslein. The poem was bursting with erotic hierarchies to the detriment of its female characters, which is why his garden house was pelted with toilet paper last August as an expression of outrage at Goethe's sexism. In September, the dialectic, so to speak, was to be about nothing less than the defense of artistic freedom against censorship, in whose name they had previously taken action against Goethe. The means to an end, naked pictures from their own childhood, which the collective wanted to use against bans on images, offended viewers, false accusations of pedophilia and removed masterpieces. The fact that they call their farce at the Goethehaus in Weimar desecration, and thus trivialize a criminal offense in order to stylize themselves as advocates of early childhood sexuality. In the next step fits in with their mindless celebration of contradictions and their already internalized motto #triggerwarnung, guile. The pleasure of the supposed provocation merely consists of projecting the unloved parts of one's own self. Well-heeled bourgeois kids try to play hard, drug-addicted and as sleazy as possible, therefore call themselves Hauptschule students and live out cliché desires for defilement, for the vulgar and offensive under the alibi of vitalistic unspentness, onto the suffering of the disintegrated. The kitsch of the Frankfurt Hauptschule thus unintentionally reveals the authoritarian bourgeoisie that underlies the creative scene's redevelopment of the Central Station milieu. On January 30, 2021, Karen Ritter passed away at the age of 66. The woman who, together with her 4 sons and 2 daughters, was regarded in this country as the epitome of the antisocial right Die Welt. The program Stern TV, broadcast on RTL, has been continuously reporting on the Ritter family from the small town of Kothen in Saxony-Anhalt since 1994, mainly focusing on the miserable deformities of the family members. At the time of the first Stern TV report, Karen Ritter was already living with her children in a homeless shelter. At that time, her sons already stood out as violent and neglected and stated skinhead and hooligan as their career aspirations in front of the camera. In the first episode, 9-year-old son Norman can be seen giving the Hitler salute in front of the camera. He and his siblings were also encouraged to do so by the family's social circle, which was recruited from the East German neo-Nazi scene, which was at the height of its social influence at the time. According to her own statement to Stern TV, Karen Ritter had a happy childhood. She grew up with 5 siblings in Kothen. We were 6 children at home. The little one was disabled. My mother went to work and I looked after the little boy and cleaned the house.
End quote.
She then worked as a cleaner, in a pastry shop and a dairy. She never learned a trade. Ms. Ritter, who lived only on social welfare after reunification until her death, had already been convicted of incitement to hatred at the time. Shortly after the first show was broadcast, custody of her 4 sons Andy, Renee, Christopher and Norman was taken away from her for some time. All of the siblings developed an addiction to alcohol or drugs. The brothers have all served long prison sentences for robbery, theft, and assault. In 2009, the Responsible Youth Welfare Office took her 7 children away from daughter Karina due to obvious excessive demands. A Stern TV episode from 2017 shows, the homeless shelter where the family lives is ready for demolition. The residents have been waiting for years for the installation of functional sanitary facilities, including showers. 19 people have to share a toilet outside the apartments in the courtyard, and there is no end in sight to this situation. Due to the public stigma, and because it is clear that they will get into a lot of trouble, the family is unable to find their own apartment in Kothen. The Ritters, who are already physiognomically marked by misery, don't stand a chance on the job market either. Another episode from 2019 shows how the Ritter family is relocated to another homeless shelter against their will. Mother and sons resist the official measures enforced by the police, insulting the police and public order officers present, but ultimately submit to the measures. They are no longer allowed to keep pets in the new accommodation, and the Ritters are forbidden to smoke in the much smaller rooms. You only need to have seen a few sequences of the Stern report to realize that the Ritters are not primarily a Nazi family focus. Rather, in their case, they are people marked by poverty and neglect who have been abandoned by society. They have not really had the chance to escape the cycle of misery, violence, and stultification. In many respects, however, the family differs starkly from the repentant social welfare ideal, i.e., the cliché image of the good-natured homeless person who gratefully listens to the social worker and, in accordance with a common social pedagogical dictum, help for self-help, dances to the social worker's tune for lack of alternatives. In its portrayal of the events, the Stern TV report always aims to confirm the already fixed judgment of the television viewer by presenting the Ritters as unfavorably and shamefully as possible. Frequently recurring motifs are the brothers' violence and their alcohol and drug consumption. The fact that Karen Ritter regularly berates the Public Order Office and the representatives of other authorities and is just as reluctant to use drastic invective towards them as she is in front of the camera is shown just as regularly as the constantly overflowing ashtray on the living room table. Even if it is never said in public, the entire reportage format insinuates to the viewer that the family's life situation is primarily self-inflicted and that all family members are hopeless failures who constantly make the wrong decisions out of character depravity and motivational weakness and therefore deserve nothing better than their hopeless situation. The extent to which this message resonates with viewers is demonstrated not only by the fan page for the family on the popular online platform Fandom, which is hard to beat in terms of cynicism and on which the Knight's misery has been elevated to cult status. It should come as no surprise that true fans of the Stern Report are of course also good citizens of the deregulated welfare state, i.e. always have the answer to the question of guilt at their fingertips, that something like this, social misery, can only ever come from something like this, unhealthy life. And so it says, making any medical finding superfluous and proving internalized discourse stability, about the cause of Karen Ritter's death on fandom. She was a chain smoker and had chronic bronchitis, but didn't want to go to hospital out of fear. In the end, her health got worse and worse. She probably died at the age of 66 as a result of her decades of chain smoking.
End of quote.
The rest of the schadenfreude over the smoker's death was contributed by members of the anti-fascist community, who, unlike the vast majority of social media users, who at least regretted Mother Ritter's death, rejoiced because they wanted to see in Karen Ritter the confirmed Nazi that she never was throughout her life.
Quote, I'm sorry.
But I can't show any sorrow or respect. The woman destroyed the lives of 6 children through her upbringing and her right-wing ideas.
End quote.
What comes across as a balanced focus on the welfare of children is in fact sheer antisociality, through which particularly fearless anti-fascists distance themselves from the moderate rest of civil society in order to function as its radical avant-garde. The obvious thought that Karen Ritter's radical right-wing views, as well as the violence, drug addiction and alcoholism, are more an expression of brutalization than a sign of ideological conviction, no longer occurs to those who pose as anti-fascists, if only because they have completely abandoned the basic materialist banality according to which social existence determines consciousness. We know from history that Marx's critique of Feuerbach was always understood as an invitation to see the little man only as a victim of circumstances, culminating in the devastating left-wing misanalyses of the character of the Nazi Volksgemeinschaft. Against this background, there can be no question of exonerating Karen Ritter from any responsibility for her individual life. And yet, with everything that is known about her biographically, there is virtually nothing to suggest that she could have managed to change on her own. The inability to guarantee her children at least reasonably civilized and non-violent family living conditions should have led the state to intervene more consequent, especially since in the case of the Ritters nothing happened in secret. However, the state failed in its duty to provide a substitute upbringing for the children just as much as Karen Ritter herself. The reports on the Ritter clan Mitteldeutsche Zeitung, from 1994 onwards can be seen as an early example of a phenomenon for which the negatively connoted term misery TV has become established and which is known in the English-speaking world under the catchphrase poverty porn, coined by The Guardian. In German roughly poverty pornography or social porn. In contrast to so-called lower-class television, an ironic term that tellingly was coined by the left-wing satirical magazine Titanic, the miserable and poor are not considered a potential consumer group. Instead, they themselves become the protagonists of a format that turns them into objects for a TV target group that considers itself to belong to a materially better-off social class. In this respect, the proximity to porn emphasized in English is more appropriate than the term misery TV, because although poverty porn is not about satisfying sexual needs, it is about satisfying the needs of consumers who derive morbid pleasure from the media's staging of misery. Unlike normal porn, the satisfaction of fear plays a key role here. Poverty porn cannot do without the message that the cinematic reality has nothing to do with the consumer's immediate real life. The subtextual question of whether and how the viewer could possibly end up where the protagonists of the format already are translates the diffuse social threat into something tangible and at the same time promises an immediate gain in distinction. Namely, when viewers can deny with a clear conscience that they are among the meteor-exposed, completely broken people, regardless of whether they despise or pity them. As a specific format, poverty porn represents a new level in which taboos are broken that even private broadcasters had until a few years ago. The corresponding media products reinforce tendencies that were already present in the mid-90s reports on the Ritters and are structured like a documentary version of the soap opera. The camera prefers to get particularly close to the protagonists and exposes their misery to the point of physical decay in a drastically voyeuristic manner. These shows are modeled on a British format called Benefit Streets, which was broadcast on Channel 4 in 2014 and 2015 in a total of 9 episodes. The program was even debated in Parliament in the UK. In Germany, a 4-hour documentary on the subject of poverty entitled Asternweg, Eine Straße ohne Ausweg, Asternweg, A Street with No Way Out, which was filmed in Kochefen, a hotspot district in Kaiserslautern, was first shown in 2015 on the private channel Vox. The German prototype of this TV format was watched by 1.4 million people. In this show, the residents report over a period of 6 months how they came to live on the margins of society, according to the station's website. In this way, viewers experience firsthand and authentically the circumstances that the Cockaflers have to contend with on a daily basis, circumstances that are foreign to many of us. In 2016, Astronweg was awarded the German Television Prize in the Best Reportage/Documentary category. In the same year, the channel RTL2 dedicated itself to the format with a series of programs under the label Trotz dem Leben, Geschichten aus Deutschland.
The Programms Harz und Herzlich, Armes Deutschland, Stempeln oder Abrackern. Armes Deutschland, Deine Kinder in hartes Deutschland, leben am Brennpunkt auch schon unter das Label and Make-up a large part of RTL's programming.
Harz und Herzlich is the best known and most successful of these programs and is one of the channel's ratings hits. The recipients of support are usually shown going about their everyday lives. They usually eat, drink and smoke on their own living room couch or with friends and talk about their hardships and problems. There is a preference for showing extreme and bizarre characters, particularly loud people, particularly large families, particularly obese and often particularly ill people, as well as people with tattoos, piercings, colorfully decorated fingernails, greasy or conspicuously colored hair, toothless or with bad teeth and with ailments that indicate poverty and neglect. In between, we see how they have to deal with paperwork when applying for unemployment benefit too, for example, how they cope with visits to the authorities or apply for temporary work. The camera gets as close as possible to the people in the mostly cramped apartments and in addition to the symptoms of illness and neglect, often shows dirty dishes, leftover food, garbage and chaos. The script here does not simply depict the reality of Hartz IV. Rather, it is about using clichés and prejudices so that viewers are presented with their idea of the Hartzer in true detail, for whom the adjective hearty in the title is merely a synonym for irredeemably cranky, and thus ultimately unfit for society. For the most part, we can only agree with poverty researcher Christoph Butterweg when he states that a show like Hartz und Herzlich reinforces the conviction that the poor themselves are to blame for their situation. In such a program, everything is presented as if poverty is a personal, individual fate, and not a structural, social problem. Viewers are shown the wrong behavior of those affected, for example in dealing with money, and this portrayal leads to consumers of these docu-soaps not wanting to change the situation. Butterweg believes that one reason for the popularity of such formats is that they relieve all those who are not affected by the problems themselves. They are made to understand, it's not your fault that over 2 million children and young people live in Hartz IV households. You don't have to do anything politically or socially to change this. Those who are in a similar situation are told, you have to put up with it. Look, they're in the same situation. In Sibylle Berg's novel GRM Brainfuck, whose plot is set in the British underclass, it says something very similar at one point. Almost all British reality shows were set in social blocks and were about the downfall of the poor or gangs or teenage mothers or sex slaves, so that those who hadn't quite made it to the bottom were afraid and kept their mouths shut, and those in the social blocks recognized themselves in it and gave up.
End of quote.
At this point, Berg recognizes both the degradation of the recipients of support, this is what you look like, and the unspoken threat to those not yet impoverished that lies behind all these formats, this is what misery looks like. Take a good look at it, because this is how you could soon be if you don't work your ass off in the hamster wheel. The omnipotence of the state and capital degrades everyone to the status of potential superfluous and thus permanently immobilized. Being able to consume the misery of others via TV, instead of having to go in search of prey themselves, seems to satisfy the damaged in late capitalism. The increasingly unrestrained docu-soaps on RTL2 reassure those who are not yet fully alimented that there are many others who are even worse off. The hideous spectacle of misanthropy thus becomes an aid to falling asleep. The misery formats are also occasionally the subject of feuilletonistic considerations in Germany, which mostly focus on the aspect of voyeurism. Jana Joya Bormann made a special contribution in Die Zeit, arguing, the human being as the object of investigation, the viewer who stands opposite this human being, studies him, a format that is narrative. Shows like Hartz und Herzlich are epic theater of the present.
End quote.
The fact that this lurid TV format, of all things, which exploits the hardship and misery of the underclass for the sake of ratings and finally turns people into completely undignified recipients of charity, is equated with Brecht's idea of epic theater is not only evidence of the intellectual misery of the feuilleton, this equation could not be more absurd in terms of content. After all, Brecht was concerned with a confrontation with reality that was intended to encourage people to no longer come to terms with it, but to fundamentally change or even destroy it. His idea of epic theater coincided with the interwar period of new objectivity, which also gave rise to reportage literature, which, in contrast to the expressionist heroization of a narrative form aimed at disillusionment and disillusionment, was dedicated to the most accurate possible reproduction of
reality.
It was not about the voyeuristic presentation of social outcasts, but about portraying the miserable conditions in which the little man representative of the emerging mass society lived. A form of representation that Egon Erwin Kisch, the inventor of the figure of the roving reporter, and often referred to as the father of social reportage, summed up as follows: "Nothing is more astonishing than the simple truth, nothing is more exotic than our environment, nothing is more imaginative than objectivity. And there is nothing more sensational in the world than the time in which we live." In contrast, Misery TV is neither about truth nor fantasy. Exoticism and sensation are completely absorbed into the commodity form. Anyone who qualifies formats such as those of RTL2 and Stern TV, in addition to all their ugliness, as a betrayal of the former idea of social reportage is unlikely to be wrong in this judgment. At the end of a long search for emancipation, you are as alone as all the eternally young middle-class subjects who hang out in the same old hostels in the big and giant cities, in whose Spartan communal rooms they insistently exchange the same old gimmicks and tricks that help to further reduce the low budget with which they travel. On the Grand Tour, which today is a staged struggle for survival in the urban jungle, people are always living past each other. The people they meet in the trendy places are just like them, the others are staffage. But one thing is certain: we represent the new, better world. One person wrote this off his chest in Jungle World on May 19, 2016, even before Donald Trump's election. Quote, "But it's not just the hipsters, suit-wearing expats and bankers who are part of the new world culture. A housemaid in Kuala Lumpur and a housemaid in Sao Paulo have very similar worries and hardships and speak the same language, English. Those who toil disenfranchised as cheap labor on the high-rise construction sites of global cities are also world citizens, just poor ones. Low-budget expats, construction workers, maids, cab drivers, doctors, teachers, craftsmen, Erasmus students, travel-easy jet-setters, bankers or refugees. They all meet in the cities and form new societies that are no less socially unjust but, like the entire economy, have a new frame of reference. The nation, the state and traditional values are playing an ever smaller role in this."
End quote.
The world as a hostel, the revolution whose preconditions were kindly fought for by capital, as the freedom to sit in an internet cafe, which represents the borderless space that is as empty and at the same time inhuman as the phrases that are typed into the laptop there. Quote, "Instead of demonizing the globalization of culture and trying in vain to stop urbanization, from an emancipatory point of view it is high time to accept this new reality and to fight for left-wing solidary developments within it.
The nation should be forgotten.
The struggle for cities to be cities for all, but also their constant development and modernization, is the struggle for the future of emancipation. Left-wing, liberal and conservative defenders of the West must learn to let go.
Bye-bye, West.
Now it's about the world."
End quote.
The globalized nation-state is imploding. It will completely abandon the unproductive, give up the protection of the individual citizen against lawbreakers and let the infrastructure fall into disrepair. It will withdraw as a state and govern, if at all, as a civil war party in many countries, because it no longer represents the general public. And that's just fine for more and more opinion leaders in Germany, who are thrilled about how great they can speak English, but still preach letting go and accepting their own fate. Quote, "The world cities no longer claim to be metropolises, i.e. the center of a surrounding region, and to relate to the periphery that lags behind. Instead, they connect with other potent world cities in which very similar technological, social and cultural conditions prevail. World cities are becoming world powers. The nations are inflating themselves once again before they burst. What is happening right now is their death throes."
End quote.
Because the word welcome death struggle refers not only to the disintegration of a form of government, but also to the quite profane death of more and more people in the giant cities as well as in the regions they have left to perish from hunger, curable diseases or the bullets of gangs, but because the author, in view of his cynical celebration of the survival of the fittest, is worried that he might come to realize that he sympathizes with an order that allows more and more people to die. He swings the academic Auschwitz club against any objection critical of globalization. Quote, "Because, of course, rootless cosmopolitans, world citizens, people who are supposedly in charge everywhere in the world, who are at least potentially present everywhere, are the surrogate of every conspiracy theory and of primary anti-Semitism."
End of quote.
Anyone who finds fault with the destruction of bourgeois communities in the name of a mostly Islamic clique and self-help economy is therefore in agreement with the enemies of rootlessness, and is therefore something that does not exist, an Islamophobic anti-Semite, while in reality the friends of bourgeois uprootedness, cosmopolitans and world citizens, should be the first to fight a globalism that globalizes tribalism and barbarism. The socialization instance of the new society, celebrated in this way, are armed units that initially only claim a monopoly on violence for their homelands or neighborhoods, but as soon as they act globally, they mean boundless destruction. Formations such as the Islamic State and Boko Haram are the avant-garde of such globalization, which is not only praised in Jungle World. The state, which has shrunk to metropolitan areas, follows a similar principle and either leaves the isolated areas deserted as deserts or promotes their transformation into ganglands in which the capital relationship only rules in a rudimentary way, because predatory economies are not capitalist. The globalized state renounces any regulatory intervention in the economy, whose agents it instead wants to bind to itself with the promise that it will no longer do anything that restricts their actions. The renunciation of taxes and customs duties, of possibly protected national production, and the consent to the unrestricted import of goods produced elsewhere under inhumane conditions means nothing else. Among the citizens of such statehood, what today is emancipatorily called new societies is gaining acceptance. This refers to post-bourgeois conglomerates of naturally interrelated subjects who, as collectives, either fight against each other or just tolerate each other along staked claims. The English they speak is at a similarly primitive level as the language of their childhood, which they never really learned. The solidarity that these speechless people develop is one of unconditional submission to the blood law of their tribe, their culture, their religion, their neighborhood. The big cities, which we can no longer dream of since the skyline of Kuala Lumpur began to resemble that of New York, are degenerating into what is rightly called the global village, in which individuals are sorted according to race and not class, according to origin and not position in the production process, and in which the eternal law of obligatory prejudice prevails and not the slogan "city air makes you free." There is no longer any promise in the big city, since the fantastic idea once symbolized in New York skyscrapers that it really is possible to live in luxury without treasures, in privacy and conviviality on the basis of complete anonymity, has been denied by the towers of the New World cities, in which the idea of the urban person is erased in the name of urbanity. At the end of a long journey, the locals who are unable or unwilling to join in and often live in increasingly poorly supplied backwoods, receive all the scorn of the established, who are often not so established in economic terms and whose dislike of the provincials is merely a rationalization of their own fear of social decline. Globalization refers to an economy in whose metropolises the prerequisites for a bourgeois nation-state are already dwindling due to a lack of tax revenue, which means that the hopes of people in the third world to one day live in decent conditions on their own territory are also being dashed. Homage is paid to a global economy that allows production to take place where the omnipotence of the necessarily particular moral economy ensures that there are no uprisings, and in which the remnants of statehood are handed over to a completely or largely privatized force of order that is only just responsible for ensuring that the roads are still passable for goods, increasingly rarely for people, that the network for logistics is functional, and that the work slaves are on hand every day. Wretches who have only the misery of having to sell themselves as free wage laborers. Under this regime, people will become more equal in a slightly different way than revolutionary theorists once imagined. They are transformed into a numb, fatalistic mass whose subjects do not even know what fate they are at the mercy of and, in case of doubt, beg the murder and moral institutions that hold them captive for even more rigid acts of violence, which they offer themselves as the executors of. How are they supposed to get rid of their bias when those who were once called to do so, those who tried to explain what constraints they had to free themselves from and to what end, now only spit with hatred and contempt at the few who try to oppose them with possibly ineffectual means? Since Donald Trump's election as American president, all inhibitions have fallen and what would still be kept under wraps in the bourgeois nation is breaking out, still only rhetorically, the threat of the withdrawal of life cards from those who are not fit to join and the abandonment of critics who do not want to be, to their deserved fate. The fight against the locals was long enough one of the modern state, which brutally leveled the particularism of entire sections of the population, but in its merciless actions at least created the preconditions for a generality that was bad because it was capitalistically constituted, which at least placed the individual who had broken away from old ties under the effective protection of the general law. Today, in the mocking prejudice against the locals, the memory of the subjugation of far-flung agrarian regions to the laws of commodity exchange and the central state returns as an anti-national battle mission against obdurate preservers of the better. The aim is to eradicate the memory of and also the hope for a state in which people in the city and in the countryside related to each other as necessarily limited individuals, in the regulation of public affairs and in the class struggle. The bourgeois nation created the conditions for emancipation, i.e. the reduction of the human world of relations to man himself, in order to be able to think it at all. Above all, it was this bourgeois nation that allowed the critic to go about his corrosive business in isolation. In the truly global chance of hatred against the locals, on the other hand, only the evil totalitarian moment of bourgeois socialization shines through. Yet it is the calls hurled out worldwide against the world in an empathetic sense to submit to the capital relationship without contradiction, and not the mostly helpless objections to its senseless execution, which currently ideologically secure the bad sublation of nation and law. Where the seemingly liberated human being can only think of himself as the world in his bloated atrophy, all boundaries disappear. The disintegration of the human species into more and more ethnic, cultural and sexual identities, each of which demands respect and an absolute ban on criticism, indicates that there can no longer be any talk of the truly individual human being, who will be called upon to take back the abstract citizen, and who recognizes and organizes his own forces as social forces, as Marx had hoped. Rather, the ideologues of decline do not declare war on the abstract citizen, but on abstraction in general, and thus on cooperation between the individual and the free, thus rejecting self-organization on the basis of common interests. The constitutional state is not replaced by the modern metropolis perhorized as a Moloch by the losers of modernization in the past. Rather, the old resentment is transformed into a celebration of the postmodern megacity, which appears as a self-sufficient organism that dictates to people how alone they can survive in it. The boundless emptiness praised as cosmopolitanism, which begins just beyond the disappearing city limits, corresponds with the fantasies of omnipotence of impotent ideologues who are only able to recognize themselves as the people of the future right next to the chambermaid in Kuala Lumpur, this victim of their Malaysian master who is at the mercy of no rights at all times, as imagined overcomers. In reality, blatant preachers of the eternal laws of capital. Quote, "It is not enough to tell the racists and homophobes how stupid they are, but one must also not make the mistake of turning to them with understanding. Instead, we need to fight for the vision of a global community that emancipates itself together to be one for everyone, and we need to create the social and societal conditions for this. Globalism for all is the slogan of this struggle, and therefore,
Faxe Locals." End quote.
No one has ever more shamelessly pandered to the institutions of dwindling state power, the agencies of a culture of acceptance for new societies, and let no one say that the simple-minded Ivo Bozic or the newspaper he writes for is not replaceable. You have to give Jungle World credit for being a veritable avant-garde of globalization, just like Der Spiegel and Die Zeit, Süddeutsche and Taz. Nowhere is the sorting into superior and inferior races more self-evident than in places where any notion of universality, as still guaranteed by law in the bourgeois state, has been abolished, i.e. in the globalized world. In Kuala Lumpur, which Bozic happily accepts into the community of globalists, the safeguarding of social existence is tied to conditions dictated by Islamic racial and religious law. Nowhere is homophobia more of an iron law than in places where the bourgeois nation has abdicated or was never established. There, emancipation is the path from general law back to particular law, which rejects the free, unattached individual as a subject of law and leaves them at the mercy of the violence of ethnicized gangs. With and against Bozic, such conditions must be described as a community, even a world community. For in the counter-civilizational word community, the terrible proximity of partly forced, partly unconcerned voluntary self-abandonment with a simultaneous demand for unconditional respect for one's own self-establishment in the historyless collective state is preserved. Where society only exists in the plural, cosmopolitanism has been liquidated, contrary to what globalization's euphemists are constantly trying to convince us. For cosmopolitanism refers to world citizenship, which may also be called world proletarianism, for which the law, the comparison of free individuals and the finiteness of reasonably established territories are the conditions of existence. Emancipation, the word that has been ridden to death, which only means liberation from constraints and does not positively define the better human being, becomes its opposite, a shackling and entanglement in ever more constraints, where its preconditions have disappeared. And these lie historically and currently in the liberation of large, but precisely defined territories set apart from others from the violence of highwaymen, robber barons and tribal associations, and thus in the liberation from pre-bourgeois bias and arbitrariness through the monopolization of all violence under the bourgeois constitutional state. In a new bias, wishing the late bourgeois nation of all things, which is still institutionally committed to this principle in terms of form, the scabies on its neck for the sole reason that it is territorially limited and thus proto-fascist, marks the fatalistic endpoint of the long path of post-bourgeois history into the self-chosen abyss. Where no startup can hide the fact that the free exchange of goods presupposed by Marx's emancipation is long gone and that the organization of social production by finally liberated subjects is more distant than ever, it remains incomprehensible with what matter-of-factness we give up what guarantees on a daily basis that we can at least lead a better life than the inhabitants of the much-admired giant cities, whose hustle and bustle we watch with fascination from our internet cafes, who vegetate under conditions of immediate and incalculable violence. What is demanded everywhere today, and even welcomed as an opportunity for renewal, the withdrawal of the bourgeois state into a multitude of particular societies, whose members are called upon to regulate their own destinies in a completely communitarian way, because neither the real municipality clears away the garbage nor does the public order office send out appointed guards against litterers, means the perversion of capitalist socialization on a civil society basis. The entire contempt of the self-organized and thus immediate neighborhood affects those who do not participate and withdraw from the dull events to determine the next, more far-reaching goal society, as an abstractly functioning and institutionally secured procedure that is only committed to a common sense, is thus transformed into a community that always reserves the necessary access to dissenters. Elsewhere, communitarianism has long since meant the authoritarian formation of society on the basis of pre-capitalist, or rather, post-capitalist principles, and thus the unleashing of particular violence to maintain not only production and distribution, but also unquestionable communal terror. Communistically, even value-critically equipped, this apocalyptic execution without subjects can be talked up as a necessary and welcome path to the Big Bang that will finally set the classless and stateless individuals free, who will then come together beyond everything that divides them to create a sensible world. But you shouldn't, because anyone could know that such a prognosis has no basis in reality. Those who do not want to go that far come to a similar conclusion because of their own sin against the colonized or decolonized world with its supposedly humiliated races and peoples. Immigration flows are unstoppable, borders cannot be closed again once they have been opened. We just have to come to terms with the new societies, whose stormtroopers only whip the kippa-wearing Jews for the time being, beat up the trannies on the streets with iron bars and harass or rape unaccompanied Western women in deserted subway shafts, women who are then derisively advised by the state to take a cab at night. What they otherwise only accuse the parasitic baby boomers of doing in malicious envy, the globalists are blithely doing themselves in this way. By unscrupulously doing nothing, decisions are being made that will be to the detriment of future generations. Anyone who is 30 or older today and lives in Germany may grow old in a gated community, but unlike their descendants, they will not be completely at the mercy of the societies that they did not want to fall into their arms when it was still time. Revolutionaries and conservative fatalists agree with Wolfgang Schäuble's dictum, which could just as well have come from Ivo Bozic. Quote, "We are always wrong if we don't want to accept the changes that are taking place. We have to live with the changes and try to shape them. We cannot stop the course of history. Everyone has to come to terms with the fact that Islam has become part of our country." WAZ, March 31, 2018. Islamization as a necessary and absolutely acceptable consequence of the course of the world is the point of the statement, because in contemporary Islam, more than anywhere else, what the globalist need desires is taking place: the convergence of transnationalization and retribalization, the dissolution of the boundaries of the nation-state and the boundlessness of authoritarian, if necessary murderous care. Those who do not share the wild desire for doom are nevertheless reluctant to call for consequences, which they, together with as many others as possible, would have to demand from the state in particular. Instead, even those who have no illusions about what the acceptance of parallel societies already means in the Federal Republic of Germany resort to cautious comments that always manage without demands, and in this way make themselves complicit. The looming collapse of the Berlin education system, in which, as the moderator puts it, more and more religious conflicts are arising, this rampant school jihad, to which not only Jewish children but above all teachers who take their professions seriously are exposed, is the result of the unprecedented brutalization of hundreds of thousands of voluntarily Islamizing members of Turkish immigrant society. The birth statistics in Germany show an enormous increase from this milieu, which since 2015 has been increasingly supplemented by refugee children, in whose minds, in whose souls and in whose instincts parents, relatives and neighbors are deliberately planting the evil seeds of Islam unhindered by the state and society, if they have to be sown at all. The solution cannot possibly lie in gently encouraging the increasingly unteachable to be considerate and reflect. The instruction would have to be authoritarian, not only threatening sanctions, but also imposing them, up to and including the withdrawal of custody from jihadist-minded parents. It makes no sense to point out in cultivated debates that the Mason-like spread of the headscarf is not just a disgusting role ascription for women and girls. Rather, it should be noted that the headscarf also empowers women and girls to light up German sluts together with their inevitable brothers and cousins. The headscarf should be banned from all educational institutions from kindergarten to university for teachers and students, and from all authorities for those employed there. Undisputedly, to demand this would be to interfere in the sphere of the state with the aim of organizing a majority for the repressive measures mentioned. But is a critic entitled to do that? Wouldn't that mean casting out the green devil with the brown Beelzebub? Isn't the attempt to counter the doom with state power the entanglement of criticism in an even greater doom? In anti-German circles, it has long been frowned upon to engage in politics, and it is even more frowned upon to interfere in the capitalist economy on a capitalist basis. There is much that is right about this. Politics should be rejected insofar as it means the incapacitating bundling of individual interests, which only serves to maintain the status quo and to break off the tip of any criticism once it has been laid down in them. For example, providing the anti-Semitic Marat from the Berlin elementary school with a school social worker and suggesting to the parents of the threatened Mirjam that they should have their daughter educated elsewhere in the name of respect for new societies, with anti-fascist and communist intentions, i.e., as guardians of bad conditions that must be defended at all costs against the global multitude, in which every Irfan has an Evo at his side, the anti-politicians could be countered with cautious optimism, but democracy has not become so established that people really experience it as their own business, know themselves as subjects of political processes. It is perceived as one system among others, as if one had the choice between communism, democracy, fascism, monarchy on a sample map, but not as identical with the people themselves, as an expression of their maturity. Adorno, what does coming to terms with the past mean? Demanding intervention in the capitalist economy becomes a manifestation of barbarism when it means forcibly exorcising its imminent crisis. What seems strange, however, are the curses against all efforts to give the capitalist economy a different framework by decree, i.e., inscribed in laws or collective agreements, one that is more pleasing for wage laborers and possibly even society. If the criticism of politics leads to every, even organized intervention in social developments that are recognized as disastrous being demonized as a potentially national socialist project, then it is high time to break with an abstract dogmatism that many people themselves once adhered to. The reservations that are so readily formulated in terms of anti-Semitism theory and want to be schooled in Franz Neumann's behemoth or have abusively adopted the term post-fascism from Clemens Nachtmann in order to provide mendacious absenteeism with theoretical consecration always come back to the same doom. The point is to imply that the intervening and then also post-fascist state would, even if it countered Islamic fascism, amount to the formed Volksgemeinschaft, that is, to a reprise of National Socialism, consequently to a new Holocaust, as whose prospective victims this time Jews and Muslims are perfidiously presented, as if the latter were not currently the potentially greatest threat to the former. In such certainties, which have solidified into dogma, criticism of a constitutional state in despair blurs with criticism of the looming threat of an unconstitutional state. The current state of the Federal Republic of Germany only appears in such criticism of post-fascism to the extent that, being critical of Israel and anti-German, one accepts the ban decreed by public opinion that nothing should be done against Islam out of a sense of responsibility towards German history. This reveals a fatalism that is compatible with Bozick's praise of globalization. Anti-German criticism is still strongly influenced by the polemics against the social democratic welfare state and its regulatory mania of the 1970s and early 1980s, which went hand in hand with thousands of hastily created professorships whose holders, increasingly authoritarian in mood, transformed criticism into ideology. Those who later called themselves anti-Germans initially only broke with left-wing reformism after 1968, without joining the dumbed-down K-groups. If they had merely left the ranks of the Marx-trained anti-reformists when they believed that reunification not only meant the resurgence of the German people's state, but also initially identified anti-Semitism as necessarily contained in the idea of the people's state in relation to their own left-wing past, they would no longer be talked about. Anti-German criticism without the acid test of Israel, and thus the decisive break with all anti-imperialism and all cheap criticism of the state, would not even be of interest to archivists today. In its solidarity with Israel, anti-German critique gradually bid farewell to a communist goal whose advocates struggled in despair and bitterness with the fact that neither the final crisis nor the new National Socialism wanted to materialize and, to make matters worse, no one could be won over to the revolutionary project. After September 11th, the necessary and the confessional were erased from anti-German criticism, and since then it has been left to the readers and listeners of critical interventions to judge for themselves whether the revival of an essentially fascist people's state is being called for or the preservation of the conditions for liberation. Solidarity with Israel is betrayed when the dogmatically expressed criticism of the state, which no longer separates much from furious, dogmatic hostility to the state, merely knows how to grant the Jewish state, the bourgeois capitalist Jewish state, a niche in the otherwise sealed-off system of hostility to the state, a generously granted special role that almost necessarily entails coercion in solidarity with Israel. For a long time, a difficult compromise persisted among critics of solidarity with Israel, which above all assumed that the United States, as the victor of the Second World War under a President Roosevelt who then suffered, and as a decidedly protective power of Israel, at least acted sensibly in terms of foreign policy. Since Donald Trump, a president of the USA, actually wants to take up Roosevelt's economic policy, we know that the United States is also in the hands of quasi-fascist rascals who want to close a border on top of all the misery. This spring, Israel itself was just barely spared the solidarity-based criticism of anti-Germans, because the government's attempt, supported by the overwhelming majority of the population, to deport African men of predominantly Islamic background who entered the country illegally, has failed for the time being. What we should demand is something completely out of the ordinary: the intervention of anti-German critics in the political events of the country with the anti-fascist and world citizen purpose of forcing the bourgeois states, yes, including and even foremost the German state, to confront the globalization threatening Europe in the form of Islam at its borders. and where necessary in alliance with the USA beyond its borders, as well as internally with robust threats and, if necessary, repressive measures. This would at least prevent a repeat of the situation in France, where the pious murder of Jews is covered up by an anti-racist left-wing cartel. However, it would also be necessary to finally take seriously the information provided by the Israeli government and the father of the schoolgirl threatened with death in Berlin-Tempelhof. Israeli politicians never tire of emphasizing that what is happening in Germany in a hostile, brutal and land-grabbing manner is part of everyday life in a country besieged by these perpetrators, and that Europe would be well advised to do something about it for this reason alone. It was important for the Jewish girl's father to say that what was done to his daughter was not only directed at Jews, but increasingly at all white, Western pupils and teachers. However, the more criticism of the state turns into crude hostility towards the state, and the more any authority is cast under a spell as per se hostile, so-called rule, the more obdurately anti-German theory producers warn against politics, insofar as this is understood to mean more and other than advertising for the Amadou Antonio Foundation and related agencies of current government policy. For other anti-Germans, who don't give a damn about their solidarity with Israel, barbarism already appears to be a contradiction-free space of personal happiness in which nothing is forced on you and you can finally let go. What once defined the citizen and made the communist critic possible in the first place, the reasonably successful processing of coercion, which is already a prerequisite for individuation in young children and should accompany them throughout their lives in the form of the sublimation of the rawest driving forces, this imposition, without which individuality is not possible, is now constantly subsumed under the nuisances of civilization that urgently need to be abolished. This is the message of the truly anti-authoritarian spokespeople of the post-national multitude, who, with Ivo Bozic, cry out liberatedly, "Bye-bye West," to add, quite authoritatively, "Fuck the locals." When I was 10 years old, my younger brother and I were deeply humiliated at a small swimming lake in the summer. Apparently because we only spoke High German and not Bavarian and were alone, we were insulted, spat at, pushed around and pushed into the, albeit quite shallow, water by 5 to 6 local boys. We lived 3 kilometers away, aged between 8 and 13. In the end, our bath towels were also sunk, which we fished out again amid general jeering. Then we left crying. There was no real physical violence and certainly no resistance from us. We tried in vain to persuade our mother that we had accidentally dropped the bath towels into the water. We were too ashamed to tell the truth. We were incapable of fighting back. We didn't learn that. We thought it was impossible that something like that could happen. It never happened again. We have since cycled past this pond to the new swimming pool a kilometer away, where such a thing was impossible. Objectively and subjectively, there was no longer any reason to be afraid, let alone to submit. That was many years ago, and even then it had long been the exception in a country where the urban-rural divide was gradually being leveled out. Greater mobility in many regions had led to a mixing of the local population and people who had moved here from abroad, and denominational reservations were being eroded. This was also the time when, even in the remotest provinces, violence against children by teachers, outside adults and soon parents was outlawed and made a punishable offense. What applied to adults was soon also the consensus among children, although some of the horrors described at the beginning have been preserved among them. Not being defensive, and not having to be, became just as much a consensus as the almost always correct confidence that you could go swimming in any lake without being bothered, hang out in any park at weekends with a six-pack and a music machine, or simply meet any stranger or group of strangers without being struck by fear. Apart from the regular brawls between carnies and the local youth on the last evening of a folk festival or, later on, the dates between hooligans from different clubs to beat each other up on a meadow, physical violence in public spaces seemed to belong to history. Until recently, it seemed unthinkable to many that a seemingly archaic territorial mindset could ever return. It would have been rejected as fanciful to suggest that the principle of land grabbing could take hold in the midst of a society considered to be peaceful, and that a growing number of children, young people and adults could be afflicted by the fear of being harassed, threatened, attacked and robbed in their own city, not far from home. The real threat of violence from outside, it seemed, had given way to a fear of assaults of a violent or manipulative nature that continued unabated within the individual, and people were confident that, like the bogeyman invading from outside in the children's game, the bogeyman working within the soul could also be banished, as promised by a steadily growing number of psychologists and other counselors since the 1970s. Historically, defenselessness is particularly associated with the plundering and pillaging of regions and towns by invading troops, which served either to procure food or to punish the affected population of a conquered town without restraint and to improve the pay of the landscanettes by allowing them to take the spoils, which always also meant mass murder and mass rape. In non-military times, the towns tried to protect themselves against the threat from outside with walls and often only palisade-like fences. From dusk until dawn, no one could get in, and anyone who was on the street at night was a suspect, because the night watchmen armed with halberds were not just cozy song-singing warning signs of possible fire. Beyond the city walls, those who had a solid house and enough servants protected themselves against intruders. Those who had to live alone were at a disadvantage. The danger from outside, represented by so-called vagabonds and only exceptionally as a band of robbers, was manifest throughout. For their own safety, people locked themselves up, only traveled when absolutely necessary and, beyond their work, lived an uneventful, probably embarrassingly boring life within their own four walls, in which fears were sometimes allayed and sometimes perpetuated beyond their truthfulness through scary stories. There were hardly any ideas of an open landscape that was safely accessible to everyone, and as far as the cities were concerned, an urban landscape, because they were fearful for reasons. Increased police presence, but more importantly the introduction of gas lanterns in the early 19th century and the resulting increase in activity shortened the night and created more security. The bogeyman, of whom people were afraid, receded into the background, even among children, and became a source of amusement. All this also applied to the Jews in Western Europe. However, they were confronted with an additional form of looting and murder, which in times of peace came from their neighbors within the city walls and not from strangers. The pogroms, especially between the 11th and 16th centuries, particularly, but not exclusively in Germany, pointed to a total lack of protection, which reinforced the fear of being plundered and expelled at any time. The murders of October 7, 2023, on Israeli territory beyond the Gaza Strip make it clear that the knowledge of what has traditionally been done to the Jews is present among the Arab perpetrators. Once relative safety had been established, the posture and the gaze became firmer. Even without weapons or physical training, people began to walk with their heads held high, as free men among free men. To this day, looking a random person in the eye still retains a residual sense of reassurance as to whether they are really innocent. Inscribed in eye contact is the already unconscious agreement that one is bound by the rules of a society that wants to recognize an equal in the other. For almost all of human history, the subaltern classes have been denied the opportunity to walk upright and gaze impartially when meeting higher-ups. Even in the days when the sanctioning of misconduct in public appearances was abolished, the carefree presumption of symbolically equating oneself with higher-ups was considered impudent. In the use of the new rights, the subalterns were often really rude at first, because they tried themselves out and confronted members of the higher classes in chance encounters with looks that were not of equanimity but of challenge, flirting with their own physical superiority. In most Western European countries, starting in the early 2000s, we can observe the erosion of the internal security established after 1945, which almost did without the security guard on the corner as a guarantor. Since then, repression has not just been internalized because the superego has long since wielded the baton against recklessness and cockiness. The general acceptance, above all, of the inviolability of physical inviolability and of private and public property, but also of the preservation of personal human dignity, is inconceivable without the long economic boom until the 1970s, which was followed by a period of relative prosperity until the 1990s, but this is not the end of the consensus. Economic and social crises, wars and civil wars can promote the erosion of such customs, but they do not have to. Overcoming people's immediate fear of their own kind in random everyday encounters, even when no third party could step in to save them, seemed to be shared across classes as progress that people did not want to fall behind. The fact that this is not the case elsewhere, as can be seen from the media at any time, could be a reason for all the greater appreciation of this safety. Above all, the rejection of the very unequal distribution of property and future prospects did not seem to shake this consensus. Public security is neither an illusion nor merely a manipulation of some rulers, called inner peace. In Germany and Italy after 1918, the defeated proletariat had the experience of being ridiculed and collectively punished in their neighborhoods by the regime's minions. In the wake of the suppression of workers' and agricultural workers' unrest in Italy and the particular revolutionary uprisings up to 1923 in Germany, the terror of the fascists or their predecessors in Italy and, even before the SA gangs, that of the Freikorps and, in some cases, the regular police in Germany was widespread and continued in some industrial locations until 1945. After that, the immediate terror against those parts of the proletariat that had not completely surrendered after 1933 became a thing of the past. As early as January 1919, the revolutionaries in Germany had to bitterly admit that their mobilization for the uprising aroused far less interest than the public security promised by the democratic state that was being founded, which even the proletarian population preferred to a state of emergency that seemed adventurous to them. And yet the old horror had not been overcome. In the old children's phrase, the speaker, who then played the rabble-rouser, asked, "Who is afraid of the bogeyman?" The others answered in chorus, "Nobody." The speaker exclaimed, "But what if he comes?" and received the answer, "Then we'll run away." Although an escape room is provided for the game of the black man, which by no means all the children should reach, it expresses the hopelessness in the face of unleashed terror and clearly recalls the times of pillaging and plundering. The Turks, who may have been connoted as black until the final turning point before Vienna in 1683, the soot-blackened Landsknecht armies, especially in the 30 Years' War and, to a much lesser extent, the Napoleonic Wars until 1813. Inscribed in the game, which probably goes back to the processing of the plague period in the late Middle Ages, is the experience of being at the mercy of others that has been passed down in legends, a primal fear that captures the repeatability of the old horrors. In the game of the bogeyman, it is frightening that the child who initially acts alone becomes more and more submissive to the others and also turns into a henchman. The progress of civilization, which consists in the fact that the black man appears neither as an individual or as a gang of robbers nor as an arbitrarily acting state gang or civil war troop, was still accompanied by a completely different, seemingly irrational fear in the times when the new security, coupled with a relative increase in prosperity, seemed unchallenged. Since the other remained contourless in the chance encounter and often wanted to remain so, the damaged individual suspected hostile intentions in him, which increased to the extent that his own insecurity grew into a general threat scenario. Quote, people now become for each other to a greater extent the source of a lust for the eye or, conversely, also the source of an unpleasantness conveyed by the eye, the exciters of feelings of embarrassment of varying degrees. The immediate fear that man causes man has decreased and in relation to it now increases the inner fear mediated by the I and the superego.
End of quote.
This fear is expressed in the fact that people gradually become more and more sensitive to anything that reminds them of an attack. Even the gesture of attack leads to the danger zone. This assessment from Norbert Elias' Process of Civilization, published in 1939, is likely to have been based primarily on the Jewish emigrants' experiences in Great Britain, which was remarkably calm even during the Great Depression, and extends far beyond the time of its composition. Discretion, upholding personal sovereignty, and a pronounced appreciation of privacy correspond to the solitude of Hagestolz, which lacks the potential to transgress boundaries as well as the shame-filled ability to make one's own neediness the starting point for cooperation with others. This expresses a damaged life, but also the successful sublimation of one's own destructive drive energy, which is called unrestrained. Being able to walk through life with one's head held high and a steady gaze is a step forward, which nevertheless already refers to a battle situation present in the psyche. You are always looking death in the eye, you are unconsciously always confronted with constant danger, which may be abstract, but is concretized in the anonymous other, which you assess for possible assaults, which is why you have to look it courageously in the eye. Elias probably had in mind as a starting point for his reflections those vacillating characters that can be described in the Italian Renaissance as exemplified by the artists Benvenuto Cellini and Michelangelo Merci de Caravaggio, who defended their personal sovereignty with unrestrained violence even on minor occasions. The armed self-assertion of the two was also due to the omnipresent violence of their time in the form of robbers, but also to the members of militias who were in the pay of competing princes and patricians and made the cities unsafe. The real threat was overarched by a sense of honor, the protection of which meant that a misunderstood gesture or even just a look that was perceived as insulting was immediately recognized as an existential threat and had to be warded off accordingly. The violent outburst of anger also revealed an ego that was not sure of itself, which, released from the old order based on feudal or guild rule and unquestionable, could only recognize the alternative between unrestrained self-assertion or individual downfall in the new order, which provided for comparison on the market. In their works of art, both of them, albeit ambivalently, made the overcoming of the brutally lived-out destructive drive their subject and gave an indication of what they failed to do as actors in everyday life, that the overcoming of one's own uncontrolled drives is an essential part of a reconciled society. However, Elias probably also spoke of the gesture of attack because the confrontation in the struggle for the distribution of social wealth was nevertheless inscribed in the encounters between members of different classes, which were mostly non-violent in Great Britain. 80 years later, as far as members of the majority society are concerned, it is all about a seemingly delusional need for self-protection that drives out the desire to see the other, who is generally regarded as an aggressor if he does not abide by the rules. These are laid down in guides for everyday life, which specify the maximum acceptable duration of a glance. 8 years ago, 500 test subjects in the UK were asked to watch videos and say each time whether they found the gaze of the person shown pleasant or unpleasant. From this, the researchers calculated how long the perfect gaze should last, namely a little longer than 3 seconds. If the eye contact lasts longer, it is perceived as intrusive or threatening. If it lasts shorter, it indicates a lack of social competence. The study was clearly interest-driven, as the researchers acting as social coaches wanted to focus less on the aggressor on the bench opposite and more on their own clientele, who increasingly cannot stand eye contact with strangers, in order to emphasize at least a minimum of willingness to make contact as socially desirable when dealing with neighbors, fellow students, colleagues, or superiors. The open gaze, however long it may be, always assesses the other person and categorizes them as potentially dangerous or harmless, belonging to one's own social class or outside it, successful or a failure, sexually attractive or not. However, it is always an expression of curiosity, unless it becomes harassing in the form of penetrating stares, usually from young women. Anyone who always reacts to this with a feeling of embarrassment is involuntarily making it known that they lack communication skills, and not just at the job interview. The fact that more and more young people in particular are recognizing the aggressor in all strangers who do not turn away with at least the same degree of embarrassment is the subject of practical psychology, which strives to promote a candidate's suitability for later use in a job or internship. The focus has long been on the loss of an ability that is described with the dirty word, lack of relationship skills. The category of interest, however, is broader. It always includes the child's curiosity, which is still completely uninhibited, and which is based on the appropriation of the world around a person and does not necessarily ask about suitability for personal or, more generally, social exploitation purposes in the case of a chance encounter. The person sitting opposite you on the local train can be a streamlined enforcer of the social tendency that boils down to a pure relationship of use into which you want to force not only others but also yourself. However, the gaze can also be a sensual appropriation of the outside world, which is not aimed at the concrete devaluation and devaluation in the competitive relationship, but rather searches for something special in the other that one also wants to claim for oneself. In the discrediting of the desire to see, of curiosity about the other as an encroachment on their personal autonomy, the existence of impartiality, which often expresses itself in the avoiding gaze, is already denied in advance. The tormented self calls out reproachfully to its surroundings, "What are you looking at?" and splits into the roles of the persecuted deer and the pursuing wolf. Seemingly only looking for a safe space in which they can be safe from assault with their peers, people who describe themselves as queer defend their safe space against rule breakers with a ferocity that can endanger the existence of an entire cafe or club. Where the sought-after community that silences all contradictions cannot be created internally, the same authoritarian need acts all the more unstably against an outside world that you want to get back at for what it is supposed to have done to you. In the worst case, and this is what has happened, identification with an actual public aggressor occurs, to whom is attributed what one lacks oneself, assertiveness qua embeddedness in a community in which loneliness is a foreign word. In short, the power to take revenge on a civilization that is presented as hostile and whose demands one is unwilling or unable to meet. The proverbial "was gucks do?" What are you watching? Is by no means the funny speech delivered in funny pidgin German that the popular cabaret artist and anti-Semite Kaya Janner used in the comedy series of the same name 20 years ago. Janner was talking about the third generation of Turkish immigrants, whose immediate warmth and directness would make a refreshing difference in the grey world of the majority Germans, and he ignored reality. If you are not one of them, you are supposed to look down at the ground and sneak past the speaker and his brothers, for whom an open look in the eye is considered presumptuous and can be punished. Take Bad Godesberg. After the murder of 17-year-old Nicholas Paler in 2016 by an Islamic-dominated gang of youths, all eyes were turned there, even though migrant youth gangs have been active there since at least 2007. At some point, it could no longer be denied that loosely organized migrant youths from Muslim backgrounds had been assaulting, robbing and beating up so-called white youths for years on the border between poor and rich Bad Godesberg, including not only, as is persistently claimed, high school students from wealthy families. Under the title The Bad Godesberg Phenomenon, an editor from the Frankfurter Rundschau newspaper collected original quotes that were published on January 26, 2019. Under the subheading A Young Migrant Talks About German Victims, one of the perpetrators is quoted, "There are three categories of Germans. Firstly, Nazis, secondly, those who are like us, and thirdly, victims. That's what they're called. I'm sorry to say it like that. German victims are the ones you rip off."
Even the high school students, for example.
They talk uninterestingly, mostly from above. But they're called victims. And when they walk past a foreigner and look down at the ground. In Meddinghoven, where I live, I don't see any Germans at all. Here at the youth center, 100% are foreigners.
No Germans come here. Some live here. But they don't come out.
Because they think I'm being ripped off. Germans put up with a lot too.
They don't fight back.
Let's say the people from the grammar school meet in the spa gardens. Then, for example, one of us knows that and says, "Yes, today we're going to the spa gardens." There are plenty of jackies, as the loot is called, cell phones and jackets. We have a completely different inhibition threshold.
End quote.
One of them, who had some third teeth fitted at the age of 18, goes on record, "We moved through Bad Godesberg. We'd somehow done a mass wet exen in the Polliner beforehand. That's why we were already a bit drunk. Then we just got picked on a bit. Let's call them half-stars with a migration background, colloquially known as Muchel.
There were 4 of us.
Then we hit on them back. The others were 2 at the beginning and 2 towards the end.
Give mea fuck, German pissant.
Get lost and everything. He was wearing a hip-hop cap.
And then I said, hip-hopper, stay cool.
I talked to him so pointedly that I don't think he found it as funny as I did. Then suddenly a car arrived, an old 5-wheeler BMW, lowered, tuned up in an antisocial, snobbish way, and somehow 5 kickboxers got out. Then another threesome arrived. A friend of mine was lying on the ground. The other one was about to kick him in the face. And I was standing diagonally behind him. I was still thinking about hitting him on the back of the head. But I can't just hit someone on the back of the head. And then I pushed him away so that he couldn't kick my friend in the face. He turned around and started to deal with me, so to speak. Then he went all the way. Then he really punched me in the face. They're Muchels who really do martial arts. Then I saw all the blood and I realized it was a bit more serious. Only then did I slowly realize that I was missing teeth. That was annoying.
End quote.
The German high school student, who tries to adopt a humorous tone mainly because he also wants to play down to himself what probably shook his ego to the core at the time, confesses that he cannot simply hit someone on the back of the head. Not only does he lack fighting experience and first strike capacity, he obviously had no interest in acquiring such qualities. The person who hit him in the face with his fist or kicked him in the face does not recognize in his opponent's inability to adequately defend himself the expression of an inhibition threshold to which he would have to commit himself. On the contrary, he expressly rejects it and invokes the law of the jungle. However, the physical inferiority imagined in the victim is not a reason for him to disinhibit everyone. In Islamic gang society, for example, heavily overweight brothers are not attacked or mocked by the well-trained, but are assumed to be protected by them. In addition to the prospect of prey and the pleasure they derive from seeing someone they identify as German lying injured and begging for mercy on the ground, there is also the feeling of triumph that, together with the brothers, they have triumphed over the counter-principle to their own lack of restraint presented in the victim. The general agreement that conflicts should not be settled by physical violence, that one should perceive others at eye level, i.e., that one should also endure their self-confident gaze, that their sometimes superior material position should not be a license to rob, is mocked anew with every German who is beaten up, stripped or sexually harassed, and one's own superiority is reaffirmed. This principle does not apply within their own group, although violence is used to a considerable extent to create hierarchies that are supposed to guarantee loyalty within the gang. The turf wars among themselves and the settling of personal conflicts over money and or honor with knives or firearms, which are fought out daily not only in Berlin-Gesundbrunnen or Duisburg-Marxloh, are exclusively subject to the laws of the parallel society, which are expressly not committed to the principles of the general laws, but against them and thus to the criteria of revenge and blood money. Only the hostility towards prospective victims who do not belong to it creates a fragile cohesion that is underlined by some collective rules such as fasting on Ramadan, but even more so by the submission of those among them who are unassailably rich and powerful and know how to defend themselves. Beyond Islam and the admiration for the owners of the fattest, mostly black cars, the knowledge that one is superior to the members of the majority in one's ontologically exaggerated otherness welds people together. It is not only Islam, with its uniformization of the Ummah into a gang collective from which no one should leave, that is responsible for the fetishization of this otherness, but also those who measure out the perfect view and recognize the sensitive victim in the actual aggressor, who is to be confirmed in his otherness. In the Frankfurter Rundschau documentary, the high school student comes off badly simply because he talks about proles and Muchels from above, and not the one who credits his lack of inhibitions in dealing with the physically inferior as an anti-racist counter-defense. Every park that German high school students no longer enter to party, the list is long, is a sign of land grabbing, just like every cab ride that young women take at night for their own safety instead of walking or taking the public transport from one club to the next. So far, it is still mostly the public streets and green spaces as well as river and lake shores where the wasteland of victory manifests itself. Loitering there with your peers is as agonizing as going outside after the family's daily fast breaking on Ramadan, especially when the fasting month falls in summer and there is no one outside long after midnight to panic with your funny, "What are you looking at?" Bonn-Bad Godesberg has changed rapidly since the government moved. The villas where the privileged employees of ministries, administrations and embassies once lived are still inhabited by mostly old and wealthy people, although many of them are moving away. A little further on, where the small employees of the government machine once lived, the structure has changed fundamentally. A large number of Muslim migrants now live there, including a high proportion of North Africans. The inner city looks like many inner cities. Predominantly migrant-run cheap stores and snack bars have taken the place of middle-class cafes or boutiques, and with this change, violence has spread. Violence that is talked down because instead of showing solidarity with the victims, an arrangement is sought with the Islamic perpetrators of violence and their milieu. On Deutschlandfunk Radio in 2016, it sounded like this. However, there used to be neighborhoods that were inhabited by the lower middle class and foreign guest workers during Bond's time in government. Instead of opulent villas, multi-story post-war buildings characterized the streetscape there. But back then there was so much police and property protection that the population groups didn't mix, indeed hardly came into contact with each other.
End of quote.
There has been more contact between the different population groups since the government move, which officially took place in 1999, and those with a high inhibition threshold, for example high school students, can report this, but are hardly ever listened to. Quote, the head of the local youth center K7, Angelica Mehta, still experienced this period. While the high police presence back then acted like a wall between the two worlds, now they have to live together. This process of getting used to each other is still ongoing, says Mehta. Of course, there are still things that need to grow together. A lot of common ground has already been created, but it still needs to be fostered and developed further.
End quote.
In 2016, it wasn't just the professional euphemist for unbearable conditions who seriously recognized police protection for threatened groups of people as a wall between the worlds, which they saw as an obstacle to a genuine community breaking down the wall. Bonn police spokesman Frank Piontek also states unapologetically that back then, when Bad Godesberg was teeming with police and security services, residents could even walk through dark parks late at night unmolested, adding, but that would probably be difficult in any other city too. Armet und Konflikt im Himalayan Diplomatenviertel, DLF July 21, 2016. To denigrate being able to walk in the park at night as a claim to unjustified privileges, instead of demanding precisely this public safety for the whole country, is the great capitulation. Here, too, the other side is allowed to have its say. Quote, many people from Bad Godesberg, like the theater maker Walter Ulrich, think that this is exactly what has not been done enough in recent decades, showing boundaries and finding ways to make living together work. Ulrich no longer believes in rapid change. He has now moved one place away, even though it was very difficult for him. This saddens me a lot. I love this place very much. End of quote. The malice with which Vivian Louis from Deutschland Radio Kultur summed up the resentment of the youth center director and police chief at the time is inimitable and shone a light on the director of a small Bad Godesberg Boulevard theater, which has since closed, on behalf of all bigwigs. Quote, but this place, the posh diplomatic quarter of Bad Godesberg, no longer exists. And it won't be anymore.
End of quote.
You first have to come up with the idea of blaming the victims of threats and brutal violence for their class affiliation. But in Bad Godesberg, this seems to be good manners. Dean Wolfgang Picken, for example, head of 3 large parishes, quickly comes up with the educational plight. Quote, the problem starts very early on, in the generation of children and young people, who are now also involved here as perpetrators and victims. But this is something that we have everywhere in society, and we can no longer speak of equal opportunities here. Here in Bad Godesberg we have 4 or 5 private schools and then some municipal schools and facilities. You can say, without using prejudices, that the clientele is distributed accordingly between the schools.
End of quote.
To use the word private school in a critical and envious manner, in other articles from the same period, elite grammar school and Jesuit grammar school were used as signal words, in order to exculpate the aggressors as the real victims of more than just a misguided education policy, is the reflection of a class war logic that is only out for revenge. Not wanting to recognize in the exodus not only to Berlin, but often also in the move to residential areas in Bonn that are often only a few kilometers away, and instead recognizing and mocking the refusal of members of the wealthy class to face the real community, means producing fair game. And this does not primarily affect the well-off who can afford to move away, but above all the German residents of poor neighborhoods and with them those migrants from Islamic countries who are trying to escape Islamic impositions but do not have the means to flee to a better area. Class struggle today means coming to an arrangement with Islam, sacrificing security standards and the remnants of civility in the hope of being spared, at least temporarily. There is nothing left of the historical class struggle, whose protagonists rejected looting as a disgrace and expected the subject of the revolution to rise above the conditions that could otherwise turn them into brutes. The fuzzy enemy concept of the lumpen proletariat already referred historically to the strict separation of class-conscious proletariat and marauders. Instead of fighting for a return to the old days, not only in Bad Godesberg but everywhere in Germany, when people could party in the park at night without fear or simply go for a walk, it is not only the political, media, or institutionalized public that avoids any discussion of the eroding internal security. The problem has been sufficiently documented by statistics on knife attacks, robberies that are trivialized as pulling out, violence in schools and kindergartens, and even gang rapes with the same Islamic perpetrators, without any clear protest from Germans with and without a migration background and foreigners who fear the call of the muezzin from experience. Islam differs from the majority society essentially in its willingness to use violence and the uniformity of its followers, and yet both are afraid of Western civilization and the open gaze that constitutes it. This gaze tells both of them that there is still life outside, that nothing has to stay the same, neither the inner nor the outer misery. For some, their misery appears to be a prison that, allegedly run by parents and institutions, robs them of the courage to live, which is why their only option is to withdraw into themselves. For the Muslim others, initiated by family and community and promoted by post-colonial anti-racist ideology, instead of curiosity about a freer world that exists, all that remains is a delusional sense of threat that justifies every act of violence against German victims in the name of their own race and religion. However, an open mind is only the prerequisite for something better and by no means a cure. Daring to do so always results in insecurity. Those walled into the Sharia community would have to stand up to them offensively, while members of the majority society, who are breaking in under the excessive, now completely internalized pressure of competition, have an even harder time. Their opponent is not a violent culture that confines them, but an invisible enemy. It is easy to recognize the never completely banished horrors of the past as a cause of the spreading fear of the unknown opponent, which not only appear in the tormented self of a 19-year-old with scarred forearms. This reflection of a crisis-ridden society, which is increasingly to be found among members of the German middle class and which seems to have lost all confidence and ability to cooperate, can be equated with the public actions of actual aggressors, who deepen their undeniable need for life through hostilities against explicitly German victims, inevitably leads to the surrender of more and more residential areas and thus of their inhabitants to the spreading real threat, with the result that more and more, especially young people who live in the wrong neighborhood, no longer go out in the evenings and at weekends out of fear. After all, as the aforementioned thug from Bad Godesberg said, quote, 100% of the people here at the youth center are foreigners.
No Germans come here. Some live here. But they don't come out.
Because they think I'm being ripped off.
End of quote.
A state of siege has already been imposed on civilization in places where no one goes unless they have to. It is unlikely that a teenager suffering from anxiety, who hardly leaves his home anymore, will be helped if his parents finally turn outward against the increasingly frequent wolf salutes in the neighboring elementary school instead of turning inward in climate fear. A prerequisite for something better than having to look past potential aggressors with a lowered gaze would be a social agreement aimed at not letting ourselves be frightened and taking back the lost streets, banks, and parks. Today, everyday life in many Western European metropolises seems to confirm the anti-civilization cliché of the anonymous big city, where consideration is a foreign word and morals are brutal. Particularly on the outskirts of the cities, where the socially isolated, increasingly Muslim-dominated population ekes out an existence without hope and often without the need for change, the big city seems to have degenerated into a place of turf war and struggle for survival. However, this change is a symptom of its decay, not an expression of its truth. Walter Benjamin illustrated the almost extinguished metropolitan promise of happiness with the work of Charles Baudelaire. In the essay Über einige Motive bei Baudelaire published in the Zeitschrift für Sozialforschung in 1939, Benjamin notes that the presence of the explosively growing masses of people in 19th-century Paris is a prerequisite for the dramaturgy of Baudelaire's poems and determines the psyche of the lyrical ego down to its most intimate emotions. The presence of the masses on the streets and the accelerated pace of everyday life were new, disturbing experiences at the time, which are embodied in Baudelaire's work in the figure of the fencer who makes his way through the crowd. But far from lamenting the massification of the big city and the accompanying alienation from civilization, Baudelaire describes fencing as a refined fighting technique in which the winner is the one who demonstrates greater skill not in striking, but in dodging. Fencing is thus closer to play than to combat. It civilizes brutality rather than unleashing it. If the city dweller appears as a fencer in Baudelaire's work, this reflects the change in the public sphere since the heyday of the European bourgeoisie. While the aristocratic and military prerogative of carrying arms in public initially lived on within the bourgeoisie in the widespread culture of dueling, it soon became anachronistic. The right to bear arms in public was delegated to the police, and citizens confirmed their individual freedom by renouncing self-armament, which went hand in hand with the refinement of social forms of communication. Metropolitan life became an art of interaction in the literal sense, which has since become the epitome of urbanity. Baudelaire's prototype of the modern city dweller is the flaneur, who has sublimated the fencer's habitus to such an extent that he moves through the crowd with agility and nonchalance. The flaneur, who crosses the crowd without throwing blows, is the embodiment of the bourgeois right to defenselessness, which allows pedestrians in large cities to rush past each other and expose themselves to the presence of countless strangers without having to fear for their physical integrity or threatening that of others. This imperative of distance, which preserves one's own intimacy just as much as that of others despite physical proximity, was also the basis of social behavior on public transport, where technology subjected the human sensorium to a complex kind of training. Omnibuses, railroads and tramways in the 19th century put the inhabitants of the first metropolises in the new position of having to look at each other for long minutes or even hours without speaking to each other. Even the mere act of seeing was not unaffected by the presence of so many unfamiliar faces. The tacit agreement that the gaze should never linger for more than a few seconds on the face and body of the unknown person opposite has undoubtedly been imposed on its inhabitants by the big city. Nevertheless, this internalized compulsion led to the development of manners that were not limited to the execution of smooth interaction. In Minima Moralia, Adorno declares civil distance, as it has developed in the big city, to be the motif of true tenderness between people, while he associates naked rawness with closeness. Alienation proves itself in people precisely by the fact that distances cease to exist. For only as long as they are not constantly at each other's throats with give and take, discussion and execution, disposal and function, is there enough space between them for the fine thread that connects them and in whose intricacy the intimate crystallizes.
End of quote.
Modernism had an almost utopian concept of this thread. Baudelaire's flaneur feels the happiness of self-detachment both when looking at the crowd and when immersing himself in it. Incognito, as it were, and yet in the midst of the surging world, he steps out of his familiar relationships and leaves his encounters to the play of chance. In one of the most famous and beautiful pieces from the poem Cycle Tableaux Parisiens, which is dedicated to a passerby, the crowd is, as Benjamin notes, not named with a single phrase or word, but the process is based solely on it. The translation of the poem A un passante reads, "Howls from the street roared around the room. High, slender, deep black, in immense suffering. A woman walked past, her hand on her dress. Raised majestically the gathered hem, measured and animated, her knee cast. And I fell into spasm and infirmity. This I the pale sky before the hurricane, and took pleasure in death. A flash, then night. The fugitive does not lend. She to the becoming by her gleam.
Do I only see you in eternity?
Far away from here.
Too late. Perhaps never?
My path is hidden from you and from me where you must go. O you who destined me, O you who knew."
End of quote.
This street scene celebrates the melancholy moment in which the rapture of the city dweller is not a love at first or last sight. Any words would destroy the secret of communication that seems to unfold for a fleeting moment between the observer and the lady striding past. The fleeting closeness is only made possible by the metropolitan imperative of distance. In this respect, the situation resembles Benjamin's definition of the aura as a unique appearance of a distance. Quote, "But inherent in the gaze is the expectation of being reciprocated by the one to whom it is given. Where this expectation is reciprocated, the experience of the aura in its fullness falls to him."
End of quote.
Benjamin makes no distinction between the viewed or the viewed believer. The experience of the aura falls to both. For Baudelaire, the erotic spark arises from this uncertainty. Whether the passerby has recognized that her appearance has plunged the ego into passionate devotion remains uncertain. After all, he does not address her and preserves the distance that her morning exterior commands. Thus the hope formulated in the last verse that the auratic experience is a shared one gains its strength from the fact that it will never become certainty. The documentary short film Femme de la Rue, Woman on Slash of the Street, by Belgian filmmaker Sophie Peters, which was presented in Brussels last summer, can be seen as a depressing contemporary response to Baudelaire's poem. It clearly shows how the distance demanded by the urban habitus becomes autistic self-encapsulation in the face of the transformation of the big city into a conglomerate of ethnicized neighborhoods, while the fleeting eroticism captured by Baudelaire no longer finds any space in an atmosphere of permanent aggression, defense, and intimidation. But the fact that he focuses on the social causes of this change based on the experience of everyday sexual harassment of women in migrant neighborhoods has been so resented by feminist groups that they immediately trivialized his subject as a symptom of general male social behavior. In the first shot of the 20-minute film, with which Peters completed her studies at the Brussels Film Academy RITS, the camera pans across the Brussels skyline and her voice is heard off-screen. Quote, "I moved to Brussels 2 years ago. Everyone always says, in the big cities, people don't talk to each other on the streets. But I experienced something completely different."
End of quote.
The image of the hidden camera, sometimes attached to her body, sometimes directed by a colleague, then shows her walking down the streets in a knee-length, flowered summer dress and ankle boots in her residential district of Anisans, where the majority of residents are migrants from the Maghreb. Her intention in the film was to document the harassment and humiliation to which she and other women are subjected there. Although she later admitted in interviews that she feared being thought of as a racist, and found relativizing explanations for the migrant origin of the harassers in the film, she documented the reality of life in Anisans soberly enough to call multiculturalist trivializers into action instead of feminist solidarity campaigns. Bitch, cunt, horny slut are the words that men hiss after her on the street, accompanied by smacking, snapping and moaning noises, loud laughter and lewd gestures, with an inshallah in between. Others suddenly approach her from the side, follow her and insult Peters as a bitch when she confronts them. In another scene, a group of young people stare at her silently as she sits on a bench in the park. The walk through the city turns into an annoying, sometimes immediately threatening gauntlet. In order to be spared such harassment, Peters initially followed the advice of a neighbor and swapped her dress for long jeans and her ankle boots for sneakers so as not to dress provocatively, although she didn't actually want her style of dress to be dictated by the threat of the groups of young men. This did not make the harassment any less. Her assumption that she herself was ultimately to blame for the men's behavior, or even that the harassment had anything to do with her particular appearance, was disproved by her self-experiment. Other young Belgian women she spoke to during the research for her film also expressed their fear of appearing racist, oversensitive, or silly. In the film, the women refer to the men who harass them as they without specifying their social and cultural milieu. However, Muslim and black women, as well as the migrant men themselves, also have their say. The reactions to Peters' documentary show how justified the fear of being accused of racism is, despite the film's almost pluralistic concept. The Islamist group Sharia for Belgium, which is mainly active in Antwerp and whose declared aim is to turn Belgium into an Islamic state, liberate Palestine and spread Islam across the rest of the world, described Peters as a cheap prostitute in a video on YouTube. The Belgian Greens lamented the simplification of some who willingly ethnicize this behavior. After all, sexism is far from being reserved for Arab boys. The whistles and exclamations in the French Parliament towards the Green Minister of Housing, Cécile Duflot, have only recently shown once again that sexism is an evil that is widespread in all layers of our society.
End quote.
In France, too, the discussion about Peters' film was dominated by whistles from male parliamentarians directed at Duflot's tight-fitting dress, which he confidently countered without receiving any insults, as if French parliamentarians and North African youths, female ministers and students were interchangeable embodiments of the same gender hierarchy. But French feminists don't want to know anything about distinctions. For them, all men are gray. Let's not fall into the trap of playing off the fight against anti-sexism and the fight against anti-racism against each other. Sexism is not a cultural or generational phenomenon, it is universal because it cuts across all cultures and all social classes, warned the feminists of the association Oses Le Feminism. Dare Feminism. Warned their fellow feminists who, in response to Peters' documentary, reported on several blogs about their experiences on the streets of Paris and testified to the opposite. One user wrote, "Hello to you all, I am Maghribi and I assure you that I only learned respect for women when dealing with European men." The comment by Oses Le Feminism that it is not a generational phenomenon also seems to apply more to the women being harassed. A 61-year-old writes, "Last week I was cycling along the Boulevard de Belleville. I have short hair, was wearing shorts and a blouse, so really nothing to lose my head over. Then two tots aged 15 or 16, whose grandmother I could be, started making sucking noises to me with the appropriate gestures."
End quote.
In Germany, the Taz did the anti-racist job. Paris correspondent Rudolf Ballmer first pandered to Sophie Peters in an avuncular manner and emphasized the great merit of her project, only to then strike back. What is debatable, however, is the choice of the neighborhood, which, as can be seen, is predominantly inhabited by immigrants from North Africa. The film therefore only shows part of the reality. Peters could also have, additionally, documented that locals do not behave any more correctly in this respect.
End quote.
All statements made in the film itself, whether by the women or by the migrant men, refute such relativizations. None of the women interviewed reported autochthonous Belgians who harassed them. The Muslim women interviewed by Peters, whether with or without headscarves, also testify to the fact that this is a preferred social behavior of men of North African origin in the correspondingly ethnicized residential areas. While the former are called back on their role as Sharia-compliant Muslim women by their compatriots, for example by asking why their husbands are not with them, the latter are insulted and spat at as hookers. Even the migrant men who have their say in the film do not fall back on the flimsy assertion that locals don't behave any more correctly in this respect. Instead, they either explain the problem with the Islamic surplus of men, we're always about 20, or cite sexuality, which is taboo in Islam, and the resulting insecurity as the reason for the harassment. The reference to the male subject constitution in Islamic societies does indeed lead in the right direction, even if it is brought into play in the film in a vulgar, psychological, and apologetic way. The fact that the Islamic patriarchs and young men perceive the fleeting eye contact with them or their wives, of all things, as an assault, which after all preserves the unavailability of the person being looked at, reveals a failure of individuation, as a result of which the ability to differentiate between the self and the outside world, between the intimate and public aspects of one's own self, could not or only insufficiently be developed. In accordance with the unrealized separation between the private and public spheres in Islam, self-perception and the perception of others become one. Social coercion is understood as honor as an immediate part of one's own self, which must not be questioned under any circumstances. In return, one's own desires and demands are hallucinated as an immovable reality and must not be questioned by anyone. In this way, there is hardly any inkling of the fine thread, the dialectic of closeness and distance, which according to Adorno is nothing other than the awareness of the possibility of purposeless relationships. Other men only come into view as competitors or friends within the nepotism and clan economy, women as family members to be protected and potential wives, or even as infidels and hookers. Since an awareness of the possibility of purposeless relationships cannot develop in this way, it is precisely the casual, fleeting glance that seeks closeness in the awareness of distance without forcing it, and thus preserves the individuality of the person being looked at, that is perceived as a threat. The blatant stare, on the other hand, which does not even apply to beautiful women, but indiscriminately to all non-Islamic women and therefore does not signify erotic courtship, but a humiliation to the dull status of the species, reduces the individual woman to a dead thing, at best to an animal that cannot and must not look back. The play of gazes becomes an equally hostile and frightened juxtaposition of staring and staring away, which seals the atrophy of the metropolitan public sphere. It is therefore obvious that the harassment documented by Peters is not the rutting behavior of ordinary machos, as the Taz claimed. Murad, interviewed by Peters, who spends his free time with his buddies shouting at women on the street from the car that they should get in, also understands this. Quote, "Of course nobody wants to get in the car or speak because you don't whistle at people. You whistle for dogs, for animals, not for people. So we immediately react with dirty whore, racist, blah blah blah."
End quote.
So the aim is to humiliate women, not the success that even the crudest pickup line secretly promises. When asked about his motives, Murad replies, "We don't talk to our parents about sexuality. They don't explain to us what happens when your body changes, when you feel desire and don't understand anything. You're not even allowed to talk to the girl from the neighborhood. And then you have a shampoo commercial with a naked woman, a toothpaste commercial with a naked woman.
Like Bajvech.
You have women running in slow motion, women washing cars in nipple shirts. And you don't understand anything."
End of quote.
Murad's quite understandable diagnosis of the schizophrenic situation of Islamic men, who grow up in the West but are not allowed to taste its freedom because they are surrounded by prohibitions in their own culture, also prompts Sophie Peters to see the public space she is familiar with new eyes and to make the following short circuit. Quote, "The more I paid attention to what was going on around me, the more I saw naked women everywhere on the streets. How can we be respected as women if we are constantly depicted like some kind of inflatable doll?"
End quote.
Even in the tawdriest advertising, however, an erotic moment is preserved, insofar as the erotic meaning of the term resonates in it and it takes beauty into its service, which is precisely where it differs from pornography. Peters could therefore be applauded for her media criticism by those who adhere to the Islamic and anti-sexist conviction that an image is already an assault. Furthermore, she fails to realize that the examples of the free use of sexuality cited by Murad are all infantile in nature. The TV series Baywatch with Pamela Anderson in a red swimsuit, which is rated 12 and over, serves at best as a masturbation model for 14-year-olds and is really nothing more than the early puberty equivalent of the wet t-shirt competition. However, the fact that Peters is not a feminist, but constantly doubts her own perception, makes her receptive to insights that feminists are apparently hardly capable of. Coming from a small town, she has not yet half routinely, half resignedly sealed herself off from the hostile environment. In the interview, she explains, "These attacks on the street really hurt me, and I had the feeling that I was all alone in this. I mean, no one among the students, in the cafe or anything, talks about it."
End quote.
With her film, she wanted to show that women have the right to go wherever they want, recalling the hope that led her to move from the countryside to the big city in the first place, and which now seems irreversibly damaged. Quote, "I must have been naive because I believed in multicultural Brussels."
End quote.
At the end of the film, we see her sitting on the edge of the bed, her voice is heard again from off-screen, and she formulates a dilemma that her feminist critics don't want to know about. Quote, I don't want to give up. But if I move away, then I'm giving up. If I stay and adapt, then I'm also giving up. And if I learn to cope with the problem, then I'll definitely give up. Those are the options.
I'm trapead. End quote.
The dilemma is that pulling away or cowering would be tantamount to surrendering, but that fighting back, as recommended by feminist empowerment, would also help to master everyday life, but would not really change the situation. Instead, the right thing to do would be not to be afraid and therefore not to have to fight back. However, anti-sexist groups such as Hollaback, an internet platform founded in New York in 2005, on which women report on the sexual harassment they have experienced, mark the location of the harassment on a map and exchange tips on how to fight back, do not have the slightest idea of this. The index of this is the name Hollaback, which replaces the larmoyant victim status that feminists often claimed for themselves in the 70s with a conscious adaptation to the aggressive McCarry that was denounced everywhere. For example, a woman wearing a mini dress wrote on the Berlin website, quote, about 10 meters away, the guy notices me and immediately starts grinning smugly. When he's right in front of me, he winks at me and says something that I can't understand because I'm wearing earplugs. I take them out, turn around and shout after him, hey, what was that about? Were you winking at me? He turns around, laughs nervously and plays it off with, dude, be quiet here, don't hit me. I take my umbrella in my hand like a sword, stand upright with my legs apart and say in a grave voice, then run, whereupon he turns around and although he doesn't run, he leaves much faster.
End of quote.
If it were not a serious matter, the almost soldierly orchestrated defense of a possibly even shy, at any rate single man could be mistaken for a joke. In addition to the umbrella turned into a weapon, Hollaback recommends all kinds of resistance methods with which women should equip themselves for the daily fight for survival in male enemy territory. In addition to the classic pepper spray, the elbow check is popular, in which a woman conspicuously accidentally rams her elbow into a man. Alternatively, the blow can also be delivered with a handbag, or the heel can be drilled into the man's foot. The physical action should be supported by shouting and insults, from shut up, you disgusting asshole, to sick wanker. There is also no more room for the flaneur's roving gaze. One user stares men in the face in an attentive, self-confident way until they drop their initially disrespectful manner, but this costs energy, and the following also applies at parties. This acquired niceness has to be unlearned. Only clear messages are understood. While some women are still struggling to turn themselves into tough fighting machines, others have long since taken a liking to it. Quote, this requires constant action, but the price for this constant effort is really, really nice. I've been feeling freer and more comfortable in public spaces recently, as I no longer have to be afraid of being objectified. I've made a habit of resisting objectification, I've tried out effective strategies, and now it's become a reflex.
End quote.
Where close combat becomes a reflex, i.e. is carried out without reflection, and where everything that shows you that there is something else in the world other than your own subjectivity is feared as objectification, the division of public space into Islamized no-go areas and the transformation of the big city into a permanent combat zone should not be abolished at all, but perpetuated. In their constant willingness to shout at any man just for looking the wrong way, to elbow them in the body, to stare them down, and to maltreat them with clear messages, women are adapting to the aggression on the street and doubling it until their social behavior can hardly be distinguished from that of young Islamic men. As right as it is to ensure that women can defend themselves in dangerous situations, which is practiced in self-defense courses, for example, it is wrong to indiscriminately crush every man day after day, on the street or at a party, and to act as if there could be nothing else but a brutal fight back. For the anti-sexists, metropolitan forms of interaction seem to have been forgotten forever, in which Sophie Peters at least believes strongly enough to perceive her situation as a dilemma.
Nur du Hollaback.
Activists want to know anything about the significance of Islam for the problem. They say that only white men who think of themselves as critical or even feminist use things in order to reproduce anti-Muslim resentment.
End quote.
The anti-discrimination policy formulated by Hollaback states, replacing sexism with racism is not an answer to discrimination and does not comply with our principles. So please be careful what you write in your stories. Attributing racialized characteristics to the perpetrators or marking the person as different in any way is not necessary. If you feel that such details are important, please explain this in your posts and make sure that the descriptions are not offensive or discriminatory. We reserve the right to remove relevant text passages or not to publish the submission.
End quote.
They make generous use of this censorship right. A rather pitiable harasser, the 72-year-old Siggy, is marked as an older German, while men like Murad are given neither names nor attributes. In this way, a wink can become an offense of sexual harassment, while not a word is said about the staring and insults from Islamic men. After legal explanations about the fine of €250 for sexist remarks on the street, which has been enforced since September in response to Peter's film, it says succinctly, the harassers, such as rapists, for example, or those who abuse children, can come from any ethnic background or class.
End quote.
Not a hint of sympathy, not a trace of solidarity with Sophie Peters and the women in the film was shown by the anti-sexists who signed this hypocritical tract. Peters herself, left alone by Belgian and French feminists and frustrated by life in the city, has since turned her back on Brussels and moved back to her small town. A drawing by illustrator Bianca Tschechner on the mass sexual assaults on women by Muslim men on New Year's Eve in Cologne appeared on the cover of the January 2016 issue of the Viennese weekly magazine Falter. The drawing shows dozens of black-haired, physiognomically identical men with determinately aggressive expressions on their faces, reaching out their hands to a few crying blonde-haired women trapped in their midst. A policeman is pushed away from the crowd of men towards the edge of the picture. The men form an impenetrable block without forming a gang. Rather, they seem to have as few relationships with each other as the individual women, who are surrounded by them and cannot help each other. What unites the men is obviously the momentary goal of the assault rather than a pre-existing togetherness. At a time when, in addition to calls for stricter sexual criminal law, all that could be heard in Germany about the incidents in Cologne, which became known after a long delay, were placatory generalizing phrases about the omnipresence of sexualized violence in everyday life, against which action should finally be taken, the Austrian magazine, which has been attacking conservative and left-wing provincialism with a decidedly libertarian stance since it was founded in 1977, had recorded all the facts by choosing this cover picture, which, after a brief shock, were immediately talked about, misinterpreted, denied and finally consigned to oblivion in collective amnesia. Not least because of this amnesia, which reduced the attacks, nobody knows for a long time that there were also attacks in other cities, to a series of diffuse individual acts. The events in Cologne resemble the attacks in Paris, which are now only remembered by the continued existence of the state of emergency that was declared in their wake, while in fact a return to the bad state of normality has taken place. In one case, the perpetrators are extremists murdering in the name of Islam, in the other criminal asylum seekers, while everyday Islam in Western Europe, which is the reason for both, remains untouched. Tschechner's illustration, on the other hand, makes clear what is rightly emphasized in the accompanying article by Falter author Sibylle Hamann, that the sexual aggressions on the cathedral square were not acts of animalistic, uninhibited sex offenders, but rather the collective humiliation of recognizable Western women by self-proclaimed Muslim master race, carried out with calm determination and in proud certainty of their own superiority. The mixture of self-assurance and malice that characterizes the faces of the perpetrators in the illustration disavows the claim that alcohol consumption, misguided sexual desire, or suffering from social inferiority motivated the assaults. The fact that the men are an overpowering group, but not a gang, contradicts the attempt to trivialize the events as a manifestation of organized crime. The policeman pushed away by the crowd of men, isolated like the women, ultimately indicates what no one even dared to suggest after the Cologne incidents, that here, as a kind of everyday practical echo of the Paris attacks, an Islamic counter-sovereign had collectively and spontaneously stepped onto the scene to make a public example of the lewd sluts for the first time, who, in everyday Western European life at least, are not allowed to be shown what to think of them everywhere. Even the fact that the women are blonde and the men black-haired is clarifying rather than obscuring, because the quality of the deeds cannot be understood at all without reflecting on the ethnic origin of the perpetrators. Moreover, it is precisely through such typification that the drawing succeeds in depicting the events in Cologne as what they were, rather than as an addition of individual crimes, a summary court for the purpose of punishing female individuals condemned to nullity, and thus also a public sphere in which women can pursue their pleasure without the protection of a brother, boyfriend, or girlfriend. The de-individualization of the perpetrators and victims was not a manipulative intervention on the part of the illustrator, but rather expressed the frightening novelty of the events. However, Tschechner did not receive a prize for her drawing last April, but a reprimand from the Austrian Press Council. The complaint by a reader who objected to the fact that Tschechner's drawing portrayed the Cologne perpetrators as specifically North African, thereby discrediting Muslims and blacks in general, was upheld. The uniformity of the portrayal, said the Press Council, suggested that the perpetrators were not single individuals, but a homogeneous group in which all members behaved in the same way, as if this had not been the case in Cologne. The hearing on the lawsuit took place on March 22, the day of the Brussels attacks. Tschechner pointed out the insightfulness of this coincidence in a statement on Facebook, which deserves to be quoted at length due to its unusual clarity. This morning I attended the Austrian Press Council's court hearing on the falter cover I drew in January on the subject of Cologne. On the same day, dozens of people were once again murdered in the middle of Europe for the noble goals of political Islam. You're almost getting used to it, aren't you? And entire cities were terrorized. The self-destructive narrow-mindedness and blindness of those who refuse to recognize that the problem is not people like me who dare to address sexual and other acts of terrorism by Islamist and Muslim patriarchal groups, and that it is not us who are denigrating Islam by naming these acts, but that political Islam is the problem, and that Islam is currently doing a very good job of denigrating itself, simply leaves me stunned. The self-destruction that is currently taking place, especially in Germany and Austria, is beginning to remind me of other dark times when the most terrible things were able to happen thanks to the population looking the other way, things that nobody would have thought possible before. I would like to say one thing to all the politically correct, pro-Islamist, culturally relativist opponents of the border. When what we are living through now and what is yet to come will be history, it will be you who let all your actions and thoughts be guided solely by the blind fear that history will repeat itself. It will be you who in turn will have to face the already familiar questions. Why did you watch? Why did you say nothing? How could you let this happen? This summarizes in unsurpassed conciseness what an enlightened public would have to reflect on in view of the events in Cologne, if only to ensure the conditions for its self-preservation, that there is a connection between the incidents in Cologne and the attacks in Paris and Brussels, not because the Cologne perpetrators were inspired by jihadist mass murderers, but because they share with them, even if they have nothing to do with them, a hatred of Western societies, the rights and assumed duties guaranteed in them, and the unconditional will to deprive these societies of their foundation through communal acts of Islamic decivilization, that for this very reason, and quite independently of the fact that individual jihadists have reached Western Europe in the course of recent refugee movements, the Cologne attacks, the jihadist attacks and refugee policy can only be meaningfully addressed together. Finally, the insight that warnings of a repetition of history, such as those omnipresent in the mobilization against so-called right-wing populism, systematically obscure the fact that history only ever returns in a transformed form and that the concrete form that the threat of National Socialism takes under the conditions of multiculturalist civil society is not the FB or AFD, but Islamic terror and its grassroots democratic precondition, everyday Islam, which are not coincidentally played down the most in Germany. As expected, after the Press Council upheld the complaint and issued its reprimand, none of the usual clouds of solidarity formed around Schachner in the social networks. Only the editors of Falter printed a clear message of solidarity. However, there was no We Are Bianca campaign, and not a single magazine that sees itself as emancipatory feminist reprinted the drawing. On the contrary, the feminist Austrian magazine Schlag, whose name took on a whole new connotation as a result, ended its 6-year collaboration with the illustrator and revoked 2 further commissions that had already been agreed because the editorial team considered Schachner's depiction of the Cologne attacks to be racist and defamatory, an assessment that, as was stated with authority-seeking satisfaction, had now been confirmed by the Press Council. The cooperation had been terminated by mutual agreement, the editors announced in an appropriate employer tone, and they considered themselves to be on the correct side of civil society. Quote, "Our reporting on the attacks on New Year's Eve in Cologne is directed both against racist incitement and against concealing the incidents in the name of anti-racism."
End quote.
However, the January issue of Anschlag did not contain any criticism of anti-racism on the subject of Cologne, but rather the delirious text by Irmtraud Vogelmeier on the construction of dangerous bodies allegedly promoted by media image politics, which included not only the bodies of sex workers, beggars, homeless people but also those of refugees, whose demonization served to transform the public sphere into a space of fear, an almost striking example of the demagogic reinterpretation of demonstrable crimes as the result of constructions and perceptions, which soon dominated the Cologne debate and which Schachner had just countered with her drawing. Schachner's clarification that the cooperation with her had been unilaterally terminated and her explanation in view of the complaint to the Press Council were not even commented on, a consequent application of the concept of the power of definition popular in the editorial office. The Falter had already selected the illustrator and the authors on the Cologne topic with consideration for the linguistic amok of a part of its readership. Schachner studied in Chile, lived in Morocco for 2 years, worked in Palestinian refugee camps in Jordan and traveled to Iran, Dubai and the Western Sahara. Sibylle Hammond, who wrote the essay on the topic, writes for Emma and reported for the news magazine Profil from Rwanda, Congo and Afghanistan, among other places. Both have close experience of everyday life in Islamic countries as well as left-wing and feminist engagement. However, as Emma has long been regarded in gender feminist circles as the mouthpiece of a Western, i.e. evil, feminism due to Alice Schwarzer's sensible statements about Islam and neither Schachner nor Hammond have Muslim roots, their comments could be ignored as an expression of unreflected Eurocentrism. Instead, a few weeks after the first press reports, the interpretation of former traditional feminist Barbara Vinken, who described the sexual assaults in an interview with Deutschlandfunk Radio on February 4, 2016 as constituting a myth, according to which in order to be unified, a country needs the foreign man who attacks the local women. Became decisive for the perception of the events in Cologne. Vinken understands the attacks less as real incidents than as a nationalist phantasm, as a scenario, according to which our German milk-white women are threatened by foreign, dark men. It was not the patriarchal assault, but the myth created around it that had changed Germany, insofar as a very xenophobic, very patriarchal scenario was revived here. This created the framework for accusing the women attacked in Cologne of racist projections across the board and denying them the ability to adequately assess what happened to them. From an expression of a political and social danger, Cologne became a symptom of the psychopathology of white German women who should definitely consult a mythologist with a background in cultural studies in order to come to terms with their denied racism. No one was ever interested in whether all the women harassed in Cologne were white and German. In view of the cross-front of Islam apologists, anti-Zionists, gender activists, Jungle World and Concrete authors, who all signed the Ausnahmslos initiative of the notorious Rainer Brutal stalker and Wizarek after the events in Cologne, which called for a tightening of sexual criminal law in line with the concept of the power of definition and warned against the instrumentalization of the incidents for anti-Muslim racism, the topic would actually have lent itself to an anti-German
Intervention.
Instead, the only decidedly anti-German publication to comment on the events in Cologne achieved a feat that not even Concrete and Jungle World managed, namely not mentioning Islam at all in connection with the sexual assaults. At the end of January 2016, the spearhead of Nuremberg's ideological critique, most of which has since migrated to Freiburg, the editorial team of the magazine Polemos, published a text under the unintentionally apt title Austriebung der Restempathy, Expulsion of Restempathy, which was not even surpassed by Tschechner's former employers in terms of trivialization of Islam and contempt for women. It did not occur to the editors that the Cologne incidents were reminiscent in every detail of what is everyday life in Cairo. Rather, in Cologne, a New Year's Eve had been used as an opportunity to stage a state of public emergency, which was faked by the media and the police, on the occasion of which, by which they did not mean themselves, even simple intellectual activities took place. In fidelity to a concept of ideological criticism previously advocated by the magazine, for which bourgeois law is not capable of truth and can therefore be used partially and instrumentally at will, the magazine fantasized. Quote, "What exactly happened that night on Cologne's Domplatz can hardly be reconstructed in retrospect. In fact, there was a large gathering of people, according to the police, around 1,000 people around 11 p.m., mostly young men of migrant origin. It is certain that there were a considerable number of sexual assaults and thefts during the course of the evening. It will certainly have been an unbearable situation for the women involved. But even the extent of the crimes can hardly be reliably stated. If by the evening of January 2nd, around 30 victims had filed a complaint, a few days later, after the newspapers had already begun to outdo each other with ever new horror stories, there were already over 800. It is certainly possible that public reporting has given more victims of crime the courage to go to the police, but it is also conceivable that many reports are based on facts that lie below the limits of criminal liability."
End quote.
In this way, at a time when there were no defendants, the principle of civil law of voting for the accused when in doubt became the maxim of doubting the testimony of victims and witnesses before any trial even began. The fact that hardly any of the media horror stories were without warnings of ethnicizing generalizations, and that even the delayed announcement of the events by the police was influenced by the fear of serving racist prejudices, does not seem to be worth mentioning for people who have long since put the word migrant in quotation marks as automatically as critical whiteness ideologues. The judiciary did not need to be instructed by trained critics of the state that many of the facts reported were below the limits of criminal liability. Rather, the fact that only a few suspects have been identified since then and even fewer cases have been brought to court suggests that, in the case of Cologne, the state apparatus is sticking to its own standards despite the new situation with which the executive was confronted there. The need to no longer exercise restraint, but to strike out uninhibitedly, which Polemos saw at work not in the behavior of the perpetrators, but in the reactions of the public, has in any case not yet gained any ground in law enforcement. The fact that the assaults on Cathedral Square combined offenses such as sexual harassment, rape, insult, theft and assault in a way previously unknown in this country, which undoubtedly makes prosecution more difficult, could have been taken as an opportunity to ask whether something truly unprecedented had happened, to which not only a legal but also a political response was needed. Instead of considering the precedents of the events, however, Polemos, in agreement with Barbara Vinken, sees discursive powers at work that merely construct precedents. Quote, "Robbery and rape merged with sexual assault and theft, the refusal to comply with orders to leave, assault, insults, etc., everything was indiscriminately assessed in the same way and, above all, attributed to the same group of perpetrators.
End quote.
In truth, hysterical women filing charges were told, it was obvious that in Cologne there was simply a not entirely unusual collection of drunken and sexually aggressive young men, who differed above all in sheer numbers from the madness that can be observed in all major cities at night every weekend.
End quote.
After all, and with this, the lowest level of anti-sexism was finally reached. At the Oktoberfest, no one would have the idea of considering drunken aggressive men, rabble-rousing idiots, thieves, robbers and rapists indiscriminately as one and the same group.
End quote.
Anyone who considers that Cologne was less an escalated Oktoberfest than a collective attempt to prevent such and similar festivals in the name of a thoroughly un-Bavarian sexual morality in future lacks residual sympathy for those who are dependent on the mercy of the state.
End quote.
Which of course did not mean the women on the cathedral square, for whom there was unfortunately not enough sympathy this time. Of course, the editors did not want to appeal for sympathy for the Cologne perpetrators, who they assume must have existed somehow. The target of the empathy was rather the refugees, from whose group, according to current knowledge, the mob in Cologne was apparently indeed largely, but not entirely, made up. However, the legitimate gesture of defending refugees against collective prejudices only becomes a criticism when it is acknowledged that the code of morality, the executors of which ran riot in Cologne against representatives of fornication and civilization who happened to be crossing the public space, poses a greater danger to Muslim migrants in particular, who hope for a better life from this civilization, than any Pegida demonstration. Instead, the Cologne text was merely the preparatory work for a critique of refugee policy, published a little later, which also did not mention Islam at all and could only use the Cologne attacks for the last sentence, as an example of a New Year's Eve that was nothing more than an alibi to deny help to people in need. While anti-German ideological critics were making their first attempts at constructive journalism, the German government, in cooperation with various civil society agencies, was creating facts to reconcile hatred of foreign social parasites with the primacy of culturally sensitive Islamophilia. All political initiatives that have since been announced or implemented in response to the Cologne incidents serve this reconciliation: the creation of legal foundations for the purpose of faster deportation of criminal asylum seekers, which will affect the members of the Cologne mob most of all, who will rarely be proven to have committed crimes individually, but rather petty thieves and other petty criminals who have gambled away their claim to help from the Volksgemeinschaft through their socially completely meaningless misconduct, the tightening of sexual criminal law, which does nothing to prevent the establishment of the Taharish-Gamia in European city squares, but which can destroy the hoped for better future of any migrant who, out of insecurity or ignorance, touches the wrong woman in the wrong place too soon in a cafe or nightclub, the planned ban on sexist advertising, of which it is no longer possible to say whether it is intended to please anti-sexist or Islamic moral guardians, and which helps to eradicate the last traces of the liberalism from the public sphere that motivated quite a few migrants to immigrate in the first place. All of this fits in with long-established practices such as compulsory residency and the feeding of migrants with pocket money and benefits in kind, which promote the formation of homogeneous cliques and treat adults as infants who are incapable of taking responsibility, the advanced provision of prayer mats, Quran distributions and halal food, the housing of homosexual and Christian refugees in separate accommodations in order to protect them from attacks by Islamic hallway guards and thus put them in the right from the outset. The most striking example of this reconciliation, however, are the refugee etiquettes that have recently been posted or distributed in swimming pools and discotheques following numerous sexual assaults by migrants. They are intended to teach new arrivals how to behave here, as a style-critical addition to the integration policy guidelines for orientation in German-majority society. The refugee etiquette of Munich's public baths, which comes in comic book form and is considered exemplary, states the following in addition to the usual rules of conduct. For example, in the event of accidents, no verbal or physical sexual harassment of women in any form of clothing.
End quote.
The picture shows a woman in a bikini with a hand marked with a crossed-out traffic sign reaching out towards her bottom. What is meant by the somewhat cryptic phrase "in any clothing" is made clear by another rule that is much more sensitive to Islam: no matter what swimwear a woman wears, she is to be respected. It is not only the refugee who does not understand whether the woman or the clothing is meant, although it is precisely this difference that would be decisive. The comic picture shows a woman in a bikini, one in a swimsuit and one in a burkini, the Islamically correct swimwear. The burkini woman instead of the bikini woman was probably only omitted from the picture for the rule banning sexual harassment because the scene would otherwise have been too unrealistic. In fact, the burkini woman should not have been depicted in the other picture either. She is already a wandering prohibition sign, while bikinis and swimsuits give their wearers the opportunity to appear attractive to men and women, and if they themselves feel like it and the right conditions are given, even to be deliberately touched by sympathetic people. After all, an essential impulse for visiting swimming pools that transcends the heterosexual matrix is to be able to look at people who are not as fully clothed as in everyday life. This applies all the more to discotheques, which are often visited by both women and men for the sole purpose of finding someone to grab their buttocks for the pleasure of both parties in a hopefully relaxed atmosphere. Leaving Muslim migrants in the dark about such offers of happiness from the West and instead encouraging them in the idolatry of esteem and respect that usually exists anyway by giving the impression that a bikini is simply a casual burqa and a Western woman is something similar to fresh fruit that should not be grabbed too quickly, reinforces Islamic sexual morality instead of breaking it, and is helping to transform the public sphere into an Islamic anti-sexist war zone where no one is allowed to move around unprotected and naively, where everyone has to be constantly aware of how to parry come-ons, attacks and assaults, where everyone is best equipped with irritant gas and pepper spray, and where martial arts courses are fully booked for months. Every hesitant, friendly question is answered with a rabid, "What do you want?" And any memory of the fact that the bourgeois revolution was once associated with the hope of a defenseless life for all people that would not need defense against violence, be it from the state or self-appointed counter-sovereigns, is erased because everyone would agree not to harm themselves or each other. In reality, moronic administrative employees who seriously believe that people who intercept underage girls on the waterslide in order to grab their vaginas can be encouraged to behave civilly by prohibition signs are Aryan anti-sexists who confess in front of the microphone on regional television, "I won't let every stranger grab me." And native men who demonstrate against the death of the people under the slogan Pegida protects, agree with everyday Islam that all is well with the world as long as everyone protects their women, defends their own bodies and those of their female property against foreign attacks of all kinds and canes anyone who makes a move to hold the wrong hand. Last March, a 34-year-old and a 14-year-old Afghan refugee allegedly raped a 14-year-old girl on a waterslide in an adventure pool in Norderstedt, Schleswig-Holstein. The reaction of the law enforcement authorities and the swimming pool can be seen as an example of how people in this country are dealing with the challenges of Islam, which is increasingly becoming part of everyday life. Minister-President Torsten Albig, SPD, declared, "I find any kind of sexual assault intolerable. However, it is important that we do not now produce images that give the public the feeling that we are only dealing with rapists or sexual assaults."
End quote.
The swimming pool introduced a time window for the use of the waterslide, during which only women and children are allowed to slide, thus institutionalizing Islamic gender segregation in anticipatory obedience. None of this has anything to do with Baron Adolf Franz Friedrich Ludwig Nig, whose name is used by Islam-sensitive refugee aid workers as an acronym for their behavior management. Nig, whose 1788 publication Über den Umgang mit Menschen, on dealing with people, is not a primer on how to behave, but a memorandum on the unspoken, mostly unreflected prerequisites based on everyday life, on which civilization rests and without which it has no reality, was himself relieved of his office as Court Junior Chamberlain of the Castle Chamber of War and Domains in 1771 by the Hessian Landgrave Friedrich II due to official and social disagreements. He made himself impossible with Hessian ladies-in-waiting through coquetry, jokingly stealing shoes and lingerie and blaspheming authority figures, before becoming entertainer at the court of Duke Karl August of Saxe-Weimar in 1776. Because of his humor, which took some getting used to, and his mockery of the court scum, he repeatedly fell out of favor until, from 1785, after completing his novel Geschichte Peter Clausens, he was able to devote himself mainly to his literary work and his activities for various Masonic lodges. His witty, multifaceted writing, which in addition to dealing with people of different dispositions, is also devoted to conduct against scoundrels, dealing with married couples and dealing with and among lovers, is the exact opposite of the rules of the road that are now posted in clubs and spas. While Nig's remarks on dealing with ladies, the relationship between masters and servants or dealing with court and worldly people, are only of historical interest today, his more general maxims set out the principles of polite behavior, which were new in Nig's time and not yet generally accepted as principles of a bourgeois code civil. Just as Nig appeared in feudal circles as a ruffian and a good-for-nothing because he opposed the particularity and exclusivity of the codes of conduct of his class with the universal code of dealing with people, and not just with his own kind, so in his work relics of the old feudal order stand alongside the attempt, pointing far into the future, to conceive of a sublimation that would have become part of everyday behavior and would have made pleasure and enjoyment in oneself and others possible in the first place. In a bourgeois public sphere, which would not have liquidated the former feudal principles of politeness, habitual differentiation and discretion, but would have generalized them, the nuances in dealing with other people, which determine the always specific relationship in which each individual stands to the other, would not disappear, but would unfold in the first place. Make some difference in your outward behavior towards the people you deal with, in the signs of respect you show them. Do not extend your hand to everyone. Don't hug everyone. Do not press everyone to your heart. What do you keep for the better and the beloved? And who will trust your testimonies of friendship, attach value to them, if you are so lavish with them? What was a mere distinction of status in courtly dealings, not meeting everyone from the same to the same, becomes an expression of individual discernment in polite dealings, which is clearly modeled on the market that was just emerging in Nig's time. Value and waste are concepts of behavior trained in the market economy and no longer in feudal society. Dealing with people, both the intimately familiar and those only encountered in the public sphere, is oriented towards a differentiated economy of tact, which is based on the now stale hope that everyone can, precisely by trying to do justice to everyone else as sensitively and specifically as possible in their everyday dealings, also come closest to doing justice to themselves and their own needs. While Nig's work thus stands at the beginning of a public sphere that emerges in the course of the general implementation of capital relations, which is already foreshadowed in it, although the traces of feudalism remain clearly recognizable in it, the sexual political traffic regulations that are offered today as integration guide sanction the complete bankruptcy of the hope that shines through Nig. The tendency to portray the sexual assaults in Cologne as acts of uninhibited sex offenders, in which Pegida supporters with their hatred of foreigners and Cologne trivializers with their propaganda against sexist gropers are remarkably similar, obscures the fact that here it was not the repressed drive that broke out in immediate aggression, but on the contrary the completely pragmatized drive with which Islamic as well as anti-sexist sexual morality wants to exorcise the individual's ability
To sublimate drives.
The pragmatized drive is the result of a perhorrescence of mediation that deeply characterizes both Islamic and anti-sexist everyday life. The conviction, drummed into people as far as possible from early childhood with rigid and brutally executed rules of conduct for every situation in life, which not without reason characterize both Islam and anti-sexism, that the incommensurable, uncontrollable impulses of all sexuality, which frighten oneself, can only be dealt with by mutilating them, converging with immediate mastery, not by transforming them in a civilizing way into a happiness shared by all people. This is why Islamic and anti-sexist sexual morality, in that both obsessively deal with the supposedly omnipresent threat of irregular assaults and touching of the female body in particular, are simultaneously directed against any ability of individuals to be touched, against any open-mindedness towards the unfamiliar, against responsiveness to the unknown, and against the willingness to engage with experiences that have not yet been made, and thus with experience in general. In this sense, Islam and anti-sexism are the avant-garde of xenophobia, which has long since outstripped the Pegida demonstrators. By devising a new traffic code for everyday life in public places, swimming pools, bars and nightclubs in response to the attacks in Cologne, in which hands extended towards women's bodies are marked with stop signs, in which any touching that has not been agreed in advance can potentially be sanctioned with a this far and no further, which may be far more aggressive than the touching, and in which exclusion zones are set up in places that are supposed to serve thoughtless pleasure in order to protect women and children, the whole of Western everyday life is being transformed into a sexual political danger zone in which anti-sexist and Islamic control mania merge in a way that must cause acute anxiety to anyone who has not yet completely given up hope of a better life, precisely because this process is not simply the subjugation of one culture to another, but the emergence of something new that brings together the worst tendencies in contemporary Western and Islamic societies. Once this new order is imposed, you can be sure that no refugee who longs for a freer and happier life will last long in this hell. Nothing is further from the traditional pickpocket's mind than making the area unsafe. This not only leads to an increased police presence, but also to increased vigilance on the part of his potential victims, which in turn makes his work more difficult and reduces his haul. Unlike street dealers or pimps, who want to be found by their clientele and therefore stake out their milieux from a spatial point of view, admittedly with a readiness to use violence at all times, in order to assert the semi-clandestine nature of their activities against competitors, business pests or unruly customers, the traditional pickpocket uses his ambition to employ a whole range of tricks to trick and deceive, all of which have in common that the victim should realize too late that he has been robbed, so that no dangerous attention is drawn to the pickpocket. The trademark of his victims is the horrified cry of "Stop the thief," often heard in Charles Dickens films, for example, against the thief hiding in the crowd, where anyone could be the thief. The pickpocket also makes a point of appearing as ordinary and inconspicuous as possible. The fact that he does not always succeed in this, for example when he is on the prowl for unattended jackets, cell phones and wallets in clubs and pubs, usually has more to do with the trained eye of the bar staff than with a lack of discretion on his part. Nonetheless, his chameleon-like ability to blend into the crowd, his originality, his delicate and non-violent dexterity require an understanding of the bourgeois world, its conventions and manners, which have also made the pickpocket a popular act on the world's variety stages, where he invites a victim on stage for amusement and skillfully takes them off. In addition to the sleight of hand, which is more or less revealed to the audience and is therefore probably not entirely suitable for reality, the aim here is also to deceive the guest as charmingly as possible so that they leave the stage amused rather than exposed or embarrassed. This explains why the pickpocket in particular, as a representative of the impoverished middle classes and sometimes even the proletariat, became a popular figure in crime fiction. In Charles Dickens' Oliver Twist, for example, the gang of thieves, who initially offer the little hero friendly refuge and shelter, only lose the reader's sympathy when they forcibly demand Oliver's loyalty to the gang and, seemingly out of malice, try to thwart his imminent rescue by friendly members of the English middle classes and kill him. Dickens differentiated between the various characters according to their degree of cunning or brutality. On the one hand, the ambiguous boss of the gang of thieves, Fagin, who is neither truly good nor evil, and on the other, the heinous perpetrator of violence, Sykes, who becomes the cold-blooded murderer of his lover, the prostitute Nancy, and dies in an accident. A world in which betrayal is punishable by death, even if it is only a possibility, as in Oliver's case, and in which witnesses and accomplices are killed indiscriminately, corresponded with an equally sinister, because barely differentiated punishment system, which also provided for pickpockets in the penal colony at best, but usually the gallows. The murder of witnesses, confidants and traitors to cover up what would be minor offenses from today's perspective served the purpose of survival. By giving his criminals differentiated depth of character, Dickens also formulated a critique of the criminal justice system, which he held responsible for the everyday cutthroat crime on London streets. For the past year or so, the capital's press has been preoccupied with a type of pickpocket who, if caught, has neither a hanging nor a penal colony to fear, but whose victims are likely to feel all the more like they are in a Charles Dickens movie. One of these cutthroats made a name for himself last summer when he met a prominent victim on loot at the Raw site in Berlin-Friedrichshain. Jennifer Weist, front woman of the band Jennifer Rostock, posted the following account of the crime on her Facebook profile, as reported by the Tagesspiegel on August 18, 15. According to the account, two little boys wanted to steal the wallet from her fanny pack. She noticed the attempt in time, however, wrote Weist. Her boyfriend pushed one of them away and the thief tore the chain off her companion's neck. He did not put up with this. As Weist reports, he tried to get his necklace back. But three other guys from the other side of the street joined in. Weist called for help. Two passers-by intervened, but were unable to prevent one of the five attackers from stabbing their friend in the neck with a knife. His artery was exposed. Just a few millimeters were missing and he would have died in my arms on the street, said the singer, describing the consequences of the attack. My companion was neither aggressive nor did he intend to hit one of them. End quote. Outbreaks of violence of this kind, which bear no relation to the prey or the victim, have become ubiquitous in notorious places in Berlin. While the old type of pickpocket flees when he is discovered and only resorts to violence if the victim chases him, for example, but otherwise takes the failure in good sport, the new type seems to take every defeat as a highly narcissistic insult. In connection with the new type of theft, there is misleading talk of dancing off, which is reminiscent of amusing tricks and suggests that the naive partygoer, infected by the exuberant party mood of the metropolis of his dreams, dares to dance with a young man far superior to him in terms of spontaneity and grace and is the victim of the theft afterwards. Perhaps that was once the case. Today, the perpetrator does not appear as a thief, but as a violent robber whose movements are not reminiscent of dancing, but of the dancing of a boxer who is appraising his opponent. He wants to threaten and not deceive. Quote, much more unpleasant for many residents are the dancers and pickpockets who hang around here, especially at weekends. Before you know it, there are 5 or 6 guys standing around you. One of them starts dancing and comes closer and closer, inch by inch. He asks the passers-by to dance along, to party. The others stand in a semicircle and bawl. 2 seconds are enough to realize that no one is dancing with you for fun. The thieves often only need a second to pull your wallet out of your pocket. Not very subtle, so you notice it. But that doesn't really matter. The thieves are always outnumbered, and there are always others around the corner. You can't see them, but you can feel it. Tagesspiegel, May 4, 16. But it's about more than robbery. The victim should also experience his loss of property as a collective humiliation inflicted on him with sadistic pleasure. Apparently, this form of ritualized punishment for an injustice, which is only loosely connected to the success of the crime and can only partly be due to the victim's greater wealth, but essentially to their belonging to a despicable group of people, is also the reason for an even more far-reaching shift, which was celebrated as a mass event on New Year's Eve on Cologne's Domplat. Hannes Heinz described this path, which leads from Cottbusser Tor consequent to Cologne, vividly in the Tagesspiegel of February 1816. In recent months, passers-by have been surrounded almost daily at Cottbusser Tor. Wallets, phones, and handbags were stolen. If that didn't work, the perpetrators struck. Some sprayed their victims with irritant gas or drew knives. Street violence is increasingly decoupled from the pursuit of personal gain and enforces the laws of the male horde on the powerless victim. Some women were grabbed by the breasts or punched in the face, like a few weeks ago. Or the victims were chased hundreds of meters away, like at the beginning of the year, when a frenzied group of men with belts stabbed two gay men, kicking them while the two men screamed in panic. So much is known about these perpetrators. They come from 17 countries. Eastern Europeans and German citizens are among them. But Tunisians, Libyans, Moroccans, and Egyptians are at the top of the list. The number of Arabic-speaking perpetrators is increasing rapidly. Most thieves and robbers come from there.
Tanja Knapp-Knoss to.
She is head of the relevant police section. The existing difficult scene at Katbusser Tor, says Knapp, has been joined by a new peak. This refers to the dancers, the men who steal from their victims while groping them. If the victims, often women, fight back, the perpetrators become violent. The boundaries between theft, robbery, assault, and abuse are blurred. The following weekend, two men stop a blind man in a subway station, talk to him, and grope him. The victim soon realizes that the money is missing. Later, the same perpetrators pursue a woman at the same station. They are holding a knife in their hands. The police are able to arrest the men. Just one day later, two men are attacked on the platform, one of them stabbed. The perpetrators spoke Arabic. How did the victims know that? They themselves come from Morocco and Algeria.
End of quote.
There is some evidence that it was not only their knowledge of Arabic, but rather the conditions in the North African countries that the victims recognized in their perpetrators. Since New Year's Eve in Cologne, everything seems to have become even more confused. The type and number of physical attacks were an indication that the perpetrators were mostly apparently primarily sexually motivated and not always immediately aimed at obtaining stolen goods. Mostly apparently primarily. This is how the report from the North Rhine-Westphalian Ministry of the Interior and Local Government to the State Parliament from October 1, 16 on the events on New Year's Eve puts it, followed by the reason for its caution. Quote, the form of sexualized violence committed by groups in connection with property/robbery offenses has not yet occurred in Germany in the form of the Cologne violence, and is to be clearly distinguished from the so-called anti-dance offenses that have already been prosecuted by the police for some time.
End of quote.
The report speaks of almost exclusively women, who were victims of sexual, robbery, and theft offenses on New Year's Eve in Cologne. Afterwards, more than 1,000 predominantly male people between the ages of around 15 and 35 had gathered on and around the station forecourt at times, who appeared to be from the North African/Arabic region. They formed groups of various sizes, which, among other things, massively sexually harassed women and in some cases stole from them. By October 1, 16, a total of 516 criminal complaints had been received, a figure that had risen to 1,100 by March 24, 16. In 23 of these cases, sexual offenses were reported. In 107 of these cases, a theft offense was also reported. The remaining 27 reported offenses were property and bodily injury offenses. On the same night, Leonie N., who was out and about with two friends in Dusseldorf's Old Town and reported her experiences in court, was a victim of assaults comparable to those in Cologne. Quote, at around 1:45 a.m., she was surrounded by a group of 15 to 20 southern-looking men and touched by countless hands on her breasts, bottom, and crotch. This went on for a good 3 minutes. It was like being passed from man to man. The worst thing was not knowing what would happen next, reports the young woman. When she freed herself from the encirclement, she was then grabbed under her skirt from behind. She later managed to escape into the bar, FAZ, November 4, 16. Since there have been comparable crimes throughout Germany, as well as in other European cities, it can be concluded that the crimes were not planned in advance in terms of time or hierarchical organization. On the other hand, it is very likely that criminal group dynamics and coordination influenced the individual and subsequent acts on New Year's Eve. In any case, the Federal Criminal Police Office already has information according to which a modus operandi known as Taharishgamia, joint sexual harassment in crowds, is known in Arab countries. This was reported by the media during the Egyptian Revolution, for example. The fact that one has to rely on the knowledge of foreign correspondents to explain that sex offenders, who normally do not hunt in groups but discreetly as individual offenders, appear in Cologne and elsewhere as a sex mob, to put women in panic fear of gang rape, could not be allowed to stand unchallenged. This is why, just a few days after New Year's Eve, the inevitable experts were asked for clarification, who all began to talk about very German popular amusements such as the Oktoberfest and, above all, Cologne remains Cologne, the carnival. In the FAZ of 23.01. 16, the alternative Nobel Prize winner Monica Hauser did the job with aplomb, first blurring the specific perpetrator profile. Sexualized violence is omnipresent for women, regardless of the religious, cultural, geographical background or social status of the victims and perpetrators, and then becoming vulgarly anti-German. Quote, sexualized violence also exists in Germany. Do you know a woman who has not experienced sexualized assaults at the Cologne Carnival? Or the Oktoberfest, where we have 20 reported rapes every year? The number of unreported cases is probably in the hundreds, to finally put Leonie. And the more than 1,000 women who have filed criminal charges in Cologne in a xenophobic light. Most women don't file charges for fear that the police won't take them seriously and will ridicule them. This trivialization is a major social problem.
End quote.
As welcome as they are, Ms. Hauser's findings are not quite enough to dismiss the collective acts committed in Cologne, Dusseldorf and elsewhere as ordinary white German Oktoberfest groping, net feminism. This does not fit in with the predominantly Arab perpetrators, of whom we do not know exactly whether their main concern is the purse or sexual assault, but we do know that they have been known to chase gay men through the streets, beating them up. Ascribing the gangs of perpetrators rooted in a certain culture and religion to a collective of perpetrators who have always been at home in the West, that there will be an unjust top and bottom everywhere as long as there is an unjust top and bottom, between the countries and within the countries and allegedly also between the genders. This tricky job was then taken on in Der Spiegel, March 16, by Slavoj Zizek, the discourse-proof interpreter of the big picture. Following on from Monica Hauser, he also combines Domplatt and Carnival when he programmatically titles his article Carnival of the Underdogs. His central thesis is brutality, including cruelty towards the weaker, animals and women, is a traditional characteristic of the lower classes. One of their strategies of resistance against those in power has always been a terrifying display of brutality, with the aim of offending the bourgeois sense of decency. And one is inclined to interpret the events on New Year's Eve in Cologne in a similar way, as an obscene carnival of the lower classes.
End quote.
Zizek knows that there is nothing redeeming or emancipatory, nothing effectively liberating associated with such a carnival, adding, but that's how real carnivals work. As a postmodern ideologue for whom everything becomes a performance, he can only think of the solidified second nature of all lower classes when he correctly attests to very specific perpetrators that their actions were not simply the urge of sexually starved young men for satisfaction, but primarily the staging of a public spectacle to spread fear, to expose the pussies of the privileged Germans to painful helplessness and to humiliate them.
End quote.
In general, radicalized Islam, for example in the form of IS, can be understood as an enterprise that mobilizes disappointed longings for prosperity and the West against it. Quote, frustration and envy are radicalized, a murderous and self-destructive hatred of the West emerges, and people begin to take violent revenge.
End quote.
But what does this have to do with the very Western tradition of carnival? Do all carnivals, the criminal performances that ideologues use this word to describe, really follow the same pattern of violence as the real ones, as Zizek claims? Are all collective acts of resistance by the lower classes therefore necessarily to be understood as a humiliating attack on the pussies of the women of the ruling classes? Zizek wants it to be so and, as proof, describes ugly incidents from 18th century France, when young people tortured cats to death for the people's amusement, and then goes on to note what everyone knows. The social order is turned upside down for a short time during Carnival and, above all, Carnival is and was the high season for exuberance, sexuality and youthful debauchery.
End quote.
Because that's not enough to get back to the Domplatt, he moves on from the tortured cats to pussy and cunt, words that have been used as obscenities for centuries and to which he completely absurdly gives not only a misogynistic, but even an extremely cruel meaning. With reference to the Carnival, the folk festivals and the so-called folk theater presented there for the first time, one can certainly conclude that they also contain strategies of resistance against those in power. However, things were very different there than Zizek claims. The strategies of resistance applied to popular entertainment did not involve the terrifying display of brutality, and yet their aim was to violate the bourgeois sense of decency. Rather, the means were wit, caricature, and a good dose of obscenity. Like their carnival, so too were the revolts of the lower classes. In the West of the 19th and 20th centuries, uprisings and revolutions were precisely not characterized by the humiliating cruelties claimed by Zizek. Rather, such excesses took place where the oppression of the individual by a despotic regime no longer knew any boundaries and Western culture was not formative. In China during the Cultural Revolution, for example, the masses, represented by an avant-garde of students and later the student-influenced Red Guards, were given the opportunity to take extremely brutal revenge on the former representatives of power who had long since lost their power. Murder and torture, including those carried out with symbols such as the hat of shame, were primarily directed at professors, teachers, and artists and were an expression of the deeply internalized, destructive hatred of the essentially Western culture that China's progressive intellectuals had stood up for since the turn of the 20th century. Incidentally, women were not particularly affected by the excesses. In Western Europe, it was not the violence of the rebellious lower classes, and certainly not sexualized violence, but the fear of the propertied classes, who developed a thoroughly sexualized and extremely misogynistic fantasy when it came to warningly illustrating what the little people were planning to do to all of us. Accordingly, it was not the massacres of the Commune, which did not take place, that went down in the history books, but those of the victorious Versailles just milieu, whose armed henchmen wreaked carnage on hundreds of defenseless people. Zizek deliberately ignores the sophisticated spitefulness with which the Viennese people, for example, obtained relief by not assaulting and humiliating women and girls, but by symbolically mocking the moral concepts of those in power. This can be seen in two bourgeois reactions to the greatest comedian in the German language of the 19th century, who had given his liberal contemporaries nightmares in a completely non-violent way, Johann Nestroy, who was also the last to come from the tradition of the folk festival, the Wurstelprater. The lower classes of the West were united with their rulers in admiration and hatred. Their members envied those above them their possessions and wanted to share in them. They even recognized their superior culture, and yet in their mockery they were able to flash something better than reverence for hollow ideals and the humble acceptance of the suppression of instinct demanded of them. Even during Nestroy's lifetime, the aesthete Friedrich Theodor Vischer recognized in him the threat from the suburbs, which obviously seemed cruel to him. Quote, "He has an area of sounds and movements where disgust and vomiting begin for a real feeling. We do not want to see the animal nature of man as it manifests itself on the last step toward sensual pleasure, brought before our eyes in nakedness. We do not want to hear the churlishly meant endo of scorn, wherever a noble feeling is to be soiled. We do not want to hear these stinking jokes, which give us to guess that the innermost sanctum of mankind hides a phallus."
End quote.
The other displeased contemporary witness, the decidedly left-liberal representative of Young Germany, Karl Gutzko, was also unable to recognize any sexually humiliated women in connection with Nestroy's theater practice, but possibly even obscenely laughing ones, and feared for the success of the moral uplift of the lower classes that he longed for. In doing so, he anticipated the very similar fears of organized social democrats and communists of later decades about the exuberance of the mob. Quote, "It is appalling how Nestroy, in his play almost more than in his productions, makes a mockery of the people's basic moral feeling and believing naivety. Imagine the theaters filled to the gables with craftsmen and their wives and daughters and see these gesticulations, these facial expressions, hear these jokes, this mockery of every traditional noble sentiment, these ambiguous marginal glosses on the motifs of virtue and nobility. It sent a chill down my spine, to see a whole nation neighing like that, women laughing, children clapping when the equivoque has ignited, or Nestroy shrugging his shoulders, accompanying a wife's assurances of love. A husband's caresses with a satanic 'oh dear,'
or the like.
There is nothing more certain, no love, no friendship, no great devotion."
End of quote.
The bourgeois sense of decency, which according to Zizek was cruelly violated by Muslim migrants on Cologne's Domplat, was and is apparently constantly mocked in the same structural way at the real carnival. It is true that today there are no longer any lower classes willing to fight, and certainly no Johann Nestroy, whose only successor in the 20th century was Karl Valentin from Munich, who sympathized with the craftsmen and proles of the Giesinger suburbs as long as he was still allowed to. And yet even today, the carnival is still robust, violent, and obscene. The protagonists are of both sexes and stage a public hustle and bustle that generally respects the limits of humiliation of women, but can only be perceived by the representatives and even more so by the professional representatives of the new middle classes as an attack on their sense of decency, which tends towards bigotry. The women's rights activist Hauser therefore recommends not only against the perpetrators on the Domplat, quote, "an expansion of preventative measures in work with boys and girls, regular funding for contact points for affected women, better implementation of laws, a well-trained police force."
End quote.
At a crucial point, she adds a ban on sexist advertising to her list of measures to raise the morals of men and women from the lower classes of supposedly all cultures, in reality the autochthonous Germans among them, so that the obscenities finally come to an end. A party, especially a very large one in a semi-public space like the Realstrasse 78, Real 78 house project in Halle, is a failure for most visitors. There is the large group of solitaries and seekers who are simply looking for a connection and maybe even a lover. There's nothing disreputable about that. After all, what are parties for? These seekers often appear alone, and it shows. They're hustling around, trying to dance with themselves and feel something, desperately holding on to their beer bottle. Then there are the groups of men, buddies who have arranged to come. They are often loud, drink too much, and tend to get rowdy. For many women, who are notoriously outnumbered at left-wing parties, this is sometimes quite exhausting. Especially for those among them who are also looking for and want contact with a decent man, but who they expect as a matter of course to suddenly break away from the hustle and bustle and approach them in an unbiased and friendly manner. It's just as natural for many men to expect the same from women, or even that one of them will intrude into their circle of loud men, which seems hermetic due to fear and insecurity. This almost never happens. Disappointment and sorrow are inevitable. Some of the lads get drunk to the point of senselessness, slur their words, and there is also vomiting, crying, and arguing in the women's bathroom. The others come in solidarity, consisting of their lover and the same flatmates, student friends, and so on. They have it better because they don't have to be alone and have all their eggs in one basket. But that's not true either. People cast furtive glances around, which are sometimes not entirely free of infidelity, and then stubbornly stick with their own. This majority knows how to behave to some extent. They have what others don't have, a girlfriend or boyfriend who you snuggle up to all the more gratefully the longer the evening goes on. The world around you is unfriendly and cold. How nice that you're not like that awkward boy there, that girl there with her face frozen in an effort to keep her composure, or the noisy male comrades from the youth Antifa at the very back of the group and therefore a bit of an outcast. The world is brutal. Physical charms, loveliness and charm are unequally distributed, and it's no use trying to explain that away. Ideals of beauty are to some extent a social convention, but what good is this insight to those who are considered unattractive? Friendliness and charm cannot be decoded genetically, but are the product of socialization. For those who have had the wrong socialization, for whatever reason, this insight is just as useless as the many variations of the same old slogan about the still waters running deep, or the obstinate but fundamentally dishonest assertion that the humble violet will prevail over the proud rose. There is no harm in campaigning for a somewhat less brutal world and doing something about it, at least in one's own environment. But it is telling that left-wing subcultures in particular are even worse in this discipline than the despised bourgeois world. What a relief it must be for the new, unattractive, inhibited person when a host approaches them in a friendly manner, welcomes them, engages them in small talk, and, like a shrewd matchmaker, introduces them to a few other people. This is no guarantee that the evening will be a success. You still have to take a few steps yourself, despite the sweat on the back of your neck. These few terribly difficult steps are what counts. Any attempt to take them off the shoulders of the often overburdened individual leads to a collective overburdening of the well-meaning and those who are possibly not so well-meaning, who write unimpressed self-image papers, which then turn out to be quite authoritarian. In left-wing subcultures, organizers and guests regularly get into serious trouble, especially when parties are on the agenda. In a small flyer on the occasion of the annual party at the Realstrasse 78 House Project in Halle in spring 2014, it is apparently quite understandable. Overwhelmed? Is it just far too crowded, far too loud, far too full, far too close, far too much? Do you need a temporary retreat in an emergency?
End of quote.
You could try a retreat room like this, but it would be interesting to know who would then do the notorious Jürgen Damian from WDR, who you can tell everything to. There is something disturbing about the above list. Certainly, it can get too close to a woman if she simply can't get rid of an admirer she doesn't care about. But the problem, for which there is no room for retreat, the prevailing distress, lies in the fact that the atmosphere seems far too close to almost nobody. On the contrary. The confinement, combined with the tremendous noise from the loudspeakers, numbs you even before the first club mate with vodka has been drunk and makes you feel your own solitude, the enormous distance to others, even more painfully than on the way from the lecture hall to the canteen. Most party guests would prefer to call for a lot of personal closeness, a need that the best preparation team cannot satisfy. Instead, there are guidelines, codes of conduct, and officials. The following also appeared at the Real 78 annual party. To make the party as pleasant as possible for everyone, we ask you not to forget that you are not here alone. Keep in mind that discriminatory behavior is neither welcome nor accepted here. Nationalistic, folkish, racist, or anti-Semitic symbols or statements, and national flags, are just as little tolerated as assaultive or sexist actions. If you notice that someone is behaving badly, treating other people disrespectfully, or you yourself are affected by discrimination, please let us know. There is an awareness team on both evenings to intervene appropriately in such situations and support you. Contact the people at the entrance, at the food stalls, or at the indoor or outdoor counters. They will put you in touch with the awareness team. We also want you to consciously consume, know your limits, and only take as much as you can take responsibility for yourself and others. Intoxication is no excuse if you misbehave. We ask for your support so that everyone can feel comfortable.
End quote.
What is interesting about this text is the combination of political and sexually motivated assaults, which are very skillfully brought together under the term discrimination. The author, for example, would only have gone to this party with a very clear Israel or IDF sticker and would have made a fuss at the entrance if some awareness raiser had told him not to bring nationalist symbolism and national flags, and he would not have come alone, with the intention of turning the great party into a spontaneous discussion event about left-wing duck mousiness. It is so unlikely that the very few recognizable non-Germans or the somewhat more numerous recognizable lesbians and gays at a left-wing party in Halle would be in danger of being mobbed because of their origin or sexual orientation that the question arises as to why their protection was included in a paper that is apparently only dedicated to the success of a specific party. In reality, two potential enemy groups remain: people who want to exorcise the left's hatred of Israel, and those who are guilty of assaultive sexual actions. The latter is curious. Even on those horrible, over-finite Saturday early morning at 4 am subways in Berlin, the guys who just stroke a stranger's hair look very stupid very quickly. Quite simply because it's seen by others and not tolerated. If it's not the rule at left-wing parties that other party guests call such guys who are touching a woman against her will to order and, if necessary, take them into their midst and take them towards the exit, if instead the majority of guests are so stupid, uninterested in everything that's going on around them, so drunk or drugged up that they don't see anything or don't want to see anything and don't intervene where it is necessary, i.e. if a left-wing party in Halle is like the Oktoberfest in Munich, where it is really appropriate to keep a targeted lookout for disoriented, often drunk women who can no longer defend themselves against one or even several strapping lads and, if necessary, to take them to the available shelters, which are tents there, then that should mean for Halle, no more parties in Real 78 and elsewhere. Where it is falsely claimed that Nazis and xenophobes could turn up at a left-wing party at any time and drive minorities into couples just because you don't want to fight for Israel against its enemies and instead use the highly vague terms sexist and abusive, in reality, it is about the authoritarian enforcement of a code of conduct that, even in the phrase conscious consumption, focuses on the mediocre, the still, the lukewarm, and simply removes the desire for closeness from the agenda in favor of a less erotic feel-good. It is neither desired nor accepted to treat other people disrespectfully, to discriminate against them, to be guilty of assaultive and sexist actions. To prevent this from happening, a special force is stepping up, which does not want to be seen as either hall security or the morality police, but as a task force that is supposed to take over what the others are supposedly lacking: awareness. In German, awareness means consciousness, and not attention. It is therefore about much more than doing what a host's duty should always be, namely making sure that the party doesn't get out of hand and that the helpless are assisted. Rather, the intention is to enforce a veritable culture that is as sustainable as the awareness concept promises. An awareness team that supervised an entire gender camp in 2012 gives a definition that by no means coincides exactly with the explanation from Real 78. What do we mean by awareness? The authors ask and answer: by awareness, we mean an awareness of one's own position that is critical of power. Our social position is co-determined by structural power relations. In social structures, this has an effect on the participants. People who are socially privileged often have it easier. Others who often experience discrimination often have a harder time. The different positions must be made visible if an event is to be as pleasant as possible for everyone involved. Awareness attempts to create/raise awareness of inequalities and deal with them productively. Awareness work therefore aims to create non-discriminatory social spaces with all those involved.
End of quote.
It is obvious what imperative this definition must lead to: being smarter. More beautiful, more lovable, must never be your own merit, but is considered stolen from those who do not have it. Pack your beautiful figure in an Islamic sack. Deny your talent for speech, your superior knowledge, and stutter. Stop being charming at last and behave like us, who are stiff, unsociable, and squat. At gender camps, it is about as likely that people will talk about the longing for sex or even love, although somewhere behind all the gender fuss, the search for the union of bodies in lust and fulfillment should appear, as the emergence of a crackling atmosphere at a party in Real Strasse 78, where eroticism would be in the air instead of dull thumping bass. Awareness certainly does not mean strengthening a feeling of lack, of abandonment, of the almost structural absence of happiness, any more than it could provide security for a wounded soul. What awareness alone can do is establish a comprehensive commandment of respect that goes hand in hand with a ban on discrimination. The personal experience of being condemned to loneliness is respected by so many, and even the offensive talk about this largely self-created lack is considered discriminatory. Perhaps it wouldn't be wrong among good friends, never in a group and certainly not in a plenary session, to have a word about the lack of kindness, the inability to converse, the whole world of false pride that only conceals one's own lack of courage to approach another. Perhaps something like this helps to strengthen or even awaken in the individual criticized the intention to be considered friendly, interesting, and ultimately even lovable. The prohibition of discrimination, on the other hand, resonates with the imperative to protect often all too conspicuous personal deficits. A small example from the USA will illustrate how quickly criticism of domination becomes an instrument of defense against damaging influences from outside, to seal off a personality that wants to see its happiness in the fact that as many others as possible, as exactly the same underdogs in the love war into which they have in reality never moved out, make themselves resistant to misfortune in the large protective space of the scene or in the larger framework of the company community, even
society.
Quote, Team Awareness is a flexible workplace-based training program that addresses behavioral risks associated with substance abuse among employees, their coworkers, and indirectly their families. The training aims to promote social health and increased communication among workers, to improve knowledge of and relationship to alcohol abuse and drug-related workplace protections, and to improve company policies, worker support programs, and collegial behavior. To advance this, the training is based on 6 components: the importance of substance abuse prevention, whole team ownership of company policy, internalizing the company's mandatory rules and regulations as a useful tool to increase safety and well-being for the entire workforce, consideration of stress and stressors and individual and other methods to manage them, of tolerance and how it can become a risk factor for groups, the importance of appropriate behaviors to become healthy and instill an awareness of health, access to prevention counseling or treatment.
End quote.
Mind you, this is called team awareness and not awareness team, so it pretends to dispense with special units that are superior to the others. But this is probably precisely the desire of the awareness teams at gender camps and elsewhere, a kind of help for self-help, for the internalization of a policy, which in turn consists of a set of forms and rules, increasingly refined by everyone, so that it is perceived entirely as personal property. Anyone who has ever had the misfortune of having to deal with quality management may have noticed that a constantly growing body of rules about work processes, but also forms that are binding for the work, are the property of the respective team. This is always written at the bottom of the respective sheet, over which the entire company, made up of many teams, arches. Above this entire set of rules is the company philosophy, which usually consists of just a few guiding principles. The above quote comes from a program of the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, which was initially tailored to further education facilities for difficult young people, some of whom are also addicted to drugs or alcohol. In the meantime, such programs have become part of the corporate culture in hundreds of companies, and not only in the USA. How does such coercion, which masquerades as self-rule, actually fit in with the critique of domination? And what does this have to do with the plight of partygoers in Halle? First of all, it should have become evident that certain grievances at parties have served some people as self-empowerment to make knowledge brought fresh from the seminar acceptable in the left-wing scene. These critics of domination have not even noticed that they are using the keyword awareness to affirm a genuine science of domination at the height of the anti-authoritarian, non-discriminatory era that is always committed to respectful discussion. The American policy apparently only refers to a set of rules that defines all company procedures, including questions of desirable or undesirable employee behavior, and is thus intended to help individuals define the scope and limits of their area of responsibility according to objective criteria. On the one hand, this should help against arbitrary and autocratic superiors, but also help to avoid conflicts between colleagues of equal status. What remains unconsidered is that behind the seemingly sober formula system lurks a corporate culture that demands more from the individual than the provision of a specific work performance. Instead, they are completely absorbed into their team as the smallest unit of the entire company and are expected to learn to master themselves and their colleagues on their own responsibility. Control in a double sense, not to allow any quirks from outside the company and thus also to be vigilant towards colleagues who do not fully comply. To control oneself and thus the others, who are co-owners of the same paper mill due to self-imposed obligations, for the benefit of what is actually an external purpose, maximizing the employer's profit. This goes so far that the otherwise cherished concept of tolerance is treated as a danger if, for example, a colleague who arrives in the morning with residual alcohol is not handed over to the responsible authorities who educate him to abstinence and, in the event of failure, justify his dismissal. As important as integration programs for young people at risk of drug or alcohol abuse may be, which of course have to focus on abstinence or restraint in consumption, teamwork already contains a whole concept of the responsible person who is committed to the common good, who has to function, i.e. accept what happens to him, and for his part should be a cheerfully smiling representative and protagonist of the sad prospects that open up to him alone. The destroyed compulsion should be internalized. The little bit of life should not only take place beyond the drudgery, but should be enjoyed more and more in the work. The principle of control and self-control will be based on objective facts, especially the preservation of health and recognition of this iron principle. This creatureliness has long since subsumed not only drug use or obesity, but increasingly also non-constructive conversational behavior, which is labeled negative. This kind of philosophy of consciousness has now returned to where it once originated, before the really big concepts were forged from it on the American campus, in the world of communes, house projects, anarchist or autonomous circles, and so on. So it really is about life reform right from the start. In the left-wing world, you wouldn't go as far as the Americans when it comes to drugs and alcohol, but you trump them when it comes to shaping that social or inner clique space that is supposed to be free of discrimination. What the devil alcohol is to American pragmatists, the devil sex is to the German left, together with left-wing Americans. Although they have not revealed the secret of how two people are supposed to come together in love and lust, they do have at the ready what every modern marriage institute already knows. A maximum of similarities in profession, income, leisure behavior and age should curb disappointment, which obviously lies in the surprise of the other, so much so that nothing can burn. Against this background, the hostile principle of assaultive or sexist actions must remain blurred. On the one hand, we make do with an ever more meticulous catalogue of indicated forms of speech or behavior, all of which amount to a contractual theory that is supposed to be suitable for excluding any doubt about the autonomy and sovereignty of one's own will and that of others. On the other hand, we know that because the catalogues don't work, the only last resort is the good old power of definition, which has long since ceased to be shared by anyone. Once again, if a woman can't resist the advances of an unwanted admirer on her own, then everyone knows how to deal with it. As long as the conversation keeps heading towards one thing, to the woman's displeasure, you can sit down nicely and help change the subject quickly and stick with it until there's peace and quiet. If the unwanted hitting on manifests itself in touching, attempted caresses, etc., be an attentive third party and let them know, that's it or get out. Is that it then? Is that why a whole awareness paper was written? Hardly. What is a permissible approach with sexual intent? Is it just talking about your favorite records or the latest insight you had while reading Adorno? Do you ask nicely, may I hold your hand later, after consent has been given, may I kiss your mouth and so on? As the approach usually takes place between unequally active partners, one of them will start with compliments and at some point move a little closer, try to catch your hand and so on. The fact that this or something similar often happens, and that nobody talks about an assault afterwards because the happy couple still likes to remember how it all began, perhaps even at a party at 78 Realstrasse, is one thing. And yet the rapprochement always remains at least an attempted assault. It transgresses ego boundaries, it incites lust, it is intended to seduce to love and therefore, of course, to sex. Every rejected approach is a defeat for one person and sometimes unpleasant for the other simply because she doesn't enjoy having to turn someone down again. But shouldn't one think much more about his or her real and supposed opportunities than about the deep-seated disappointment of being rejected, which so quickly turns into a fear of being rejected in the first place? Shouldn't these safety precautions against too much closeness also be denounced as preventing happiness? Human misfortune, which is by no means only mentioned again and again in world literature, is also an endless story of missed opportunities, especially in matters of love. If only I had been a little more self-confident back then. Or, if I hadn't been so anxious and reserved back then yes, maybe. Everyone knows something about this. In earlier anti-sexist position papers, the so-called crossing of boundaries often appeared as an incriminated act. And this, or rather the fear of it, is the issue. Contrary to what anti-sexists believe, these boundaries are not static, although the individual assures himself within boundaries against the outside world. And these boundaries are often perceived as oppressive, inhibiting and happiness-destroying on both sides. For the wooing man to stay in the role model, it could also be the other way around, as well as for the wooed woman. It costs him a great deal of effort to come out of his shell and make himself vulnerable, while she struggles with the related problem: what will happen to me if I get involved with him? In both cases, boundaries are at risk, self-confidence melts away, the fear of what might happen to someone is at least as great as the fear of disappointment when an approach is rejected. Because rapprochement is not playful, because there are no longer any generally accepted forms of courtship, the step towards objectively desiring another becomes more difficult. What used to be called flirting or courting has not simply disappeared or been liquidated under the brutal disco hammer. The ego, wandering around in fear and isolation, needs a foothold and is looking for it more and more unrestrainedly in itself. The publicly proclaimed slogan that everyone is something very special and everyone must be respected for their distinctiveness is not only contradicted by the fact that it is obviously not true, but even worse, the less special the individual has to show in comparison with others, the more panic-stricken this individuality, which tends towards zero, is defended against intruders. In left-wing or anti-German circles, for example, men who sit silently at the table until they find their cue, which then takes the form of a more or less successful rendition of learned wisdom from the works of the classics that, to put it mildly, annoys others. In most cases, things are less extreme. People give others the opportunity to make their contribution and wait for theirs, which is granted to them. Dominant discussion behavior is just as little tolerated as other generally sociable characteristics that could make the other person more attractive than you are. The spasmodic accumulation and retention of unique selling points takes place in seemingly complete isolation from the world, even though nothing more than ready-made clothing comes to light. How can people who are constantly afraid that something could be taken away from them, that their inalienable uniqueness could be damaged, how can they compete for someone else's favor at all? Certainly not if the awareness team is lurking. The concept of awareness only has its advantages where one has already capitulated to the other life, happiness, and the challenges of criticism. You won't be able to put up much of a fight against such aggressively defended mediocrity, because there is little chance that the longed for oceanic feeling in love, when the ego boundaries break, or life at all outside the constraints that this society heaps up in front of you, will turn into something. It is similar with the steadfastness in the face of the challenges of criticism that repeatedly hurt one's own ego. There is no such thing as a different approach to life, just as there is no ars amatoria, an art of love, that could be learned as easily as the 6 basic rules of team awareness. But perhaps everyone could start by simply acknowledging the so-called privileges that the beautiful, clever, and kind have, without making them the object of constant envy and rationalizing their own inferiority as an expression of structural domination, as being underprivileged. This is something quite different from slavish submission, as is often suggested. It is much more difficult to admire the superiority of another without envy, without lurking for their weaknesses, than to make the stupid German victim rhyme out of it. Be like the violet in the moss, modest, and pure. Not like the proud rose that always wants to be admired. This is the most popular German saying for poetry albums. The rose is not proud at all, but simply unbiased and beautiful, while the violet's attribute of being modest reveals that it wants to remain insignificant but absolutely the same in the midst of the insignificant, without being haunted by the unsettling dream of something that always presents itself as a rose. Berlin's Schönberg district is home to one of the oldest gay and lesbian cafes in Germany, the Neue Ufer. It used to be called Anderes Ufer, alluding to a now almost obsolete term for homosexuals. The wine there is better, the service friendlier, and the atmosphere more relaxed than in Neukölln and Kreuzberg neighborhood bars. Although many of the people who come here know each other, you can sit alone at a table and read for hours without feeling out of place. The pub is a relic of the past in that it is designed for individuals and couples rather than hordes. Its clientele, which used to be part of the metropolitan subculture, has now become anachronistic and would probably be half disparagingly, half pityingly assigned to the establishment by contemporary Kreuzberg or Neukölln queers. In fact, most of them probably have a bourgeois profession and have settled into their everyday lives, as another friendly, disparaging formulation goes. Only a few of them do anything to do with the media. There is no compulsion to be colorful among them, and they would regard menus that address diners in gendered language and include the correct anti-sexist rules of conduct in the appendix as a restriction on their personal freedom. However, it is precisely in the seemingly bourgeois gestures of this audience that the awareness of the importance of the political battles waged for the sake of their own happiness and which were successful enough to produce something worth preserving lives on. The relaxed calm and contented friendliness of the place and its visitors testify that the hope for a better life here has not only never been abandoned, but has been realized, however fragmentarily, for many of them. But it is precisely against this that the greatest resentment is stirred up among those who do not want to concede that there has been tangible progress in the fight for the recognition of sexualities slipping out of the heteronormative matrix in recent decades. In the narrow-minded endeavor to discover ever new minorities that do not yet have a voice and want to be equally represented in the multicultural forced association, the political struggle has long since detached itself from the social interests of lesbian, gay, or transsexual people and turned into a cultural struggle that transforms each individual into their own threatened minority. While transsexuality and intersexuality still refer to concrete experiences of exclusion of empirical individuals, the concept of queerness no longer refers to a sexual identity at all, but to being in between itself, to shifting between diffuse identities, which are all rejected as normative or identitarian, but which one does not believe one can escape through any self-identity that refers to them in determinate negation, through any formation of a critical ego instance. Precisely because being a minority is no longer just an experience of socially excluded groups, but has become an everyday existential of the patchwork of minorities that is understood to be as inescapable as it is liberating, the somehow queer now functions as a ticket to a postmodern, pimped-up heterosexuality that also offers itself to new men as social behavior in line with reality. One of the strangest blossoms that this development has produced is so-called metrosexuality, the authentic embodiment of which are figures such as Justin Bieber, actor Colin Farrell, and, above all, David Beckham, who openly admit to shaving their chest hair, using face cream and still fancy women. Beckham now owns an underwear label for which he models himself in rather naughty poses. He summarizes his metrosexual identity with the words that he wants to live gay, but not be gay. Gallery owner Clint Ronish, another avowed metrosexual, seconds that the women also like this much better. The girls want their boyfriends to be a bit gay. They want to go to a restaurant with you, and you have to know a pepper mill from a beer tap.
End quote.
The term metrosexuality was coined in the 1990s by the British publicist Mark Simpson as an initially relatively neutral term for postmodern forms of urban male heterosexuality. It was originally aimed at the new and surprising fact that urban men were beginning to discover fashion, cosmetics, body care, and also unmanly cultural techniques such as good table manners and smooth manners for themselves, and were spending more and more money on feminine accessories such as perfume or eyeliner. Basically, the term describes nothing more than the catch-up civilization process of a population group that has been proud of its own bluntness, brutality, inelegance, and offensive unkemptness for far too long. However, instead of simply nodding off the fact that even men today change their underwear more than once a week, don't just enter the bathroom to pee standing up, drink wine as well as beer and beer from a glass instead of a bottle, as welcome progress in everyday life, such self-evident facts were soon attributed as subversive content. This was also due to the fact that the behaviors summarized as metrosexuality were perceived by the hardcore of the masculist identity guardians as a convolutedness of being male, or even denounced as a symptom of a general effeminacy of society, which in turn gave rise to corresponding critical appropriations. In the meantime, however, the sympathetic behaviors encompassed by the term metrosexuality have become an omnipresent nuisance in gender-progressive circles. Thus, the linguistically inappropriately termed gender sensitivity is now more authoritatively reproduced by men than by women in corresponding debates or publications. The commitment to the feminine aspects of one's own self and the gender-critical consciousness that is diligently displayed at every opportunity have in fact long functioned as forms of self-legitimation with which the critical, progressive, new, somehow queer men seek to secure their modernized masculine social character in a politically correct manner. The continuing antagonism of the sexes, from the consumer and working spheres to the most intimate experiences, is thus neutralized more drastically than ever in the consciousness of individuals. Where there no longer seem to be antagonistic opposites, the multiple sexualities and identities merge into a mendacious, cuddly, unspecific solidarity. This is what the concept of metrosexuality stands for today. The most genuine men are the slightly gay ones. Nothing is as sexy as androgyny, and anyone who can't imagine being anyone else at any time is hopelessly written off. Berlin is not a metropolis. Berlin is the urbanized province, a huge village with far too many inhabitants that combines the stubborn practicality of the big city with the brutal warmth of rural tribal communities. Although everyone here has enough space to run around, you meet the very people you actually want to avoid, whether on TV, in a shared flat, or in the playground. If you are alone in Berlin, you feel depressed and lost instead of liberated from the constraints of the collective. Anyone who mingles with people in Berlin becomes a misanthrope. The bourgeois species that populates this city is only partially individualized. They organize themselves into hordes according to the principle of land appropriation and call their respective settlement area their keys. In Berlin's keys, careless urbanity and autochthonous dullness come together like nowhere else in the world. People from Kreuzberg or Neukölln are more likely to leave the continent than their own district. Here they have their scene, here they have their friends, and here beats their heart, which, unlike their mind, they are reluctant to lose and never leave at the check room. Anyone who reminds them that their apartment could be nicer, their lives happier, and the world a freer place, they think is an agent of gentrification. Removing the broken glass outside their door or the vomit in their hallway is seen as authoritarian interference. As long as they are not roaring moodily at their fellow human beings, hugging them without being asked or nagging them without warning, they send their dogs and children to make physical contact with innocent passers-by. Heart with a snout means, we are shameless and proud of it. We do not tolerate any civilized effect within our city limits. If we don't like it, we'll put them away. If we love them, we'll kill them. We are pragmatists. Delicacy is alien to us. The shortest path between 2 points is a straight line, and we are straightforward.
Berlin is tolerant.
Here we love the punks because they are so beautifully all, the bums because they are so beautifully poor, and the foreign ethnicities because they are so beautifully colorful. Here, everyone can be who they are and no one can be who they want to be. Here, everyone can vegetate as the only specimen of their own species. In their variously segregated milieus, people bum away like the fruit on the kitchen table in their shared flat and are convinced that they will always stay fresh. They separate their garbage as routinely as their circles of friends. They regard strangers as their best buddies and can treat their loved ones like strangers from one day to the next. In summer, the noise of stupidity hovers as a haze over the city, which sweats out fun and frustration like alcohol on a hangover morning. 5-day bearded young men who roam the streets bare-chested and celebrate Father's Day, even though they have no children, are considered likable representatives of their gender. Mothers transport their ecologically correct offspring around like household goods on bicycle trailers. The youth is a collective of prematurely aged people who trim their babies into baby faces and bury grandpa and grandma in the multi-generational house. Their epitaph is, "Berlin remains Berlin. Berlin only changes in order to remain true to its narrow-mindedness." The professional freaks move from Kreuzberg to Friedrichshain and from Friedrichshain to Nordneukölln, where there are hardly any people over 30 on the street. Because you meet everyone at some point and lose everyone at some point, you have long since forgotten how to say goodbye. And they celebrate their own inability to grieve as cosmopolitanism. In summer, everyone wants to sit outside. At the time of the coronavirus lockdown and restrictions, summer was not only the more lucrative season in the hospitality industry, but also the more liberal one. Depending on the rigidity of the staff and management, you could sometimes drink your wine or coffee here as an unvaccinated and untested person between test and vaccination passport citizens without attracting attention. With the onset of autumn, the division of guests into those sitting inside and those sitting outside proved to be an index of political conformity. Outside, if sitting outside was allowed at all, there were almost only hygiene political stubborn heads, while those sitting inside enjoyed themselves in the cozy temperatures. Only now did we realize the extent to which the hospitality inherent in the word gastronomy had become an appendix to the service business. The service staff must have been the security service even before Corona, as which its members now openly acted. The outdoor seats, to which incurable smokers had already been deported before Corona, were finally reduced to cat tables for the tolerated. Of course, the Viennese coffee houses took part in the transformation from service centers to security authorities. In terms of policy measures, Vienna was Austria's Germany, and a flagship institution like the coffee house had to set a good example. However, the changeover did not take place without some crunching. The coffee house resisted it in its innermost spirit. For the coffee house, at least where has not become a museum-like decoration of the old town, as is often the case within the ring, is the epitome of a conviviality that forces no one in and leaves no one at the door, that respects dissent as long as it is not unruly, that never forgets that the society that makes it possible is made up of individuals. Unlike in restaurants, it is not the regulars' table and home cooking that dominate. In contrast to restaurants, people don't go to coffee houses to go out, but to get home from work. Restaurants and pubs are often homely and private and sometimes display an aggressive warmth that makes them closed societies. The coffee house is more urban, more anonymous and therefore more hospitable. Whether you sit outside or inside, you go to the restaurant to be out. To study the daily newspaper instead of the menu would be impertinent to both the company and the staff. In the coffee house, where the outside tables are a separate interior space, you sometimes go with your girlfriend for the sole purpose of reading together and for yourself. The food, which almost always tastes good, is like the Verlangert, the Zweigelt or the Zwickel, not the main focus, but somehow accompanies the reading, observation and conversation. In contrast to some coffee houses that are recommended in Vienna, such as the Café Bronnerhof, Thomas Bernhard's regular coffee house in the inner city, my favorite coffee house has nothing of a stage on which all participants are actors and spectators.
It's too provincial for that.
Although it is close to Schönbrunn Palace, few tourists get lost there. The lunch menu regularly includes a vegetarian dish, but young Austrian cuisine has not yet reached Miedling. There is roast pork with cabbage or goulash with napkin dumplings, roast chicken with dumplings or marjoram meat with croissants, sausages or ham and cheese toast, pancakes with Nutella or apricots, and as a first course, Bernhard's much-loved frittata soup.
Tere is Melange and Otterkringer Biozwickel.
Because Austrian wines are too fizzy for me, I've learned to appreciate drinking beer there. So there is nothing fancy, nothing special, and it is precisely this that invites you to concentrate on yourself, on each other and on the freely chosen objects of free-floating interest. You recognize the people you meet without being on a first-name basis with them. My favorite waiter, a modest, somewhat quirky, discreet older gentleman with rimless glasses, looks as if he has a lot of interesting things to tell, which he politely hides in silence because they are interesting. The boss reads books about Austrian history and asks what you are reading yourself. The boss's wife embodies the mixture of grumpiness and charm that many consider to be a Viennese specialty. The guests are not necessarily regulars, but social characters with a distinct physiognomy, old men and old ladies who read, write or draw on their own, couples and groups who talk, play cards or chess. I once observed members of a club of amateur astronomers. Some of the guests appear somewhat neglected and therefore likable, others like private scholars. People rarely make annoying phone calls, at most they work unobtrusively on their laptops. In fact, nothing unexpected ever happens. You rarely get annoyed by others and just as rarely meet extraordinary people. You experience how delightful unobtrusive repetition can be. You don't receive high-ranking guests, you don't meet your best buddies, and you don't flee from a home that has become too cramped, because it is not the antithesis of home, but its inconspicuous complement, the self-evident public sphere that forms the background rather than the center of everyday life, which has become a little less self-evident in the last 3 years. Everything is made perfect by the fact that I can walk there and back from the place that is my favorite in Vienna and that I hope to see again often. I won't tell you the name of the coffee house. Otherwise people might come there who I'm not looking forward to meeting.